gon' run it. Yeah. We gon' run the road till we take it home. Turn the lights on and put on the show. Ain't nobody better, yeah, I got the glow. Pull up on the scene, do my thing and go. We gon' run the road till we take it home. Turn the lights on and put on the show. Ain't nobody better, yeah, I got the glow. Pull up on the scene, do my thing and go. City on blaze when I'm in the mix. Everybody tryna stop me, but I'm too legit. Showing up with a brand new bag of tricks. I'm at the top, y'all know me, y'all never slip. New grip on life, I live it right. Getting everything I said in my sight, I shine bright. Nobody understand what it took for me to lead. I woke up feeling like I reached a new speed. Clock ticking, I strive with no limits. Making waves without a blemish on my image. The people listen when I speak another sentence. I'm on go while you trying to replenish. We gon' run it. We gon' run it. Yeah. Push it to the limit with my heart is up. We gon' run the road till we take it home. Turn the lights on and put on the show. Ain't nobody better, yeah, I got the glow. Pull up on the scene, do my thing and go. We gon' run the road till we take it home. Turn the lights on and put on the show. Ain't nobody better, yeah, I got the glow. Pull up on the scene, do my thing and go. We gon' run the road. I'm in control. Where you wanna go? Push it to the limit with my heart is up. We gon' run the road. I'm in control. Push it to the limit with my heart is up. We gon' run the road till we take it home. Turn the lights on and put on the show. Ain't nobody better, yeah, I got the glow. Pull up on the scene, do my thing and go. We gon' run the road till we take it home. Turn the lights on and put on the show. Ain't nobody better, yeah, I got the glow. Pull up on the scene, do my thing and go.
fear me. I'm not afraid of the battle. The battle should fear me. The only time is now. Jump into the unknown. I won't give up till victory is mine. I'm coming for it. I'm coming for it. I fought for this. I crawled for this. I died for this. I'm coming for it. Yeah, yeah. I'm coming for it. I'll take the win, the glory, all mine. I want it all. I've got this fire burning inside. I want it all. The world will know I'm do or die. I want it all. I've got this fire burning inside. I want it all. Only time is now. Jump into the unknown. I won't give up till victory is mine. I'm coming for it. I'm coming for it. I fought for this. I crawled for this. I died for this. I'm coming for it. Yeah, yeah. I'm coming for it. When it's all you got and it's all you want, you don't back down, you don't ever stop. You climb to the top, let the whole world know just how far you go. I fought for this, I crawled for this, I died for this. I'm coming for it. I'm coming for it. I'm coming for it. I fought for this, I crawled for this, I died for this. I'm coming for it. I'm coming for it.
In my darkest hour, I can feel the power. Won't be devoured, never been a coward. They stone sour, I'm gunpowder. If I say it louder, can you hear me now? I got the power. Counting down the hours till the whole world knows this is what it's like to be powerful. Never gonna settle, I'm on another level. I'm powerful. I'ma let 'em know I got the gold. I'm in control. I break the mold. I show the world just how powerful I can be. Powerful. Powerful. Had to pay my debts, was a losing bet, and I knew what I could do, but had to prove I wasn't finished yet. Was an uphill climb, saw it in my mind, recite the lines every time. I got the power, counting down the hours till the whole world knows this is what it's like to be powerful. Never gonna settle, I'm on another level. I'm powerful. I'ma let 'em know I got the gold. I'm in control. I break the mold. I show the world just how powerful I can be. had to fail so I could rise. Had to break to feel alive. I'm alive, I'm alive, I'm alive.
I'm going full speed, got the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. I'm going full speed, got the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. I'm going full speed, got the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. I'm going full speed, got the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me.
You better D up, before you get smoked, I'm taking the ball, I have it to go. I've been in my bag, you've been in the trash, just moved to the back, 'cause I'm on the move, come through like a truck, I'm packing the bell when you're to the back, yeah. I can taste victory, yeah, we about to make history. Just give me the ball, I won't let it fall, we about to light it up from the window to the wall.
This the culmination of all my hard work. Them hours in the gym, I'm about to go berserk. Count it down, clock is on tick. Tick, 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 let's get it in. Ow! I'm going full speed, got the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. I'm going full speed, got the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. I'm going full speed, got the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. I'm going full speed, got the pedal to the metal, can't outwork.
He's a beast, he's a monster, he's a force with the man. I scanned the room, forming up the plan. Fire in my eyes, got him stuck quicksand. I don't play to lose, I just play to win. It's that hard work, every day I'm putting in. I don't play to lose, I just play to win. Sound like broken records against me, let them records spin. Yeah, I gotta give it 100%. Ain't nobody go harder than me. Do it on purpose, I got the people depending on me. Mama mentality, got my game face on. Every time I step up on this court, you know that we won this done.
I'm going full speed. I just pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. I'm going full speed. At the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. I'm going full speed. At the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. I'm going full speed. At the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me.
Yeah, you're looking for something amazing. That's why I put in the work. That's why I grind on the daily. I'm running wild and I know that no one can tame me. Hall of Fame on my mind, they cannot contain me. I know that I can't stop now. There ain't no way I'm giving up. Won't back down. I've come too far and I know I'm gonna act out until I'm standing on the top. They hear me now. They hear me now. Let them know. Nothing can hold me back. Hold me back. You can try, but you can't hold me back. Nothing can hold me back. Hold me back. You can try, but you can't hold me back. Nothing can hold me back. I'll give it all I got to succeed. Ain't no way of stopping what I'm destined to be. I'm here for greatness. I was made for more. I got my focus sure. Heart is ready, mind is right. Take flight, watch me soar. I won't stop now. There ain't no way I'll ever quit. My life loud. They try to hold me back, but I won't lie down. This is something they can't deny. The truth's out. I got that fire now. Let them know. Nothing can hold me back. Hold me back. Try, but you can't hold me back. Nothing can hold me back. Hold me back. You can try, but you can't hold me back. Nothing can hold me back. Nothing can hold me back. Hold me back. Hold me back. You can try, but you can't hold me back. Hey, hey. Nothing can hold me back. Hold me back. Hey, hey. You can try, but you can't hold me back. Hey, hey. Nothing can hold me back.
Man, this might be something lethal. Like a beast that can't be tamed. This the kind of rage you can't contain. Yeah, this might be something lethal. You can really see the flames. Feeling like it's borderline insane.
hunter in the dark. Master of night shots. Oppo Find X8 series. Powerful camera, powerful AI.
Alright guys, I just landed in China. Let's go.
Play the local way, pay your way.
Have you ever seen the Great Wall at night?
Play the local way, pay your way.
Then face your death, cause you play a roulette with each step I progress, no less. Go ahead and place your bets, cause we know where we at, we know we top tier. Cause all the hate that you bring, we know it stops here. I'm taking off like a rocket here and stopping here. It's strange how they cannot see the future, but see profit here. Wait up, we gon' always win. Promise that that's not a promise, yeah, that is a threat. You know that I promise to bring the team commas. When the whole team win, that's when you flex. Win, and I'ma do it again. Watch me win, then watch me do it again.
What a car. Living the dream, huh?
Sweet dreams are made of this. Who am I
Okay. I get it now.
Sweet dreams are made of this.
Dominate the Rift with Opera GX. Bring League to your browser. Lock in with LoL Esports. Customize your setup with champion-inspired themes. And unlock new designs inspired by Arcane. Only on the browser for legends. Download Opera GX.
Even fair, they all against me, but I'm still here. So go ahead and let them know I'm more than prepared. An army's not enough to silence me. Go ahead and bring the galaxy. Nothing you do can rattle me. Go ahead, battle me. Get out my way. Yeah, vengeance in the trenches with my mindset on a mission. Ain't ready for what I'ma hit with. I'ma go get it, I'ma get this. And I told them I'ma end this, get a witness. You want the fire and I got that. Ain't nobody here gonna stop that. Got more than a 12 gauge kickback. I'm about to get that, no one gonna top that. I've been putting that work in. If you want the crown, you gotta earn it. Don't assume that silence means weakness. There's a monster that's lurking under the surface. They about to know. To doubt me, that's a tragedy. You end up just counting the casualties. Victory is my anatomy. Go ahead, battle me. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. I gotta do what I gotta do. No one or nothing can stop me. And if you don't think that I can, just watch. Move. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. All of that talking stops now. There's no need for discussion. Once you see what I'm about, all of that talking stops now. Let's do this for real. Let's go. Right now. Battle me. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. I gotta do what I gotta do. No one or nothing can stop me. And if you don't think that I can, just watch. Move. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. We gon' run it. We gon' run it. Yeah. We gon' run the road till we take it home. Turn the lights on and put on a show. Ain't nobody better, yeah, I got the glow. Pull up on the scene, do my thing and go. We gon' run the road till we take it home. Turn the lights on and put on a show. Ain't nobody better, yeah, I got the glow. Pull up on the scene, do my thing and go. City on blaze when I'm in the mix. Everybody tryna stop me, but I'm too legit. Showing up with a brand new bag of tricks. I'm at the top, yeah, I know me, yeah, I'll never slip. New grip on life, I live it right. Getting everything I said in my sight, I shine bright. Nobody understand what it took for me to lead. I woke up feeling like I reached a new speed. Clock ticking, I strive with no limits. Making waves without a blemish on my image. The people listen when I speak another sentence. I'm on go while you trying to replenish. We gon' run it. We gon' run it. Yeah. Push it to the limit with my heart and soul. We gon' run the road till we take it home. Turn the lights on and put on a show. Ain't nobody better, yeah, I got the glow. Pull up on the scene, do my thing and go. We gon' run the road till we take it home. Turn the lights on and put on a show. Ain't nobody better, yeah, I got the glow. Pull up on the scene.
Something is coming. It's building, rising from within. It fuels the determination to battle against impossible odds. The fire within.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around. I'ma look at you from the top, howling like a hound.
It's not gonna happen, but in the back, huge! He's just too strong!
It awakens here.
Massive kill coming in.
It awakens now.
It was just cinema.
Welcome to MSI.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to an absolutely fabulous day at MSI 2025. The lower bracket final, I should say, with T1 walking into the halls of the Pacific Coliseum as well as anyone's legend. I think it's going to be such an amazing day. It's going to be incredible. One of them is going to move on to face Genji in our finals tomorrow. And
yes, sir!
Man, I can't wait. I'm Shanks here with Emily and Raz, and you can feel the trepidation, the anticipation in the air.
No one knows what to expect. We have a lot of T1 fans, of course. Anytime they faced off against Genji or CFO, they've been loud as hell. But after AL's performances, anyone that says you can't do it, they feel like liars at this point.
They do. They're called anyone's legend after all.
True.
Let's take a look at how the bracket has played out. Because yesterday, Emily, they needed to go through BLG just like they did in the LPL finals.
And it looked even less close than the LPL finals. It was a bit of a stomp outside one slight misstep by Hope in that third game. So yeah, it was not close.
Yeah, we didn't get our 5 games. That was one of the only times we didn't. We hope we do today. But before we do that, though, there is an MSI tailgate going on. You can do all kinds of cool stuff, including playing or trying Riftbound. And Lore is standing by there for some exclusive info.
Hi everyone, I'm here with Shanks to find out a bit more about Riftbound. Thank you so much for joining me.
Absolutely.
So tell me a bit more, what is happening here? Are you excited?
Yeah, we are doing a demo for Riftbound, which is the League of Legends TCG game. And we've have a lot of very excited TCG fans and League fans coming to try out this game at MSI. And so far it's been great, lots of very passionate and excited players.
So tell me a bit more, what are the kind of experiences that Riftbound players can enjoy and experience here?
Yeah, essentially Riftbound is the League of Legends TCG, so we are bringing the League of Legends champions and units onto the tabletop world. And so you get to play your favorite champions in cardboard form, all their abilities recreated on tabletop to battle with your friends.
That's absolutely amazing, but I think everyone wants to know, when can we actually play it? When is it coming out?
Yeah, so Riftbound will be coming out for globally in English in October. So that product will be available for players in October of this year.
You've been working on this for so long. How excited are you?
We are so pumped.
Must make you happy to hear this kind of hype.
Yeah, we've been super excited. We've seen the fans really love the game at TF3 Macau last year. We've seen again the amount of passion at MSI this year. We'll be at Gen Con, and we are so grateful for all the player excitement, and we will be bringing this game to players globally in October.
Absolutely amazing. Shanks, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Awesome. Can't wait to play. I'm a noob at these games, but they said the volleyball deck should be good for people who are just trying to get into it. So that's good. So let's talk about the teams we're going to see today, starting with T1. We, of course, saw them take on Genji in our real LCK finals. And Raz, they actually came quite close to beating them.
Yeah, the final game is why, honestly, AL is a little bit scared today, because they went up against them with Draven, Pyke, Lee Sin, these type of early high-action picks that T1 is so good at. Of course, they fell short just in certain team fights, but that just kind of challenged you. If you go up against T1 in longer best-of-5s, they always have something ready for you.
Yeah, especially when they are able to lock in these pushing bot lanes or these kill bot lanes or get carry out on the map on something like the Bard or the Pyke. I expect when these two teams go up against each other to see a ton of early skirmishes, because T1 also really loves to fight early.
They do. Let me ask you, because coming into this tournament, like happens so often, we didn't really value T1, or we didn't think they were gonna go that far. What has positively surprised you about this team's play?
To me, it's been, I would say, the team fighting specifically from like Doran in the top lane, and also the generally like bot lane. For me, actually, I just always believed in the T1 Magic. That's been the one thing. I'm like, oh, struggling domestically, but their last 2 series, even getting to this event, was very fiery. So even though there was some concern, I was like, they'll get it together.
That's odd. You predicted against them when they played Gen G. And
That's
you
true,
did
but I
not
just believe in Gen G a little bit more.
It's hard not to believe in Gen G. So let's take a look at some of those team fighting details. I believe we have a Telestrator each. It's going to be a duel.
We have dueling Telestrators today.
Yeah, and I'm going to beat you. But for me, this one is just going to start from the side of like game 1 versus BLG. BLG has a lead, and they're fighting for Soul. It's a pretty monstrous Soul too, so that's going to be a concern. And another point to mention is that Kyle doesn't have ulti as Bard, and very quickly, as you'll see when we start the replay, Shanks isn't going to be able to find much too. They noticed that on here is going to be taking up flank, so they push him out. It was great for them to be able to do so, but now you don't have the Talia ulti or you don't have Bard ulti. It's going to be difficult. And you can see Tarzan here just basically pushing off the Nico, recognizing that flank is going to be there. But then immediately, you can see Kyle being like, no, that's my job, brother. I'm going to take on this charge. It's going to be on Tarzan now to take the smite fight. And he takes it. If you pause right now, at this point, for me, the main thing is, yes, he wins the smite fight. B, you can already see the job from the Maiden being done right here, messing up with Baytron, just making it so he's not able to interact or engage. And on top of that, like, they immediately biff the Nico ulti with Tarzan's first round of ulti. Now, you can already start this one out. Just continue off and see how the fight is played out. Then Tarzan focuses on Bin, so he gives space for Hope. And then at that point, when the rest of the team can start to participate, you can already see the Talia on the right side on the Tribush basically stopping them. So you see in multiple points of the fight, they stop Nico and isolate her. They stop Bin from being able to engage in the backline, isolate him. They were behind in that team fight, worked magic.
Yeah.
They were just much, much better.
It is a bit of magic too.
Best team fighting Yorick in the world.
He does.
Yeah.
I've seen some pretty crappy ones.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Yorick
But he shows you, it makes you believe.
isn't supposed to be in your team fight.
Yes.
But Flandra proves us all wrong.
Yeah, he does.
I said to be dueling Telestrator. So what are you going to show us, Emily?
I'm going to show some T1
I'm just going to mess up with your...
get out of here, Ref. Get out.
All right.
It's going to be kind of in a similar area. Look, we're at Drake. We're fighting over Soul Point. T1 do have a bit of a lead. The big thing that I really want to highlight here is Faker looking for a flank on the Talia. And this is going to be set up really, really well. This Talia, Ornn, and Lucian combo, they actually had used it previously. So if we play through this a bit, we're going to watch them posture around. But again, the big thing that you're going to want to watch is how they're eventually going to be able to end up getting on Ruler. And it's going to start with Guma's culling, which is going to go across here. And that's going to push Chovy and Ruler back in this direction, setting up for Faker to wall across this way and really, really separate this river. So now the T1 have begun the Drake in earnest. Here comes that wall I talked about. The culling is popped. And if we pause here, Ruler is isolated. And here's where Doran, he's already called the Forge God. He's going to bounce onto him, and then they're going to he's going to immediately isolate Ruler as we play through. This is super important. Ezreal is really slippery, very difficult to get jumped on in combo with the Talia. Immediately gets taken out on the back half of this fight, even with the suppression coming out of Canyon. Owner is able to jump onto Keen, who's kind of the last damage dealer left. T1 get away with the team fight and the Drake.
Ah, so your Talia ulti was actually useful. That's nice.
It was.
Okay, just making sure. I don't think so. I don't think so. You had added tools.
We saw Doran's Ornn there, and it does give us a little time to talk about that because this was the big question coming into this year. They were the World Championship winning roster, Emily, and they made, I don't want to say a gamble, but it was definitely something that people questioned when it happened.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a drama, I'd say.
Yeah.
But in terms of Doran coming to this tournament, his kind of ramp-up arc definitely started in playoffs for me.
Yes.
He's actually one of the reasons why they're here, and HLE are not. He stepped up against my team, KT. I'm still sad about it. But the big thing to me is his team fighting. You can see it here in that Ornn. I thought his Ornn was really good. His Gragas was really good. And he has been... outside of a few times, he has been consistently showing up in T-fights for T1.
And that's the thing, at least people will believe in the championship pedigree and the past of T1 that they've been there, they've done that, they've been able to hit those leaps and bounds before. But for AL, it's been kind of like the opposite. This team is like, I wouldn't call them a team of misfits, but teams of like a team of players that have a chip on their shoulders. So this is, like I would say, an interesting juxtaposition between the two.
Yeah, it's almost like the ones who have proven everything they need to prove versus the ones that want to prove everything on anyone's legend. Now, you might think, who is this team if you haven't seen them on the international plane? Once upon a time, they were called the Rogue Warriors. Then they were called anyone's legend. But they actually didn't really do anything of note, Raz, until this year.
Yeah, so like the fact that you go through their history and you saw like 11th place finishes when they were on, what's it called, this organization in AL, but then they started to make key pickups. They picked up Shanks and Hope and Kyle, started to get a little bit better, fifth and sixth, and then you see them pick up Tabe and Flandre, and you also see them pick up Tarzan, and that's when they make the meteoric rise. In fact, I remember, Emily, beginning of the season, people saw the pickup of like, oh, the trade of Ale and Flandre, and I was like, oh well, so AL loses this trade.
But they didn't,
They didn't.
because Flandre has shown up. I feel like, especially in draft, Tabe and the rest of AL do such a good job of getting Flandre on these picks that he can either teamfight super well on or push side lanes. And going into this tournament, Flandre said something that was kind of awesome, where he was like, I feel like sometimes my passport can become a book of regrets, and he doesn't want this MSI to be added to that.
Oh, I love that. They're so poetic.
Everyone on AL is so poetic.
So poetic. Tabe included. We actually had him in an interview on the desk yesterday, but I just want to kind of call out for people that are unaware. Tabe is a bit of a kingmaker in my book. The days when he comes and gets a new team that is struggling a little bit, and he finds whatever magic it is, whatever coaching strategies it is, and I think we saw a little bit of that on the desk yesterday. Raz, he is so inspiring when he talks about his players.
The way he talks about Tarzan is the way that I want someone to wingman or talk about me, right? Like, you just want somebody who believes in you so wholeheartedly and allow you to do what you want to do. And even just hearing how Tabe talks about the team, it's very truthful. He's like, look, I recognize going up against BLG, our solo lanes are going to be the one that are tough. It's going to be an aspect of drafting, but pushing people to their limits. Also, the triple blocking that they do. There's so much that they push themselves constantly to be better versions of themselves that you start to see it. And it really does start with Tabe.
It does. I'll be your Tabe. You're amazing, Raz. You're
Thank
doing
you.
an incredible job. And we love you very much. We love you very much. So, when you talked about having a chip on their shoulders, I think that goes for a couple of players on this roster, but I specifically want to talk about Hope, because he hasn't necessarily had the successes that he's want. And I wanted to shout out Carlos on X, who said the last time you faced T1 was October 29, 2022, 1 game away from finals. And he says, do it for the rest of JDG, do it for 369 Kanami Jagao and missing.
Yagao mentioned.
Toothpaste!
Oh, God.
My favorite guy. But yeah, it was 369's birthday as well, which is the other call out here. The big thing though, T1 really stymied that JDG team en route to the finals with a giant DRX Cinderella story over them in a 5-game series, right? And after that, Hope was replaced.
Aye.
So, I mean, it's not Hope's fault, right? But Gumiyushi and Keria in that series with the Lucian Nami, they were so strong. And I think Hope is definitely going to be out for a bit of revenge.
Yeah, and even just thinking about the fact that he was replaced on that world kind of by moving towards MSI, because they ended up winning MSI with Ruler. The same was with EDG. He was replaced on that one for Viper. They ended up winning Worlds that next year. So it's like, he is a player, especially this year, he's playing so well, like individually at the start of the year, and he is such a good player to play around anything the team wants to play. We're playing topside. Bless you guys. I will hold the 4-down bot lane. And this is the final, not final, but finally gets the chance to play for an international trophy like this.
Wants to win that international trophy. Someone else on that lineup is really yearning for that. In the jungle, it's Tarzan, and Tarzan versus Owner is our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz.
An epic jungler battle is today's featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. On one side of the rift is Owner. Mr. Aura has 2 world championships already with T1, and in his 8th international appearance is aiming for his first MSI crown. He leads all junglers at MSI in kill participation percentage and is 3rd in KDA.
Canyon down for first blood!
Who is first, you may ask? None other than AL's Tarzan. Tarzan was considered one of the best players to never win a domestic title, but ended that narrative by helping anyone's legend claim their first LPL final this split. Now Tarzan is looking to make his first ever international final. Ona holds a 3-0 record against Tarzan. Will the T1 jungler continue his winning ways, or will Tarzan lead anyone's legend to their first and his first MSI final?
And as we look at these two junglers, I feel like Owner has been kind of an unsung hero for T1 for a while, just such a consistent performer from them. And then on the flip side, we heard what Tabe had to say about Tarzan. He is our light leading our ship to the harbor. Very poetic, couldn't say enough nice things about his leadership on this team.
Tarzan has played so perfectly in a lot of his games. I remember the Jarvan game that happened earlier in the tournament where he had 100% like kill participation. He was impacting lanes. He was honestly pushing off the enemy jungler. He is such a strong individual player that is trying to get that first international trophy for himself. Something such deserved for him.
Yeah, Raz, and you called up the history of Hope before. I think if we go back in time and look at Tarzan versus Owner specifically, it's also revenge angle.
Yeah, it wasn't a good time, Emily.
This is yet another time where a member of anyone's legend was defeated by T1.
Oh,
and
God.
This actually let it. Tarzan and Scout performed so poorly in this series specifically that Tarzan actually had trouble getting onto teams after this. So again, this isn't necessarily a team of misfits, but I feel like every single person, especially Tarzan, has a reason why they really, really are hungry for this title.
And if you play like that, people on Weibo, on Instagram, anywhere, they will flame the hell out of you. So to be able to like take that, have the break that he did, immediately go on Weibo, basically have the same level performance where he skyrockets that team to the international that they had at Worlds, and then now he's doing it again with anyone's legend. He is such a valuable player to have on your team.
He absolutely is. Some would say maybe he's embedded in the LPL to exact revenge for all of the LPL teams that have gotten stymied by T1. And I love that we talk about all these different members and that you figure out, wait, they actually have a reason to be mad at T1 specifically because they lost to them. They have a reason to exact revenge today. And then there's that big storyline of T1 just kicking out any LPL team at Worlds. So there's so much writing on this matchup. And you talk about Instagram and Weibo and everything. They are looking at AL saying, please don't let us down.
Our honor. And like, especially at Worlds, like you mentioned, that 2023 run that you just showcased, like before taking out BLG, then taking out LNG, then JDG, then Weibo, it was like, what the hell is happening here? MSI's like kind of a different note just because BLG were so strong in that one, and then of course teetered off to this event, but everyone will look to T1 and say, can we beat them at an international?
Yeah, T1 are team to beat, and then also more generally for the LPL, right? Top Esports had a really rough showing at first stand. So it feels like everyone's kind of waiting with bated breath, being like, AL, can you do it? Like, can you bring this glory back to the LPL?
And there's only one that isn't playing burdened by the past, just by his own past whatever runs, but not specifically versus T1, and it is Shanks. Shanks versus Faker. What an amazing matchup, because I always love when it is someone who has Faker as an idol, makes it to the international stage, and then gets one shot to prove what he can do.
Yeah, Shanks is a huge Faker fan. He said multiple times, like, if you're a mid laner, how can you not be a fan of Faker? Like, how can you not love Faker? So here he is going to be going up against his idol. And for me, Shanks has actually been the best performing mid thus far at this tournament.
He is somebody that I was a little bit surprised at what level he came out immediately, because first international for him to be able to come in and like perform as well as he is. And for anybody that hasn't like got a chance to listen to him speak, the guy is such like so funny and so thoughtful. So even though he's playing up against an idol for him, it does not matter. He is still going to perform hard nonetheless.
I mean, Honkyu did it as well, as we cast our minds back to that match that CFO had versus T1, and they seem kind of unburdened by the past, I'll put it like that. And it's going to be such an important matchup versus Faker as well, who, whenever you think that you can count him out, and whenever you think that certainly this isn't going to be where he finds his footing again, he's also been stellar for T1 with some really crucial moments. It's actually quite unbelievable to think about.
Yeah, Faker's longevity, like, I can't say enough about how many times he has reinvented himself to end up on yet another international stage. It's so impressive. I don't think we'll ever see a performance like this from another League of Legends player again with that long of a time frame.
No, absolutely, I agree with you, and Shanks does as well, I think. He spoke to Wendy in our Verizon Game Day interview.
Hi Shanks, thank you for your time. We all know you're going to play off against T1. They're definitely a super strong team. We always call T1 LPL Slayer. This time, how confident you are for taking this best of 5 against T1?
首先就是 T1 在以往确实是非常的强大吧，对，然后对 LPL 也是有点碾压之势吧，对，这我也承认，对。然后我自己是不会被敌人的气势汹汹所吓到的，对我是对自己100%的坚信，我就是最强的，我们队伍就是最强的。
And we all know you're a super big fan of Faker, and you swapped the jersey with Faker as well. This time, finally, you'll be able to play off against Faker in the mid lane. Any expectation to that?
其实作为职业选手，真的很难不喜欢 Faker， 就是他人站在那里就感觉有和别人不一样的感觉，对，这是我发自内心觉得。然后我觉得我们一定会打出一场精彩的较量，一定会的。
And we believe for this MSI, for Anyone's Legend, you guys have the very beautiful storyline. How would you rate the AL's performance and also your performance till now?
我觉得大家的表现都是非常好的，对我们一定是可以继续进步的，对。但是没有人就是做到完美，也没有队伍做到完美，对。我觉得我们就保持好这份心态，去跟他们打精彩的比赛，对。
And for now, you have all the LPL fans supporting you guys. Lastly, any words to all the LPL fans?
等着我们的好消息。
Okay, thank you once more and best of luck.
Wait for our good news,
says
Shanks. And Shanks is a player that I know you and I both, Raz, have been waiting for him to have this spotlight at an international event since he was coming up on WE Academy.
Yeah, because he was a really prolific like assassin player, someone who played like LeBlanc, Akali, Silas like so confidently. The question is mostly just like how it is, but yeah, take a look.
I just wanted to maybe cast the attention to people on what we're seeing on screen right now. This has happened multiple times. The fact that Faker stays there really locks in. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I just wanted to call it out.
That's fair to point out. I mean, he is somebody that will always lock in no matter the opponent. And looking at Shanks' career, it's easy for a player to be demoralized if you have the career that Shanks has, being on a team where you're going 0-16. Like, doesn't matter how well you're playing. You never really know the stability of the people around you, the career around you, if the GM thinks differently of you, especially if they're bringing old man CA to like challenge your position. But he's stuck through it. He's now on an incredible team that has total faith in him, and here he is.
And he's also spoken about how much that adversity has taught him, right? And especially how he kind of had this breakthrough going into this split or during this split where he's like, I've realized that I'm, living my dream, right? And we talk about how introspective he is. I think a lot of that hardship has kind of created the phenomenal player he has been at this tournament.
Yeah, Emily, and he comes from a pretty rural area in China. He was apparently a straight A student.
Yeah, he was a really good student, maybe until he started playing League of Legends a little bit more.
That happens.
But yeah, he was a really good student. He lived in a really rural area, so it was sometimes difficult for him to try to find places to be able to compete, to kind of show his strength. He made friends with a jungler on the ladder, had tryouts in Chengdu, tried that out, eventually got noticed enough to end up on WE Academy.
When we look at T1 then and Faker, I feel like at the other side of the matchup, T1 has almost weaponized the fact that every team tries to gun for Faker, be it in the lane, be it with ganks, be it in team fights, be it kind of, he's in their brain, right? It's like, where is he now? Is he gonna come flank us with Orianna or what's going on?
It's funny because you also mentioned the Hong Q thing. Like that was the exact same incident there. Where it's like, send the junglers, all these things, like put in as much pressure as humanly possible into Faker's lane. But he is incredibly smart about playing around it. Will have the wards to be able to catch against it. And he's, for years upon years upon years in international tournaments, he's had that experience. He knows what's coming.
He knows what's coming, and also T1 in their drafts, one thing that people are like, oh, is it going to kind of hamstring their drafts if they feel like they need to get Faker on certain picks? Thus far, has not really been a problem for T1. And Faker in particular, I love him when he is on picks like a signature Orianna or the Taliyah. You really see how well he reads the map.
And it looks like the rest of the team is also just willing to facilitate that for him. Keria plays a lot of things. He can always open up some space in the draft. Doran's willing to slam the Ornn when it is needed. So I do think we're seeing kind of a new beginning of this T1 roster, integrating Doran, but we'll see how they can do here. That is the big question. Will we see the T1 magic again? Let's see how the fans have voted at MasterCard GG on X and who they're calling the match for.
Drum roll.
I think it's going to be T1.
0.1% of, oh my God, cuties. Amazing. Yes, there's always so many T1 fans. I will say yesterday
Hey.
okay,
don't let him disrespect you like that.
Come on, bring it in, bring it in, bring it in. Oh, did they do it?
Oh, some nice Shanks.
Oh, let's go.
Wow.
And some people who are just here for fun.
Yes.
For fun. And to see Faker, probably. I will say, as the fans' track record is 60. Oh, Seb, our amazing stage manager.
Yeah, he's amazing.
The fans' track record is 67% correct. You can vote every day at MastercardGG on X to lock your predictions in too. With that, we have 3.5 minutes so we can really get into those predictions, right? Because we can talk about the magic on one hand, and we can talk about the chips on the shoulder of the members of AL and the fact that they're the first seed from the LPL, but it doesn't always work out the way you think it will. Emily, you want to kick us off?
Yeah, so I think actually if you're going by performances on this tournament, by the way that these two drafting coaches in particular can go up against each other, these are two teams that do a lot of preparation. You've kind of seen it in those drafts.
Yeah.
You heard Tabe talking about it yesterday on desk when assessing BLG, and then he didn't leak anything looking forward
This time.
to T1. But he did say that, you know, they are a formidable opponent. They're really trying to prepare and draft. It's infuriating because I feel like I'm looking at this and I'm like, it should be AL.
Yeah.
And instead I'm going T1 3-2.
Okay, you got the T1 vote
So
out
what pushed
there.
you over the edge?
Yeah, what pushed you over?
I mean, just T1.
I know, it's so difficult.
Like, it's really difficult to bet against them. I do think their preparation has been, honestly, a lot better than I thought it was going to.
Yeah.
And Doran, although, again, he has had some Doran moments negative, he's had just as many, if not more, Doran moments positive, especially when it's come to some of these team fights.
I'll go next because I think maybe Raz has something spicy prepared, but I don't know.
All right.
I said 3-1 for T1. I just think I'm having a really hard time choosing or betting against them, I should say, at an international tournament. And I did not do it last time, and I was wrong because Gen G was better. I do not think AL will be better with the way they have been ramping up and how focused T1 is coming into these matches. But I could also be just completely wrong.
See, that's my question, because I came into today saying T1. Maybe I stick with them, maybe I don't. The reasoning for it is I just felt like Doran on the top side is a stronger individual player, a lot more picks that he has ready for him. I thought that mid lane would also be something that would be a little bit inconsistent for AL side, so I was like T1 for sure. And I still think maybe they're a better team fighter, but then I saw yesterday's series and it felt like AL is just getting better as a team.
Nice.
Like AL is unironically, see? The T1 fans, the T1 fans are loud. Yeah, you guys aren't gonna change my mind on this one.
No,
I
you're the consummate flip-flopper.
I said that was my last flip-flop days ago. I will not change my vote. I think their team fighting is getting better and better, especially when they went up against BLG. I have to stick with these boys. That's where my faith comes in and lies with.
And can I just say, oh, your husband is at home, but you're here. Let's go.
Let's go, Oilers.
Let's
We're
go,
in Vancouver.
Queen or Mr. I can't really see who is holding the sign. That's amazing. Can I just say how lucky we are to be seeing these matches at MSI and them all being best of fives? Not in the least that we get AL versus T1 tomorrow, and then we get two unbelievable matchups possibly, either Gen G versus the first seed of the LPL, or that rematch of the fake LCK finals that we saw yesterday in T1 versus Gen G. I think like we have been so incredibly spoiled.
Yeah, all of these matches, I expect today to go close to the distance, and I expect finals, regardless of who makes it out, to go the full distance.
I know I'm ready. Like, I know you're ready. Vancouver, are you ready?
Thank you. Without further ado, we'll get the teams here in Vancouver. T1 versus Anyone Legends for a spot in the grand final of MSI 2025.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around. I'ma look at you from the top, howling like a hammer. Let me take it off, push it up to another height. This is what I do. I'm a dog, not afraid to fight in the dark at night.
Hello, Vancouver. We are here today to find out who is heading to the MSI Finals. T1 versus AL, our challengers striving to fight Gen G tomorrow. I'm Azale here subbing in for Dracos today, joined by Kobe and Vedius on the cast. This is going to be an incredible match.
It definitely is. And first of all, I just have to say this crowd is amazing. It seems like every single person went through the trouble of making a sign. Never have I seen more signs in the audience, and they are popping off before the first champion select.
And we're not going to waste any time, so let's jump straight into the draft of game one. Talia and Nico on the side of T1, respecting Kyle's Nico on the bot side of the map. The Pantheon coming through from AL, question marks around things like Devi, how high priority is on the list. Do you want to give Faker his Azir? The answer to that is no. That is immediately going to be banned away by AL. A lot of power picks still up and available. The value of things like Annie in particular, very high in the draft.
Varus, Pantheon, both still up at the moment. Rise target here as well. Oh, Pantheon, of course, already out, but Xin Zhao, another priority AD jungle. So a lot of options still available here. Orianna, definitely still up and available. Couple of mages here.
You have to take into consideration things like the Gwen. Yeah, we saw this being highly prioritized by T1 in their series against Gen G as well. With that locked in, Flandre has the possibility of bringing out something like the Jax, but there are a lot of answers that we've been seeing coming through from the Gwen so far in this tournament. Rumble, also perfectly safe blind pick if they want to go for that as well.
Exactly, two of the most common ones right there to play into it. Of course, the Gwen side, they're fine with blind picking it because even if you do get the Rumble, they're fine with scaling out and have been able to live through the lane, no problem. If it is going to be the Annie, our most common pairing is the Wukong after it. Tarzan does really highly prioritize that Wukong. These two synergize just so well for their burst combinations and the CC that they bring to some of the early fights.
The concern of early picking a Wukong, though, is the possible Poppy response. We know that Ona is a very effective Poppy, so instead they could look to prioritize something else. We talked about the Rumble. There are some AD carries that they could also consider prioritizing, something like the Ezreal as well. Right now, they are hovering on the Wukong, and they're not going to hesitate. This will give Ona the opportunity to counter-pick, and being paired alongside the Gwen, I mean, they have a ton of options. We've seen something like the Sejuani come through. The Vi's, of course, still available if they want a little bit more dive threat.
Yeah, Vi plus they burst champion for mid lane for Faker. Faker has done very well on a lot of playmaking champions for the mid lane. Owner Vi here locked in. That is a powerful pick for T1. What do they want to pair it with first here, though, into the Annie?
Normally we'd see mages as a response into the Annie, but the Galio
that is a burst champion.
It also pairs very nicely with the amount of dive.
People actually underestimate the burst damage that Galio can have, especially early on into the game. And as you say, it does cover a couple bases here as far as being good into the Annie later for the team fights with the Magic Shield as well as the ultimate for counter engage.
And also, Faker is famous for many champions, but Galio is perhaps one of his most famous picks, especially after last year's World Finals. The unkillable Demon King staying true to his name on this champion as AL round out their first half with the Jace.
I mean, some of Faker's most iconic games of all time. I think back to 2017, the run that Faker had at Worlds playing Galio. He was everywhere on the map. If you think this champion cannot carry, you have not seen Faker play it.
Certainly. You have to have missed a lot of games if you have not seen Faker play it, especially at Worlds. So let's get into the bottom lanes here because we are going to dive a bit deeper. Varus, of course, was already taken out super early. So things like the Jhin, both of them have really prioritized those types of champions, especially if you're looking at some sort of counter engage. Maybe the Xayah type for Guma. Definitely very good at counter engage as well.
Yeah, Xayah Rakan is a tried and true bot lane for this T1. So makes a lot of sense they would want to get rid of the Rakan. I wonder if they would consider something like a Karma. We've been seeing it rise in priority a lot. It depends on how much they want to commit to the dive angle, because Kai'Sa is another champion that could also synergize nicely with what T1 have drafted so far.
Yeah, people often, when they are these full dive comps, either go towards something like Kai'Sa, or you go the more defensive routes like Ezreal, Senna, these types of champions that can help enable and maybe stay safe.
Yeah, Kai'Sa's been like a hole for Guma as far as his champion pool, though, so not really expecting that one for their side. What other sort of protection bands do they need, though? The Poppy is definitely a very good one, versatile champion. As you say, so many dashes could have a lot
they could
of...
consider banning.
Yeah.
The Lucian. I mean, if we watched Hope's Lucian yesterday, it makes a lot of sense that they would want to take that away from the pool. But now AL have a lot of flexibility. Braum makes a lot of sense against dive. Morgana, very niche, but also very good. It depends if they want more defensive tools or they want more engage. Right now, it seems that they want to channel a little bit more in the poke direction. Jhin, a very powerful laner, does well into many matchups in the current meta and synergizes quite nicely with champions like Jace.
Okay, we get a Rel hover over here, so maybe some counter engage, invest in like Braum or something towards the bottom side of the map. They already, of course, have several options to themselves, but the early hover on the Jhin, as we mentioned, both of them have really preferred this champion. Lots of utility from the bottom lane, and they've been pretty good at keeping their space.
Right now, T1 are just taking the maximum amount of time that they can to contemplate their options towards the bot side of the map. The Jhin is going to be the lock-in. Of course, doesn't have any inherent dashes, so if AL can get on top of the Jhin, it can be very difficult to play, but with champions like the Galio being able to provide protection, and Bard being an effective pairing that we've seen many times before, can be very effective at denying some of those fast engages that AL are planning with this Annie Wukong.
Gary are really toying with them. The Nautilus, of course, is the more offensive version. You can hook Rel out of combos, and you can look for some point-and-click CC along with that Vi. Very critical when trying to shut down carries.
Interesting that AL is considering the Kai'Sa right now. Of course, Hope, very well known for his Kai'Sa, one of his most played throughout this year. And I mean, it pairs nicely with the dive that they have already built up with the Annie, the Wukong, and the Rel. And they're going to lock that one in. All right. So AL, I mean, they've gone for a very powerful mid-game spike with this type of composition. Around one item, they have so much burst damage. They have decent backline access thanks to both the Rel and the Wukong. But on paper, the question is how effectively can they use their poke with things like the Kai'Sa and the Jace? Setting up around these objectives, they have a lot of long range that they can look to try and chip away at T1's HP.
Also, AL, yeah, they have this kind of guarantee, this Jace on the top side to give you a pushing lane. So it opens up Tarzan to try and like mirror Owner. And Owner's going to be looking to play, you know, towards a lot of the CC on his team, towards the Jhin Nautilus, towards the Galio even, visit early to try and help out Faker. So we'll see if they can do that jungle tracking there. Tarzan has been very good at shadowing style.
I will also say with T1, the amount of dive that they have, I'm excited to see how well they can execute it. I think back to game 2 in their series against Gen G, their composition at just locking down a single target and removing them was flawless.
The drafts are done. The stage is set. T1 versus anyone's legend, getting ready for the first game of what is sure to be an incredible series. MSI has delivered 5-game series after 5-game series this year. So lock in, Vancouver. We're getting ready for a good one.
It is LPL versus LCK at MSI. On this stage, there's a tremendous amount of pressure here. The last 2 years, T1 have been stopped in this spot. 3rd place in 2023 MSI, stopped by BLG, stopped by the LPL. 2024, also stopped in 3rd place by the LPL.
I mean, even going back to 2022, we didn't have as many teams at MSI, but it was RNG that denied them. It's been so long since T1 was able to lift an MSI trophy. But when you look at the record all time, T1 have had the LPL's number.
They absolutely have. This is the team that time after time after time always delivers against their greatest rivals, the LPL.
Deep ward here. I like this from Tarzan. As I was mentioning in Champion Select, you really want to be able to track Owner's early pathing here because he does have some volatile lanes to work with. And when you have early Vi, there's a lot more ganking potential than the early Wukong pre-6. Wukong definitely looking to get the ultimate, whereas Vi can go for, you know, Q flash plays on some of these CC heavy lanes. But with that ward on blue buff, they will assume and they will surmise that Owner is starting from bottom to top.
You can see Shanks getting very aggressive here already in the mid lane, constantly trying to harass Faker, utilizing that range advantage, and we'll see how much he can keep Faker down. It does feel like the mid lane is going to be key. And I feel like Shanks has been incredible so far as Doran getting very aggressive. He's playing the grass, but Flandra now trading back well, has Doran quite low.
Getting callbacks to Doran versus Zeus. Could try and force some flash there early on.
Both of these supports very creative. Keria, of course, he cooks a little bit harder. Both of them playing Spellbook in this first game. And Tarzan up towards this top side. It's the level 2 gank. Doran has to flash out, but down to the bot side. It's Kyle in a lot of trouble. Guma's looking. First blood is going to go to AL, but it's going to be traded back immediately. Hope now firing onto Guma. Will retreat. The action is hot and heavy. 2 minutes in, 2 kills on the board.
And it's fairly even in the bottom side. Both AD carries getting the kill credit there, but the difference in summoner spells is flash versus the barrier for the all-in.
A very tense moment across the rift. Tarzan looking for a very early play as Flandre gets low.
Doran in trouble, has no flash. Flandre does have his flash available, but he is incredibly low on mana. Guma very low also. And junglers could be in the area. It's a pause.
We get a little taste of the action. You like that taste?
That's an appetizer.
Uh-huh.
My goodness. Hopefully we can get a replay of that bot lane fight that we just had a kind of brief spectacle of, because while that was happening, you guys were talking about that top lane gank. Tarzan, super early on, wanted to make his presence known. And it felt like Ona already, he kind of adapted his pathing. He skipped past the wolves, he was threatening the top lane play, he saw that Flandre was looking to go to base, and he decided against it, instead clearing through the topside jungle instead.
Yeah, I mean, Wukong, you always expect just to do these full clears, look to power towards that level 6, but expecting Doran to play it very aggressively as he did and getting some value there, them getting the flash down on the Gwen really early on could definitely change this matchup and help out Flandre and help out AL with some push for the top side.
And I'm struggling to remember any level 2 ganks that I've seen at MSI. It feels like even level 3 ganks are relatively rare, so definitely giving up a little bit as far as the pace in the jungle, hoping that they can really swing that top lane matchup early.
And that's something that I value so highly with junglers, is adaptability and being flexible to the situation that you see within your lanes if they're trading that heavily to go and take a moment. But we'll see if you can get punished, because there is a reason those level 2 ganks are not very common. You can get behind and you can snowball against you.
So let's look back at what happened in the bot lane 2v2. So the early level 2 came through from Kyle and Hope. The hook connects onto Kyle, and an early exhaust from Hope means that this fight looks very advantageous towards T1's bot lane. But the Kai'Sa passive coming in really valuable there for AL meant that they were able to get that kill just before Kyle ends up dropping.
So the official reason on stage for the pause, some mouse issues on the T1 side. So we're going to hopefully get that sorted out very, very quickly. Hopefully have no further issues as we go forward. But of course, incredibly important for everything to be perfect in a match like this.
Wow, we really got to stock up on mice for this tournament.
We're back.
We have had some mice issues. All right, we are stocked up.
We'll walk in as Doran, he's in trouble already. Tarzan is back, and Tarzan claims another. AL are hungry in this early game.
It's Tarzan with the camp, the king of the jungle here, going top lane so hard. And look at the mini-map. During that, they had swapped over, so it is Owner and Keria up there, but it's already too late after the action has already finished.
AL with an effective early game plan. They get Doran's flash, and then they're able to find a follow-up gank. They find themselves with a small gold lead early. Shanks looking to get a nice trade off in mid lane.
And I have to say, that is so good for AL, for Tarzan. He actually doesn't lose out on any of his bot side camps there, because Owner was clearing from bottom up to top and then did part of his blue camps before getting there. Very, very good stuff for Tarzan. Of course, Owner is going to finish up his clear and still have his CS lead, but Doran will be in trouble.
I mean, it's huge. At worst, you maybe lose a scuttle. Faker gonna go in here. Keria looking, flash forward, flash out. The taunt just barely connects, and there's Keria. T1 will strike back in the mid lane.
Faker Galio sets it up. Carrier here, level 2 on the Nautilus, finds his way in, and they get their kill back.
AL committing their bot side towards top lane means that Kyle is not roaming around the map in the same way that Carrier is. Yes, he's losing out on some experience, but making plays like that happen is exactly what T1 needs.
Doran getting aggressive, but has he gone too far? He has the flash available, but AL are looking to chase him down, and Doran may have gone too far. Flash forward here from Hope, and is going to be able to knock him down. Feet of Warfare claimed by the LPL reps.
Their focus on Doran and getting his summoner early, and this pressure is paying off for AL.
A big overstep from Doran as he tries to take a fight that he just wasn't strong enough to take. He doesn't have his TP available. He's going to lose so much farm and experience as Flandre getting a bit of pressure put down onto him on the bot side of the map, but feeling pretty safe in this 2v1.
Yeah, the timing of that kill is so big. The cannon went down, a bunch of this wave just goes into the dirt in front of the tower. All right, we're going to look at more of these volatile areas because while Faker did blow his flash to set up the gank onto Shanks, he also defensively flashed there on the Annie. So there should be more returns towards mid lane. You can see there are 2 wards towards the top side, which are actually getting swept out at the moment, but bottom side is still clean for T1 and Carria's back.
And small correction, Doran, his flash is not actually up, so it wasn't actually available when he did go down there, even though it is showing as up. Yeah. Does not have it currently. And Doran just trying to crash this wave here, but Hope and Kyle not allowing him to do it, and Tarzan is behind him. Doran, though, playing far enough back, looks like he will be safe for now.
I mean, AL have a really nice free setup on the top wave. They can just keep it here. Doran is in a very awkward position. The good news for him is that his team is still getting stuff on the map. They do secure that dragon on the bot side, and now they can look to steal away some of Tarzan's bot camps and put some pressure onto Flandre. But Doran is just being suffocated from all this farm as AL find another good trade.
Yeah, it looks like T1 are going to send multiple people over to attack Flandre and force him off. But while they're taking away some camps from Tarzan's side, Tarzan is doing the exact same here on T1's jungle. He is camping that top lane so incredibly hard, splitting the map and taking away multiple camps.
Just play safe. The classic top lane experience. Neither of these guys can even get in range for experience. So it's going to be Kyle TPing down here, double TP to make sure that Flandre can grab this. Beautiful use of the early spellbook teleport there from Kyle, who gets down and makes sure Flandre cannot be dove there. Faker now face checking, is going to find 2 members from AL. Do they have the damage to knock down the Galio? Faker trying to kite it out. Looks like he just barely will be able to get back to the tower. Carrier arrives and Faker survives.
He just wanted to get a ward down. AL were looking to reset. They set up a trap, but they didn't quite have the damage. That early null magic mantle doing wonders. As Kyle and Carrier, they trade a bit. Shanks is going to need to catch this wave, and we find ourselves with another pause.
Everyone's switching to trackballs.
Clearly some peripheral issues that I expect we will get resolved very, very shortly. But my goodness, AL and T1 off to the races in this early game. It feels like that AL is getting the better ever so slightly, but T1 is not slowing down. They are cross-mapping appropriately. They did get that first dragon. They're putting what pressure they can on a Flandre, but as AL, just as you highlighted, they're doing a good job, AL, of making sure that Flandre still has access to that farm, recognizing that he's at risk of a dive. They commit the TP from the support, and they escort him through that wave to help get that push out. You expect that the grubs is going to be the next big point of contention. Resets are going to need to come through, and I would be surprised if T1 give that up without a fight.
Yeah, so far, Doran is the one losing out the most in this game. Tarzan lost out on a little bit of camps, but I think it was well worth the investment and the focus that they put early.
So the update on stage is that Doran is now having some mouse issues here. So we see the refs are there with him working through that. And hopefully we'll be able to get that sorted out here for us on stage very quickly.
I think, why is this jungler always attacking me? Why is my mouse messing up? Like,
yeah, you didn't see it, but Tarzan actually ran over and unplugged it.
Yeah.
It was a real-life gank after the camp.
It was the pre-game gank.
Yeah.
He's just so efficient with this pathing.
I know, that pathing is crazy. He's on a recall, he's running across stage, he's unplugging the mouse.
Genius.
Now, the biggest concern I would say that T1 have is that it's Hope that got all those kills. He got a kill in the bot lane 2 versus 2, and he gets the kill up on towards the top side against Doran. And so this Kai'Sa, who in the early game, you know, generally at her weakest point, doesn't have the strongest first item spike, is getting invested a lot of gold and is quickly ramping up. And we've seen what Hope is capable of doing when he gets some resources.
Exactly. I mean, just yesterday, he was so good against BLG. You know, when he got a lead, we saw him dominating. The Lucian game was stellar, but really the entire series, it felt like if he got an inch, he took a mile. And so definitely going to have to be on point here on the T1 side to prevent Hope from just getting out of control.
It's like everyone is staring at him at the moment. Like, okay, come on.
Of course, the pressure high. We are only in game 1. If you've just joined us, it's T1 versus AL. It is a fight for the finals of MSI. It would be a rematch for both teams against Gen G, who was able to get the better of both of them in epic, intense 5-game series.
Well, a lot of people have a lot of hopes for this series because both of these teams went 5 games versus Gen G. Both of them dealt with BLG in 3 games.
Yep.
So
only one of them has hope.
Exactly. There's only one hope on that stage.
But it's exciting, and it's just crazy to think like T1 definitely didn't have a bad spring split, but in terms of expectations coming into this tournament, so many thought that HLE would be the representative from the LCK alongside Gen G. And to see T1 coming into the tournament, a lot of the conversation that I was hearing was, regardless of what you think of their play, it's T1 at an international event, right? And I mean, that's just the pedigree that they've been able to earn themselves just because of how they always do level up. And it's no different at this tournament. They get to play on the patch for longer. They figure out the way in which they want to play, and they bring some of what they've established in the LCK, some of the new things that they've learned, and already they've just become a force to be reckoned with here at MSI.
They absolutely have, and they just seem to do it every single time. The regular season struggles, when they have them, don't seem to translate to international. It was the same story going into Worlds last year, and they walked away world champions. This team seems to thrive off of the doubt, thrive off of the struggle. It just makes them stronger.
Yeah, for like the whole year, everyone expecting HLE and Gen G to be the reps. But into this game, with some fresh mice in everybody's hands. And we've got our lanes finally answered and evened up.
And I wanted to talk a little bit more about the junglers, because already we've been seeing Tarzan have huge impact on the top side of the map. But it was Ona that so many people were talking about during T1's regular season. And Tarzan, ever since he joined AL, it feels like AL has completely changed their approach, the level of play that they've brought. And we got a really meaningful interview from Taba yesterday where he talked about how important Tarzan is to this team. Historically, the record favors Ona, and that was back in 2023 Worlds where they met in LNG versus T1.
Yeah, and that one was definitely a very rough one for Tarzan. Got flamed a lot for it. So it could be a very meaningful match here for him to get some revenge and redemption versus T1.
I mean, it was just so fun listening to Tabe speak about Tarzan. He couldn't say enough positive about him, talking about Tarzan being the guiding light for the team that leads them to safety, the captain of the team that they can always trust in. You can tell how tight of a relationship they have, how much this team really does believe in their jungler.
Yeah, you truly can. As, from all of the interviews with Tabe as well, talked about him a lot. This was after the games yesterday, but he also gave a long, in-depth interview with Dom and Yamato, and he talked about how at the beginning, Kael, he was very shy and had some problems with communication. And when Tarzan joined the team, he treated him like this younger brother. And since Tarzan's Chinese is so good, he really improved the communication there. And it's no wonder that those two have such good synergy within the game.
And they have become the best jungle support duo in the LPL. They have become incredible. And that is the fun, I think, of this Anyone's Legend team, where there's so many players with these improbable stories where it feels like, you know, they were overlooked or they were underrated or they were passed by other teams, by other players, and they've come together to be greater than the sum of their parts. Kyle here, potentially in trouble, is going to get hit by the deadly flourish. Hooks after, but it won't be more than just a trade there. Doran just fighting down here with Flandre, taking the worst end of these trades, just trying to stay relevant after these 2 early ganks that Tarzan used to put him quite behind.
Now, I will say I am a little surprised to see surprised rather to see AL so respectful towards the Grubs. This is an objective that this team absolutely loves. T1 though was able to get it pretty much uncontested. AL didn't put up much of a fight. Instead they've prioritized on farming through the jungle, wanting to work towards that first item. And as we were talking about in draft, when you see this AL comp, I feel like that they spike so nicely on that first item. The Trinity Force for the Wukong, the Malignants that we're expecting for Shanks. These champions, once they've got their ultimates online, when they're ready for the mid-game team fights, is something that T1 needs to be cautious of.
You were talking, Kobe, about how much burst Galio can do, and Faker is going to go for a damage item first. You know, has the mask here, is going to be building in, likely towards Riftmaker as we see that first item most often. But sometimes people will go tank into damage or just pure damage. So Faker here definitely wanting to bring that extra AP threat here alongside the rest of the dive that T1 is drafted for.
Yep, and he's got his early Merc treads to deal with the Annie setup as well. Can be very critical when you're looking at layering those CCs. The extra bit of tenacity can be just enough.
Nice hook does connect. Deadly Flourish is going to root, but buffered out there on the crash down by Kyle.
Ona just hovering around the bot lane to make sure they can get this push out. Notice that Faker has the push in mid as well. So T1 will be first to this objective. We look at the minimap and AL is in a position to contest. Both top laners should have their TPs available. X-Flash used by
He's
Carrier.
threatening, he's going to pop the ulti here onto Hope. Deadly Flourish is there, and here comes Faker's Hero's entrance. The CC not quite layered as Kyle is there for the peel. And Owner on the other side in a lot of trouble. Owner trying to survive, but he cannot do it. Tarzan has knocked him down. Carrier the target now. Tarzan flashes forward, Cyclone on 2. Faker next to fall. Doran in the midst of everyone. Can he turn it around? They get one back here as Guma claims the kill, but it is action after action here in game number 1.
Yeah, it ends in a 2-for-2. T1 start out the play trying to find the wraparound towards Hope and do get the kill, but it costs him 2 in the counter, and so nobody's going to be able to take the dragon. We'll have to see about the reset afterwards. And this is the look here. As the minion wave is getting pushed by Hope, Carrier finds the angle to wrap around, and they pull off the dragon because they have so many long-range abilities to follow up. Saw Guma go for the root, Galio ult comes in, but then Owner, who was trying to rotate with the rest of the squad, gets countered there by Shanks and Tarzan.
And then the TPs from the top lane has arrived. Tarzan wants to continue the chase. He gets a little too low as Guma's able to consistently dish out the damage. Doran, I thought that he was in so much danger on the backside, but he was able to create enough space between him and AL that he was able to get away to safety. Now T1 not slowing the game down.
Looking for a potential dive here. Carrier is behind him. Flandre in some trouble. Will he be able to kite it out? Flashes, sidesteps. Well done by Flandre. Survives the pressure. And I have to highlight Kyle in that previous fight. As Faker landed, Q-Flash stuns him to deny the taunt follow-up onto Hope. Kept his AD carry alive for much longer. Allowed him to put out that pressure in that fight. Kyle already looking good in this game number 1.
And look at T1's call. They made the effort to put so much more money into this Gwen. They're like, fine, on reset, they'll go for the dragon, but we will get so much more money. All these plates and solo tower gold for Doran. That was the attack point for AL early on in this game. Now Doran has actually taken the gold lead.
Much needed for Doran on the top side of the map. Feats of strength now in T1's favor. And Faker not really at risk of a dive. The minion wave wasn't stacked enough, and on this Galio, he feels tanky enough to be able to weather any pressure. T1 exerting across the map right now as they fully control the top side jungle, leveraging the commitment onto Flandre that they were able to invest, alongside setting up nice defense on the bot side. Yes, they will concede a lot of vision control, but no camps were stolen away. There is no cross map coming through from Tarzan, which means that Ona just finding those jungle advantages across the board.
T1 now only one objective away here from the upgraded boots. I think they're going to have their eyes on the Herald here, spawning in 50 seconds, which would get them the feats of strength.
And all that focus of gold into Doran resulted in his...
pop the ulti here onto Kyle. Deadly Flourish will not connect. Kyle looking like he might be able to get out. Tarzan could be in some trouble, blown over the wall. There's the flash forward, though. They're going to try to fully send it. Faker got interrupted on his ulti, though, by Shanks on the side. Faker, though, flanking. Tarzan's down. Kyle is sure to follow. Faker may get slowed, but he will not be stopped. Arrives all the same, and T1 are looking like they want more.
They don't have a minion wave to play with. I think a dive against Shanks would be very risky, but they are just buying time. They're trying to clear through the wave as quickly as they can. Shanks stuck between a rock and a hard place right now. He has nowhere to go.
Goodbye, Shanks! Goodbye!
Shanks will try as he might. The rest of the members are coming in here from AL. Can they get anything back? The CC is layered. Shanks gonna fall. Hope is in the area. Flandre takes a tower on the top side, but for now, no kills back.
Another tower is secured as well from T1. And just like that, they've ballooned the gold lead. They punish Tarzan's invade. He did not have the time or the agency to move into that bot side jungle and threaten that red. And T1 knew this. Look at the minimap. You can see the collapse is so much stronger because all of the T1 members are on this side of the map. There's no way for Flandre to get involved. Annie is forced to catch the wave, and T1, they leave no prisoners.
Yeah, T1 had really good timers there because Doran had just reset after spending all of that gold from the topside play. He had the fully finished Riftmaker, and they had plenty of long-range CC with the Nautilus, with the Jhin, to be able to punish the invade heavily.
They're just trying to keep everyone's heart rates down. It's getting a little bit too exciting. Everyone take a deep breath.
How many mouse jokes can we make, though? I think we're out.
Yes.
I think we are done. Baker smiling, though, after that. Of course, you know, them feeling the building of momentum here in game number 1.
I like hearing from interviews about Shanks coming into this matchup where even though he is such a Faker fan, he's talked about how he just needs to stay true to himself. Faker is just another opponent, and I feel like that he has had a lot of pressure thrown towards him so far in this game, and he's been doing his best, but on the side lane, it feels like T1 have been playing around Faker and collapsing on the pressure from this Galio.
Yeah, honestly, I've loved every Shanks interview that I have seen. My favorite one was the one he did with LPL English, where he rocks up with his red tinted sunglasses, and they ask him about this being his first international tournament. They're like, oh, Shanks, what sort of impression do you want to leave on the international fans now that you're on this big stage? And he gave a really based answer. He was like, you know what? I'm not too concerned with the impression that I leave on fans. What I really care about is being champion. He is focused on winning. He is focused on the game, on the competition, and that is what's got him through all of these years to rise up to the international stage. It is just actually based.
And he has been playing incredible here at MSI. I think he is one of, if not the best performing mid laner so far at the tournament. Shanks really has been delivering. Another update, it is another mouse issue for Doran, so he is getting that looked at once more.
Once we get it resolved, we will naturally get back into the game, and it's T1 that currently find themselves with the gold lead. They got a huge swing in momentum, and it really was just a punish on that Tarzan invade, because it's important to recognize that what was happening was T1 was setting their sights on that top tier 1. They threatened a dive onto Flandre. While they didn't get the pick, they funneled a huge amount of gold into Doran and kind of swung that matchup back in his favor. And that was their opportunity for AL to then invade on the bot side of the map, which they did. They got deep vision, they stole away the Krugs, and they were threatening a dive on a Faker, but without a proper wave to really push a dive on, there wasn't much of a play there. But then they left the jungle. Tarzan then went back to his other side of the jungle, but then moved back towards T1's side. And as Kobe, you were saying, it was a matter of the resets had already come through. He moved into an area of the map where T1 was already looking to reclaim control of, and T1, they just didn't waste any time. They immediately recognized the misposition and they punished it. And they converted it not only into 2 kills, but they got the bot tower, another kill on top of that, and now they find themselves with a 1.7k gold lead.
Yeah, and the reason why I liked T1's original top side play, where they send multiple members and they sacrifice the dragon, is because Doran, the Gwen, is actually a critical part of this team comp, plays a very critical role here as far as the extra damage that they're going to need towards the mid game and towards the late game. Because Galio and Jhin are very burst-centric, this Gwen has the opportunity to be such a big carry as we get to these team fights. And that's why it's so critical that we make sure his mouse is working.
You do need a mouse for League of Legends. Can confirm.
For now.
Oh, yeah. Ooh, ominous, Vedius.
I'm still
By the time Faker's risk give out, we have to have it where it's telepathic.
Yeah, I was going to say, you're going to get a chip in your head, you're going to get an uplink.
Faker at 85, winning his 94th tournament of League of Legends history.
So as you said, Azel, we're just taking a breather right now. The heart rates were very elevated. You could tell that the T1 fans in the audience, they were excited and they were tense. And that was just at the Bard hover, remember? Okay,
Sure.
It was already up and down right from the start of the draft. So the fact that T1 now leads this this early game, it's we've got to take that breather, take that opportunity to reset.
And I gotta say, this tournament I think has been way more competitive than I personally was expecting. Coming into it, I was worried that Gen G could possibly just run away with it. We saw HLE at first stand and how that looked, where they were not really challenged very heavily throughout that tournament. Then we had AL versus, Gen G. We had T1 versus Gen G, and you see not one team can challenge them, but 2 teams can challenge them, can push them to the brink in a best of 5. Gen G still undefeated on the year here, but both these teams one nexus away from changing that. And you have to think that both of these teams believe that if they get the rematch, they will be the ones hoisting the trophy.
Yeah, I mean, we have had the most full 5-game series of any international ever. It has been incredible to watch.
We're back. All right, everyone got a snack, got their drinks. We're ready for some more League of Legends here. As T1 looking very good in this early game. 1.8K is the advantage, just 15 minutes in, and one objective away from claiming feats here.
Now, of course, supports play a vital role for both of these teams. But what's impressed me already in this game one is Carrier has been involved in every single kill that T1 have been able to find. He has been leaving Guma isolated in a side lane so that he can roam around the map. He's been working closely with Faker specifically to try and attack Shanks, and so far in this game they've succeeded, finding himself with a 0-2-1 scoreline. Hope is the player that's just kind of been picking up these kills where he can in the exchanges, but right now across the board it is T1 that find themselves with the gold lead. A large part of that is because of these 2 towers that they were able to secure, and with the 3rd dragon on the horizon, both teams will be setting their sights on looking to grab that objective for themselves.
It is good that you mention Hope though, because he just did his 2-item power spike. Now with the Rage Blade, the Kaisa very capable of making some of these pick plays. AL, they have so much CC on their team to set him up with Plasma. So if they can control some vision here, that would be the first step in opening up an area on the map to be able to make that pick with. Kyle himself going to try and do that, but as you can see, very good vision toggle by the observers. T1 have made it difficult for them.
They really have, and Hope, as you said, on those 2 items, because he has the free boots. Guma on the other side has slightly more gold, but he did not have free boots, did upgrade those steel caps to try to survive the dive that he knows is going to be coming for him.
20 seconds now until the Dragon. And while AL have good vision control, it's T1 that have the pressure on the waves. Mid and bot have both been pushed in. Doran now making his way towards the river with the rest of his team. Shanks needs to go back to base, spend what gold he can, and now he's going to TP towards the middle lane. Going to pick up an amp tone, so a bit of extra AP as now the contest over this mid wave begins.
Yeah, he's sitting on 3 charges of his passive, so he can just shield in with his speed, look for the big stun play. The wards are there for T1, but the approach for AL is here.
T1 pulling back out. Carrier just uses heal to swap over to that exhaust, so has it ready for the fight. AL drop the Herald mid and are looking. Tarzan going forward, trying to get some poke down here as T1 forcing the flash out of Tarzan there as Carrier came through with the dredge line. Both teams posturing for position, but it is Faker on the side.
Faker's done a good job of keeping that bot way push. Kyle goes in.
Go in, and they're trying to turn around the other side. Faker going in with the hero's entrance. Knocks up to Tarzan in trouble, but is kiting back. Kyle now gonna have to flash out. Guma opens up. Kyle is the target. Can he survive? He's still alive for now. Shanks and Hope turning the fight around. It's AL pulling victory from the jaws of defeat.
T1 over-chased the enemy support. Kyle reels them in under the tower, and AL have control of the Dragon area.
AL going to start this one off as they find a winning fight against T1. Shanks' Annie was huge in that choke point. T1, oh, Carrier.
Carrier is here.
Yes, Smite. Oh, not going to be able to steal it. Carrier's now in a bit of danger as he finds himself in a 1v1. T1 trying to keep the rest of AL in the mid lane. Flash comes through from Flandre, forcing them back a little bit. But all right, a very tense affair between AL and T1.
Incredibly, and Dragon number 2 going AL's way, putting a stop to the momentum that T1 had been building is critical here. Plus, for the next consecutive play, now there is no flash on Doran. Of course, Tarzan got his blown really early there as well, so the Wukong got reduced a lot in viability for that team fight. And that probably is one of the reasons why T1 did chase it so heavily.
Yeah, I mean, the fight start for T1 looked fantastic. The Galio ultimate hit onto like 3 members. I thought that once the engage from Kyle came through, Hope was immediately going to dive onto the backline. Tarzan was going to come through. Again, we'll get a chance to see it. Look at this follow-through that comes from Faker. As Kyle gets the engage, the immediate backline response. Hook connects onto Tarzan. 3-man knockup from Carrier. The follow-up ulti means that AL is completely separated from Kyle. But then as he flashes away, T1 overstep a little too far, and then Shanks drops the 2-man stun. The Tibbers comes through. Hope comes from over the wall to pick up a kill. Gets the shutdown as well onto Ona.
Yeah, T1 were just split on 2 sides of that large wall. Carrier even walking into the tower to try and get over there to them, but that 2 combo, quite nice. T1 still able to get the mid tower though in the aftermath. They still have their gold lead, and Otacon is on the map, so you have to believe they're going to rotate over, control the vision, and try and force some sort of face check.
Off the back of that fight though, AL did claim the upgraded boots. T1 though, as they often do, starting up the Otacon here. Flandre is now in base, has the teleport available. Will AL get here in time? Hope and Shanks are trailing, and T1 is killing this fast. Teleport now coming in here from Flandre. Will T1 look to turn, or will they try to finish? Shanks now repositioning on the side, will be spotted by T1 as Kyle moves forward, stuns up Doran. Doran in some trouble from the Magnet Storm. The Deadly Flourish is going to connect as Guma opens up, and Tarzan has stolen the Otacon. AL trying to just run out, but now Hope is there. Hope's going to be hit by the exhaust, goes in aggressively, but it's Guma now, free. It's Guma firing. It's Hope in some trouble. He's getting locked down by Baker, but Hope is just taking over. Hope will not be stopped. It's a triple for the Kaisa as Hope goes crazy.
It's the Hope of the LPL. He's able to gain so many kills in the aftermath, and because Tarzan's smite hits true, they're able to get the advantage here. Hope still has the advantage.
T1 came so close to killing Hope, but just barely. He was able to navigate his way through the fight and walk away with a triple kill. 8-1 on the Kai'Sa as the TP collapse response from T1.
This is Carrier TPing in with the Summoner's Spellbook here. Hope just going to try to turn around on Doran. Doran is getting very low to these minions. Has to be careful. Carrier does arrive. Hope going to try to outplay the passive auto, the hook, the shutdown. It's 1K in the bag for Doran. Survives with a sliver of health.
The Krug Lord learned how to play on the edge of his health bar. No Krugs, no Wolves, no problem.
We look at this fight, and it's Kyle again with an engage. The hook from Carrier hits onto the Otacon, but he does get the ultimate onto Hope, forcing him out of the fight. Doran's able to do so much damage onto the front line as the Galio engage comes through. But this choke point, Shanks drops a big stun, forcing T1 to retreat. But T1 don't really care because Guma's doing so much damage on the backline. And look at the positioning of Hope. Everything is thrown at him. He flashes away from the damage of the Galio. Shanks just barely able to get the damage off to secure that kill on the backline as Hope walks away with a triple kill.
Yeah, Hope made sure that Shanks was going to live after that one, chasing off the rest of T1. Guma had to retreat. Now, as we get back out into the action, though, we'll see about the reset. So many flashes blown in that last fight. There will be vulnerabilities here, so it puts so much importance on the vision setup. And right now, you can see Owner is moving in with Doran.
Going to be spotted. And Tarzan looking here. Will they find the engage? Doran going to have to try to kite back. Is going to be knocked up by the Cyclone. Shanks cannot get in range just yet, and Tarzan now in trouble. Owner's going to go forward to follow. Doran's incredibly low, but he's still surviving. Owner running now as Kyle arrives, and here comes Hope, and that might be the end of the hope for the fight for T1 as they have got to run. This Kaisa is on a roll, and Kyle is going to get sped up. Knocks in Guma. Another will fall. 3 kills for AL. Wherever Hope goes, T1 has none.
Hope shines bright as T1 look for a pick onto Tarzan. The collapse comes through thanks to the Kai'Sa ultimate, and he picks T1 apart once more.
10 kills on that Kai'Sa. 3 items completed already. He is going to destroy them, and that's Dragon number 3. That is Dragon Soul points. Here's another look at the 2v2 that started out. They wanted again to go for Doran here and get him incredibly low. T1 get their kill, but look at the reinforcements. Hope flies in on the Kai'Sa, is able to play off the setup.
And you can see that Shanks was hesitant to drop his combo right from the start because of that Gwen invulnerability that she's provided. And that meant that because he hesitated so long, Doran was almost able to get away to safety. But as you said, Hope comes in just at the right time. And while the kills are very close, the gold is very close. All of the gold is basically sitting on Hope, as the rest of T1 will still find ways to navigate these upcoming fights.
But as we watch these replays, Ale is picking up dragons. They are now on Soul Point here, and it is Cloud Soul, incredibly powerful for a lot of the champions that they are running.
Okay, so when you have an AD carry that's super fed, what do? Vi ult and Nautilus ult are very good tools at trying to shut down that Kai'Sa. So we will be looking at Hope's flash, at Hope attempts to survive.
Hope has that Terminus and likely going to build towards GA next. You have to think to try to answer all of this dive. You know, Zhonya's would be another option, but he is not going that route. Does have the BF, and I'm assuming that is going to be the GA.
You can see that Shanks is hesitant to push out that top lane, even though AL are all hovering around the topside jungle, and that's because he recognizes how quickly the collapse from T1 can be. With Ona on this Vi and Faker who can quickly follow up, Baron is going to be started, and this will be spotted out.
The T1 Classic, when the stakes are high, they go to these objectives, they force their opponents to respond. Bondre on the other side of the map is going to teleport. AL are here. Doran threatening a flank on the side. Tarzan moving in, but Keria is marking him. Will T1 just try to finish it? Looks like they're going to turn for the fight. Keria in trouble in the front line. Ona's going to the back line, but Tarzan is turning the fight around. T1 go into the meat grinder. They stand no chance at all. It is 4 kills for AL.
They throw everything at Hope. They put as much CC down as possible, yet it is still not enough to take him down. He doesn't pick up a kill, but the rest of AL is there to support him, and now they're running through the base.
AL on the march here, looking to put the finishing touches on this game. T1 went for the Baron, but AL have eyes on their Nexus. Flash forward, there's the flash out and the barrier from Guma, but he's got nothing to do about this. No way to stop AL. They will claim game 1 off of a heroic performance from Hope.
T1 got the early lead, but AL come out in fight after fight after fight, and they retake control.
I mean, AL's team fighting is just crazy, and you have to say that Hope is the backbone of it. This man is so difficult to take down, and it's AL that lead the series 1-0.
What can you say? LPL Kai'Sa's, man, they just hit different.
Incredible stuff here in game number 1 to set the tone for our Fearless draft. We have a long way to go in this one. We'll see about the responses, about the changes heading into game number 2.
We now have Lore standing by with Coach Tabe to get his thoughts on game 1.
Tabe, thank you so much for joining me after this game 1. Any comments on T1 for this one?
They were a really strong team, and I think today our game, anyone would win. So we really had to push all our limits and to strive our best.
Now, any comments on Hope and this amazing performance on Kai'Sa?
Because enemy has Nautilus, Bai, and Galio. They are very serious engaged, but Kai'Sa has really good capability on avoiding all the engagements, so all the engage. So I was very amazed by Hope's performance, and I think today Hope will carry.
Spectacular game 1, Tabe. Thank you so much. I'm going to let you join your team. Shanks, what do you have?
I agree with the man. That's why he's a kingmaker. He knows what positions to put his players in, and he gives them the trust that they will carry. And Hope did. This is a true carry performance that we've not seen many of this MSI, Emily.
Yeah, and it's so amazing for Hope to be the one to really step up here, right? Because looking at this team, we're like, okay, we can see standout performances from a lot of the other players. Hope's been consistently good. This is his first breakout insane performance, and what a way to do it in game 1 against T1.
And it's not as if they didn't try to stop him.
No.
Like Tabe said, there was Vi, Galio, the amount of times they tried to just stick onto him, but he just narrowly escapes. So it's important to actually focus on the first replay, and thanks to the reliable Cisco network, every second counts, and he made it count around this team fight right here.
Yeah, and as you see, T1 initially looked like they are going to have the setup here, right? Like, Kyle does go in, but then Keria is able to get on the back line there. Galio comes through from Faker. Kyle has to flash out. This looks like a great setup, right? I want to call out Shanks here because it's kind of weird to say that someone is cracked on Annie, but I think Shanks' Annie is actually amazing. I feel like he's always stunning people in really key target situations in so many of these team fights, and it allowed Hope to have so much space in a lot of these fights where he ended up getting kills.
Yeah, and it was just that snap engage that they had immediately. Sure, recognizing that T1's overstepping with 2 members, but it was Kyle's immediate engage into the Annie ulti. Kaisa also just like moves over around like the wall just to be able to like free fire onto 2 members. And by the way, early game, Kaisa was getting fed. The early kill that happened bot lane in the 2v2, and then the frozen wave when they were the 2v1 into Doran, all of this set up for his success in this game.
Can I ask you about the 2 compositions and why initially it looked very good for T1 in terms of how they're willing to play these, use the Galio ult as more of an offensive tool, right, to get the taunt in? Where did their composition break apart? Was it just that Kaisa was so fed? Because it seemed like even in the intricacies of the engages, they just couldn't get them off.
A little bit of that, and I think the goal lead was starting to expand for T1 because not only did they get the full tower top side and they weren't able to get dove down bot side, and then they were basically punishing the invades that they were starting to see from AL, but that Otacon fight that they were fighting into the corridor and really couldn't access the backline, like that was allowing Kaisa to just free fire. And that to me was the reason that kind of broke the game open. They were fighting into a tri-bush that they couldn't really enter.
Yeah, and so many things go wrong here for T1, despite the fact that, again, like Raz said, they are in a good position. They've set the map up pretty well. They're going to take this Otacon, and a few things go wrong in that Tarzan actually is able to get in, right, with the smite. So he's able to get the smite. The fight still looks kind of good. Maybe they can play with range. And then just watch Hope in this fight. Again, it ends up being so close, and the key here is Shanks.
Wow.
Like, he is constantly stunning up these targets for Hope to be able to go in and clean them up. And this is really how this composition wants to work. We take a look at our 2 bot laners here. Hope with the 10-2-4 scoreline coming out of that one.
Absolutely insane, and we set up in the pre-show how important this was for Hope. The fact that he does want to get revenge specifically versus T1, but he also just wants to get this big win for himself. And Guma with his own issues this year, and the fact that he wasn't even considered a starter at some points.
Yeah, I want to reiterate for Hope, again, this is someone who has been good, but his teams are always like, oh, but we found someone better, right? And we talked about T1 kind of taking JDG out in 2022. Hope was on that roster, ends up getting replaced. He has so much to prove. So for him to be the one who is the carry in this game is just such a great story.
It is, and if you just look at this game, like, I think T1's going to be kicking themselves with the lead that they were able to get, especially being able to play the sides, I think, a little better than AL. It was just about team fights, and I feel like that has been the word of the tournament. Like, team fighting is everything, and you need to be able to execute. The lead that he got in the early game really started to snowball.
Yeah, it's been amazing to see from any of our teams, really, but specifically in this matchup. We've been spoiled already in game 1 with how incredibly back and forth it was, but T1 don't come up with the W in this first one. It is AL that goes into game 2 with that lead, and we'll be right back with that game.
Hunter in the dark. Master of 9 shots. Oppo Find X8 series. Powerful camera, powerful AI.
do it again. Watch me win, then watch me do it again.
What a car. Living the dream, huh?
Sweet dreams are made of this. Who am I
Okay, I get it now.
Sweet dreams are made of this.
Contain me. Hall of Fame on my mind, they cannot contain me. I know that I can't stop now. There ain't no way I'm giving up. Won't back down. I've come too far and I know I'm gonna act out until I'm standing on the top. They hear me now. They hear me now. Let them know. Nothing can hold me back. Hold me back. You can try, but you can't. Hold me back. Nothing can hold me back. Hold me back. You can try, but you can't. Hold me back. Nothing can hold me back. I'll give it all I got to succeed. Ain't no way of stopping what I'm destined to be. I'm here for greatness. I was made for more. I got my focus sure. Heart is ready, mind is right. Take flight, watch me soar. I won't stop now. There ain't no way I'll ever quit. My life loud. They try to hold me back, but I won't lie down. This is something they can't deny. The truth's out. I got that fire now. Let them know. Nothing can hold me back. Hold me back. Try, but you can't. Hold me back. Nothing can hold me back. Hold me back. You can try, but you can't. Hold me back. Nothing can hold me back.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around. As Kyle moves forward, stuns up Doran. Doran in some trouble from the Magnet Storm. The Deadly Flourish is going to connect as Guma opens up. And Tarzan has stolen the Otacon. AL trying to just run out, but now Hope is there. Hope's going to be hit by the exhaust, goes in aggressively, but it's Guma now, free. It's Guma firing. It's Hope in some trouble. He's getting locked down by Baker, but Hope is just taking over. Hope will not be stopped. It's a triple for the Kaisa as Hope goes crazy. Welcome back for game number 2, AL versus T1. That first game, nothing else can be said, but it was explosive. That game was amazing.
And I think we're going to get more of that. Lots of team fighting, lots of skirmishes between these two teams. So it should be action-packed for the duration here.
I'm excited. when these junglers get their hands on some playmakers, you know the magic is going to happen with both Vi and Wukong already taken out of the pool. Xin Zhao naturally rises in priority. The Pantheon was an early ban coming through from AL. And also that Poppy, that Trundle, those two responses to specific picks. We're very excited to see where they fall in the draft priority. And let's not forget, Azir and Talia, the most prominent mid laners that we've seen banned in Game 1. Will they fall to the wayside as we jump into our draft, presented by Omen and HyperX?
Exactly. Let's see, with some of the picks out, still so many of the power picks available. Okay, Talia banned again, should require the Azir response. As expected, usually not wanting to give one without the other, unless you wanted to do some weird Poppy stuff and try and get 2-for-1 value there, because Poppy is another one of those ones that is left up and could be flexible to jungle or support, and is a very good answer.
The Varus ban comes through from AL. So far the bans are very similar to what we saw. We are just missing that Azir that you were talking about, Kobe. T1 taking their time, thinking about how they want to close this one out. What will their priority be here in the draft? Remember, Rumble with Galio gone naturally rises in priority as well. Jarvan taken out of the pool, something we've seen Tarzan work with and have a lot of success with as well.
And has a lot of synergy with Rumble.
Yeah.
So maybe looking to break that up.
This will be the Rumble priority here for T1.
Yeah, Rumble up and available, Rise another one, but it does feel like it is an angle for that potential Rumble first pick if T1 wants to go for it.
Yeah, quite a few options still left up as far as the bottom lane, and they do slam down the early Lucian here. So Braum has been super duper popular as the pairing, even oftentimes surpassing the Namis and the Milios of old, which definitely does kind of put you into a more counter-engage and defensive mindset, but it has a very flexible outlook. So let's see what the exchange is going to be. This would put a lot of this would dissuade you a bit from picking the Xin in that case, because then Trundle is very good into Xin, and some of the AD jungles have been kind of whittled away here already pretty early on.
My instincts are that AL might just slam a Sion. Oh, okay. Could also be the early Yorick. We did see this come through in their series yesterday, I want to say. And I mean, it's a big comfort pick for Flandre. In the matchup against Bin, he actually fell behind a little bit, but then he came back and had a huge impact later on in the game.
And so oftentimes you'll see either the Sion, Jax, maybe Cho'Gath into that one here. You could still do Renekton as well. One of the nerfs to Yorick for this patch for MSI was the armor. And so you do have a couple more of those options.
And one of the things I like about the Trundle pairing with it is it's dissuading you from going towards the Cho'Gath and the Sion, which are two really stable, strong answers to the Yorick.
I'm thinking about AL just locking something like a Rakan here as well. When you go for the blind Braum, obviously it's a fantastic pairing alongside the Lucian. Faker's Rise. These do feel like a lot of denial picks, but we saw a composition similar to this come through from T1 in their series against Gen G.
And instantly, another denial, you know, taking away the Orianna from Faker. He's like, okay, fine, you're going to take my Rise, I will take your Orianna here. Both teams here really utilizing the fearless aspect of it, but that leaves up in doubt what is going to be the answer into Flandre's Yorick at the top side. They actually don't even protection ban it early on here, going for the Nocturne instead, which Owner has played a bunch of.
Yeah, I guess they, as Azel was already saying, they're not worried about the tank responses just because the Trundle already locked in. And instead they're worried about the potential dive against an Orianna. Like front to back is probably the style of play that they want to be playing. They can also like round things out with an Ezreal. You'll notice that T1 also recognizing that support pool and wanting to remove the Rakan as a possibility. I wonder if something like the Leona may also be taken away, or if instead they might want to get rid of an AD carry option to limit some of Hope's options. But you can see that Jack's something that Flandre did play into when he played against Bin, and the matchup can be quite difficult, especially if that Jax gets ahead early.
Okay, any more support options they're truly worried about playing into? Okay. The Alistar here instead.
Generally, I consider Braum good into the Alistar, but I guess they are worried about just giving Kyle the ability to engage, wanting to limit some of the ways that he starts fights. Right now, the Karma hover, really good matchup into the Braum, and they're going to lock that in. Screams to me something like an Ezreal to come through from the side of AL.
It also screams to me that AL are not going to have a lot of hard engage at all for themselves. Going to rely on some pretty good shockwaves and going to rely on really playing the map. They're so good since they've used Flandre's Yorick so often, but having a bottom lane that is going to be heavy pressure, double poke there with the Karma instead of getting in their engage.
We've seen the Lee do well into the Trundle just because of the mobility that the champion has. And Ona, I mean, he's a very well-known Lee Sin player. He did bring it out in Game 5 against Genji. He had a great start, but then he had that blunder around the Otacon where he stepped too far and walked into the traps. You also mentioned the Renekton earlier, Kobe. That does seem to be the direction that Doran is thinking, and he will lock it in. So a pretty powerful skirmish composition coming through from T1 with things like the Renekton, Lee Sin, and Braum. If Kerry can get out onto the map, like the 2v2s, 3v3s are monstrous.
They have a tremendous amount of CC, between the Rise, the Braum passive, the Renekton stuns. They really can be powerful, as you say, but definitely some potential concerns as you get towards the later stages of the game. Can you actually lock down this Ezreal? Do you have enough hard engage to really get in there? Because you are dependent upon flanks, you're dependent upon getting in with someone like the Renekton or a kick flash onto the Ezreal who can be hard to lock down.
I completely agree. I think that AL's composition is straightforward, and I like the approach that they've gone for. I will say across the board, the engage is quite low. I will give the range advantage to AL simply because they have the Ezreal, the small amount of poke that can also come through from the Yorick. But patience, I think, is going to be key when it comes to playing these fights. And control of the side lanes is going to be super important, because you think about things like the Rise ultimate being able to potentially set up a pick onto those side lanes.
I mean, it's such a different draft than Game 1 for both sides. Both sides are very low on hard engage. Last game we had so many ways to start fights out. Nautilus, Wukong, all of these ways to full send it. This time, teams are going to have to be more creative. It's going to be about the setup. It's going to be about the angles of attack.
Yeah, Flandre only has a single game on the Renekton so far this year. Of course, he's played it throughout his career, a very long career, but we'll get into it with Game 2 being so important.
Jumping into Game 2. Keeping an eye on early vision, always super important. You'll notice Flandre making his way towards the bot lane will drop the ward for his bot laners. AL know they have solid range, but against the Braum in the early skirmishes, you have to be extremely careful.
And it is going to be Spellbook again here for Keria. Loves playing it, really does fit his style. Such a creative and flexible support player. And Doran here sneaking in behind Tarzan. Has not been spotted just yet, and I don't even think they actually had vision of that ward going down.
You're
so
right,
Doran being very sneaky here will net them a little bit of additional information that Ale is not wise to.
Sneaky Doran. Oh, a classic.
And he's still alive after all.
Oh my god. You know, there may very well be League players today that have no idea who TSM are.
That's fair. Congratulations, though, to Guma and Owner. They're passing Maple and Peanut for 8th all-time, 145 international games played. Still seems interesting to me. Like, it doesn't quite compute in my brain that these T1 players are now such veterans of international play, because every time they show up, they have such deep runs.
Exactly, and they've created such a large fandom, with everyone really following the long journey that they have had. The journeys for the junglers in this game are both going to be top towards that bottom. Of course, the deep ward that we saw placed up by the Raptor pit will alert T1 to Tarzan's pathing.
Exactly. I'm curious as to how Ona will respond as the poke continues to come through. Early heal used by Carrier to sidestep some of the poke coming out from Hope. As Faker also just getting some nice trades in the middle lane. So T1 with push in mid and top. On the bot side of the map, it is Gumayushi and Carrier that are being put underneath their tower.
There are a lot of histories, a lot of stories between the players on these teams, but also the coaches. Tabe has been around for a long time and has faced down T1 internationally a number of times, both as a player and as a coach.
That was back when he was on Royal Club as a player, playing with Uzi. And as a coach, has had more success much more success.
I mean, 7-9 versus T1 is better than almost anyone does. This is a team that just wins time and time and time again.
I will say I like what Tabe has cooked up for AL. Doran looking for a trade once more against Flandre. The back and forth between the two top laners as they're left isolated. Keeping my eyes on the junglers. The full clears are about to complete, and here we go.
Owner is heading down, but Tarzan in the area as well. Both junglers will spot each other. Guma, nice little trade here onto Hope. Owner scrapping with Tarzan on the other side as Keria goes forward. Can't connect on the winner's bite. Kael gets the root here. It does connect onto Guma. Owner heavily losing out in that fight, but will be able to just back it off. It will mean scuttle control on the bot side for AL.
Yeah, really have to respect that Trundle. So he's going to be able to finish off this one. Owner actually going to make a pass through mid lane while Tarzan actually finishes the Scuttle Crab, running up to the second one so he doesn't get Scuttle Crabbed here. Should be fine there. Then the option usually for the Trundle is try and just place down a Trinket Ward by Raptors to see the second Raptor spawn so you can be there for the second timer, because Trundle is so good at going for 1v1s and invades. Lee Sin, of course, with the mobility, gets to choose a lot of the time the actual fight that you take. Flandre low under tower.
Flandre incredibly low. We'll see if they can set up the dive here, pushing in. Flandre, they'll have the stun. Doran can set it up. Can Flandre look for the outplay here? There's the stun. There's the Sonic Wave and the resonating strike. It's first blood for Owner.
Great stun setup there. Very easy for Doran's Renekton under the tower. An efficient route here too for Owner. Now he can just go for his reset as his camps are respawning.
Tarzan was able to get an earlier base off, but I mean, that was a consequence of, Shanks. He gets very low, sidesteps nicely though, gets away to safety. Phase Rush helping him out with that one. But yeah, I mean, not more else to say really on that top side play. Doran now going to be sent towards the bot side of the map. He's going to match into the Ezreal as Flandre's wave in a very awkward spot. The question mark ping coming through from AL on that top side. They're expecting the swap to come through, and his wave is just in a very dangerous position because of T1's ability to freeze it and potentially deny Flandre a lot of farm.
And this is the benefit they get. They pull off that dive on top side. They had the crash wave, so Flandre had to TP immediately back up to try to fix that wave, but Guma shows up alongside Keria, and we'll see if they can actually hold this wave off the tower. Looks like Guma does want to thin the wave and potentially threaten that freeze.
Meanwhile, it's just going to be the rotation over for the bottom side. Ezreal laning into Renekton now, keeping it safe. Doran going for a little scouting mission down there first, making sure there's no extra pressure to come through since they know both junglers heading towards this area.
T1 playing with their pressure well though, going to start off this dragon immediately thanks to Doran and Faker getting pushed in their respective lanes.
And because they've got the early support rotation here, Keria rotating over since Karma is showing so much in top side of the map. They know they've got it locked down, and will be dragon number 1 for T1.
Similar to what we saw in game 1. T1 able to secure that first dragon as well. So small advantages beginning to be built by T1 here in the early game. They're playing around their push well, they're punishing the HP bars where they can. And they're starting off strong, and I would say this is kind of what we expected based on the draft. Faker and Doran able to get that early push in against their counterpart. The ulti comes through from Faker.
Faker with the Realm War. Flandre in trouble, has the flash. Will he be able to kite out? Doesn't look like it. He's going to get stunned up, and I don't even think it's worth using that flash. Guma Yushi gets the kill, and the Maiden is going to be on cooldown for a very long time.
AL targeted Doran in the previous game so heavily, and T1 actually going to go for both sides of the map.
Owner is here, and Kael is gone. Hope is running for the hills. Will he be able to get out to safety? Doran waiting for the cooldowns. Owner backing off. T1 happy with what they have gotten.
Just like that, T1 pick up 3 kills across the map. We talked about how you have to be very careful of this Ryze ultimate, and Faker doesn't waste any time. They've been utilizing their pressure so well. They collapse onto Flandre, who's isolated in the top lane, and they punish Kael on the bottom lane as well. A 1k gold lead, 7 minutes in.
There's been a lot of talk about Faker and his laning phase not being as strong as it has been in the past, but this guy knows how to win games. He is always in the right place at the right time, doing whatever it takes to enable his teammates to get the win.
Yeah, very active for T1, making plays on both sides of the map simultaneously. And I used Osman, and on the reset timer, Owner going towards the bottom side, getting one there as well. T1 building another early lead. AL's team fighting has been so good though, so they'll look to try and take it back once we get to the mid game.
Not a lot of engaged tools here though, so Tarzan can show up, but as long as T1 respect the fact that he is there, there's no Alistar to set him up, there's no Nautilus to lock them down. You know, it requires an overextension from T1 to really get chased down and killed. And so AL instead will start up the objective.
Bit of damage being thrown down onto carriers. Ona tests the waters. The grubs being collapsed on by T1. Here comes Doran as well from the river.
Yeah, Doran is running up here. Tarzan gonna be able to grab the first one. Kyle looking at Owner, goes in. Owner jumps back out, safeguard to safety. Tarzan has to flash as Faker and Guma were putting the pressure on. Tarzan just barely able to survive. There's the shockwave coming in, but Carrier throws up the wall and does survive. KL now in trouble. Baker trying to get in range here. Can't quite finish him off. A lot of low health bars, but no one goes down. And someone is going to have to answer Flandre in the bot lane because no one has TP right now from T1. So instead, they will try to keep the pressure on top here. Doran is behind him. They know that they're going to give up plates on bot side. Will T1 try to force the dive? Doran, if he's going to go, he has to stop that recall now. Kyle incredibly low, flashes forward, gets one. Can he get in range for the slice? The dice, the stun, the croc is here, and he is hungry.
It's Doran extending the play. He was pushing mid lane, then goes up through the jungle here, as you say, to trap them behind the secondary tower. They do sacrifice something on the bottom side, a little bit of turret plate money to Flandre, but very worth for T1.
T1, 5 kills to 0. We're not even at the 10-minute mark, but they are looking to skirmish. They are looking to fight where they can. We talked about it in the draft, how this Braum can provide so much value in these extended fights. And after chipping away at AL's HP bar, they knew that they could chase for more. A healthy gold lead, the Dragon spawning in about 1 minute and 15 seconds, and T1 in a fantastic position here in the early game.
Doran at the center of much of the action here, involved in all but one of the kills. Significant gold lead, even though he gave up some plates and CS on the bot side to make that move. He's been put in a position to succeed here, and the pressure will be on him to do so.
Yeah, meanwhile, into the side lanes here for Faker, for Rise. Comfortable position as they have Carrier kind of rotating over. There's plenty of vision for Shanks, so it shouldn't fall under any pressure, but is going to start to be fairly difficult for AL as they move in and get those deeper wards through the jungle. Owner now going to replace some of his own.
Area sitting on that spellbook Ghost. Could give him an opportunity to go a little bit more aggressive if he sees one. But for now, both teams, I think, content to just continue farming here. And T1 does feel like they're in much better position around this dragon. They have the vision control in the river, but AL does have a couple of deep wards. So we'll at least be able to spot a potential approach from T1 if they go for it.
Oh no, with the Sundered Sky finished means that he is so strong on this Lee Sin. Notice that he's just abandoned his topside camps, made a beeline towards the bot lane, with Tarzan being spotted on the top side as well. There should be an uncontested dragon that T1 will start immediately. Good vision coverage around the river, and Carrier recognizes he doesn't need to be around the dragon, so instead he can make his way towards top, try and prevent the dive.
And T1 are calling Carrier over to help Doran defend.
Doran in a lot of trouble, pops the ulti, slices out to safety. Carrier goes in, hits the ulti. Tarzan in trouble, but Flandre is the one tanking the turret for now. Carrier pops the Ghost just to get there in time and use the flash to help save Doran.
Great allocation of resources here from T1. Braum is so good at defending. They call for the rotation from Carrier. He gets there initially, and that's going to be enough. They will hold it while taking the dragon.
Shanks in trouble, shockwave connects onto Faker, but Shanks has nowhere to go. Tanked up by Faker, knocked down by Owner. Another successful play in the side lanes from T1.
They extend it to 6 kills, and AL is getting nothing on the cross map. A few camps are being stolen, but Doran is just a monster. And with Carrier at his back, this play feels impossible for AL.
T1 in a fantastic spot, reading the movements here, and now Tarzan in some trouble, has no flash, and he's got nowhere to go. You have to think, slowed down, stunned up, and Carrier takes him down, but on the other side, Doran gets knocked down by Kyle and Flandre. Flandre, though, potentially has overextended here. Guma gonna look for the chase. He's sped up by Kyle. Can Carrier connect on the winner's bite? He can. He is slowed down. Guma trying to get in range. The dash not there just yet. Looks like they will be able to walk it out.
Yeah, a little bit of an overextension there. Tarzan goes really deep into the jungle, but because Guma had not fully recalled, he gets punished. They get the extra kill, and that means they could push back out for more turret plate money here. At least a little bit of tower damage.
Kuma feels confident in the 1 versus 2. He doesn't even have carrier near him.
Got it.
But with how strong he is on the Lucian, he is now level 9. Hope just ticking over as well. I mean, T1 is accelerating this game at a rapid pace. 13 minutes in, the kills are 7-1. And bear in mind, while Tarzan was on the top side trying to make a play happen, he was able to steal away a Grom. Oner just took his entire bot side jungle. He has nearly a full level over Tarzan right now on this Lee Sin. He's continuing to ramp up. And it feels like that as we get closer to this Herald, this 3rd dragon, T1 can just force these fights that AL is not strong enough to contest just yet.
They absolutely will, and they already have the feats of strength, have those upgraded boots through here for T1. A lot of magical footwear though, so not a lot of value grabbed from it just yet, but will be coming through soon, you have to think, as Tarzan in the area, trying to see if Dorian would go too aggressive. But Oner and Keria are here as well. Tarzan will spot them. Kyle there, trying to keep him safe. Tarzan now is the target, will be able to back up. Nice pillar, buying some time as Keria will pop his barrier there with the spellbook and stay safe.
I feel like with these compositions and with the early lead that T1 have, they're going to be in the driver's seat. They get to choose basically whatever fight is going to take place because AL have so few ways of actually forcing the issue in their favor or actually choosing the moment.
Flandre locking down Faker. Looks like he wants a position for an all-in. He's trying to chase after Faker here, who is in some trouble. He's going to go for the Realm Warp. Can he actually interrupt it? He cannot. Doesn't have his cage available. You can bump him with the edge of it, but didn't have it up. Faker gets out to safety, but nice job by Flandre getting some pressure down. The True Shot Barrage will not interrupt him, but you can see Tarzan here to back him up. Keria, though, again, always covering the side lanes.
Yeah, Keria, another shadow here, but the ghouls are doing some work.
Ooh. Oh, Tarzan's behind him, and now I think they are going to go for the dive. The TPs are coming in. Tarzan has his eyes on Faker. Kyle there as well, but Oner is coming in. Teleport response from Doran. He is on Shanks. Tarzan's fighting on the other side. Doran trying to take down Shanks. He flashes forward. He takes him down. He's looking for a second. Flandre now in trouble as everyone piles in onto Doran. Doran will fall, but can AL get out? Another teleport coming back. It's Faker re-arriving to the fight. Oner kicks off Tarzan, takes him down, and Flandre trying to kite for his life. Kyle has the tether in onto Keria, but here comes Gumayushi and Faker. Oner fighting, the maiden living, Oner surviving as T1 wipe AL out of the bot lane.
The collapse from T1 left AL in ruin. They lose 4 members in that exchange, and it all started with them trying to dive Faker. They see how low his HP is. The TPs come in rapid succession, but the arrival of Doran swings the fight.
Yeah, Keria locket shields there, and then Faker's going to be able to recall. Doran, though, just absolutely destroyed Shanks, deleting him. Did go for the flash, and in the end, he does go down. But as you say, the rest of T1 are able to collapse, and you'll see there on the mini-map, Hope the Ezreal cannot join, so he just goes back to push the mid wave.
I mean, Oner, we talked about how strong he is at this point in the game, and you can see while Flandre still does a lot of damage thanks to the Maiden, it wasn't quite enough. The collapse from T1 was swift, and now they find themselves with 11 kills, 16.5 minutes in.
And it's a small thing, but a critical one. Flandre didn't focus down the tower when Shanks arrived. So when Doran stunned him, the tower was on him. The tower bot lane lived with like 10 HP down there. So that got so much extra damage to help Doran knock Shanks down immediately.
Yeah, this one's snowballing so heavily in favor of T1. Should be effortless to pick up Dragon number 3 for themselves with a large gold lead with so much CC to their advantage. Should be able to push in on AL. I guess the silver lining to that tower not going down earlier, they've got objective bounties on it, so they can hope to try and get an objective bounty on that tower standing there.
You look at that thing and it's gonna die.
25 HP on the tower. Oh, Kyle, he's in danger.
He is, but Hope is here, as is Tarzan. Oner should be fine here. Realm War coming through. Faker posturing aggressively, but Tarzan trying to turn the damage down. Oner, nice kickback, looking for Kyle. He's going to try to get out to safety, but there's the shockwave over the wall from Shanks. AL low on health. Can't extend the play here. Hope shifts forward aggressively. Does get some good poke down. That is kind of the gold difference in action. AL just don't have enough in the tank to punch through these health bars.
And I just love that T1 is recognizing the strength of their composition. It's good at skirmishing. that was a 2 versus 3, and they just went in. They know that in these smaller fights is where they can really outplay their opponents and get the better when it comes to the damage. And AL, when it does extend into these bigger fights, it's not like it's a straight up 5v5. It's like a 2 versus 3 that then turns into another 3v3 because someone ends up falling. The tower will finally go down. AL's first of the game. They get a bit of gold back, but it's still a 3.5k gold advantage for T1.
Yeah, it's going to be a drop in the bucket, honestly, with the way that this game has been going. Owner with 1,000 individual gold lead. Rise here going to be so problematic in the side lanes that now it's going to be, wait a second, Keria.
Keria very far out, but does flash back and jumps over to Faker. Keeps himself safe. I mean, this is a ridiculously fast dragon stacking game as well. You're looking at a soul that could be here around 22 minutes if T1 are able to do it right on spawn.
I don't see any reason for them not to do it right on spawn with how they can set it up too. Outer towers down, they can move in, place the prerequisite vision here through the blue quadrant of AL. And again, since AL, really the only kind of plan is to split push with Flandre or try and walk right into them and hope for a good shockwave placement. T1, yeah, they do just that. They fully take over jungle vision, take out that outer tower, and will set themselves up nicely.
Doran gonna drive it in for a second charge here. And this tier 2 tower, not long for the world. Flandre's in the side lane, gonna be hunting for that bounty. We can already see pings from T1. They are gonna be heading up there, sending Doran to respawn, and Flandre knows he cannot stay around to try to knock that tower down. So T1, again, an unanswered play here. 2 towers in the mid lane, and extending that gold lead to nearly 5,000. Faker, though, could be in trouble. Can they actually knock him down? Do they have the interrupt? The shockwave does stop it, and Faker does get shut down. The gold goes to Tarzan.
So the mid laner finally falls, and AL claw back a bit of gold, but T1 have already extended that lead after taking so much in the middle lane. Top tower still relatively healthy. Guma pushing in another wave in mid. Artican about to spawn on the top side of the Rift. AL gonna look to recall, but we know T1, they are not afraid to force this objective.
And critically, Faker didn't waste the flash here. He knows he's going to have that available for the next dragon fight, for these big objective fights, and T1 are not even going to wait for the dragon. They're starting the Otacon now.
Yep, they have such a good advantage. They can just force on these objectives. AL are coming, though. They are going to fight.
We'll see if they can find their way in. Keria not allowing them to get past here. Guma in a good position. Tarzan trying to force his way in, but they're immediately turning around to him, and the culling is getting so much damage down. Doran into the back line. Hope over the side, trying to go in. He shifts in onto Keria, but it's a shutdown there over on Owner. Shanks is trying to run as Faker is behind them. Doran and Faker. It's a triple for Guma, but it's the solo laner getting so much work done. Doran flashes in. Hope tries to shift out. Gets back over the wall with the flash of his own. Shanks now running from Faker. Doran trying to corral Hope here. Hope looking to try to make an outplay. Shanks on the side. Faker flashes in. He takes him out just as his teammates do the same to Hope. T1 get an ace, and they're going to claim the Otacon.
They may lose Owner, but they will take every last member of AL, including the Otacon. And then look at the Dragon just 50 seconds away afterwards. They can reset and move their resources over to the other side of the map.
T1 bounced back after game 1 ruthlessly as Keria acts as gatekeeper in this brush, making it so difficult. And remember, at this point, it is a 4 versus 4. Hope is coming up through the river, and then T1 just forced the fight, knowing that the TP is coming through from Faker. At this point, Owner, he has to get away from Hope, so he goes in a little bit deep. He gets close to taking out Tarzan, but he does the damage that he needs to do. Guma dancing his way through the fight, sticking close to Doran, gets himself a triple. He's going to get an extended quadra after picking up Hope at the back end of this fight as Shanks falls on the top side to Faker.
We came into this series really believing that it has what it takes to go a full 5 games. And T1 here in game number 2, pushing back so heavily, already looking to even us up if they can complete this game.
And I just love how aggressively Keria has been playing. He knows they're heavily ahead in gold. He's just playing in the face of AL, making them waste spells on him, making them dump damage into him. And AL gonna look for a cross-map play. Faker did spend his flash in the last fight. The pillar is good. Kenny Realm Warp out to safety. The tether not in time. Faker is safe. The soul is claimed. It's all T1 all the time.
Well played by Faker. He goes first to proc his phase rush. That means that they have to use the pillar, and as soon as the pillar is used, he knows he can proc his ultimate and get out.
I mean, AL, it feels like that they are out of options in this game. We've already talked so much about the limited engage in T1. They're just going to run at AL once more.
Owner is hunting. Great sidestep there from Tarzan, but will him get him out to safety. He's trying to run for it, is barely able to get out of range there, but Kyle is going to be left for the Wolves. Keria still is chasing as Guma is coming through the jungle. They want everyone here. Owner is just going to fight against Kyle as Guma arrives here trying to lock down Tarzan. They can't quite stop him. Owner does pick up the 1 kill on the support, but it is only Kyle falling.
Right now, they do have Shanks split pushing in bottom lane, has his teleport ready. So the plan for AL, try and get as many resources as you possibly can, and then get everyone here ready for the defense. Hope that they can find an angle for a counter play.
The T1 are not giving them time. They are just forcing their hand, constantly showing up, taking down towers, forcing objectives. You have to think for AL, it's got to be some sort of a Baron flip or a prey for the Elder. But the problem is the Elder is still so far away, and T1 are going to look to attack the Baron first. It'll be very difficult for them to approach.
Completely agree. Faker going to continue to catch lanes in a side wave and tick over to level 16 now on the rise. This pick was really important in the early game at getting T1 those early advantages. Both Faker and Owner working together, but also just how T1 was playing the map. When something was happening top lane, something was also happening in the bot, making it impossible for AL to really cross map at any opportunity. Right from the start, T1 have had a vice grip over this game, and they have not relieved that pressure as AL get closer and closer to the Baron spawn.
Yeah, they've been incredibly proactive, looking their best here. Owner making huge plays, often at the same time as Faker making plays on the other side of the map. And now that they have this control, this lead, with the extra speed of the Cloud Soul, you make it so hard for AL to even keep up in resources because they have to use the safety of their towers to catch these waves. T1 can just completely take over your jungle.
Very aggressive flash there from Keria, but he will now swap it over to that Spellbook Smite. So could look for an angle on the Baron here with the double Smite to try to secure it. And I think that's why he was so loose with the spending of that Summoner spell.
Baron spawns and T1 will not waste any time. Just like the Atakan, they're going to start the objective off, put the pressure onto AL once more.
It is spotted immediately, but AL going to have to try to get over here in a hurry. Tarzan has no flash, which will be critical. Can he even get there in time? It doesn't look like it. It's going down way too fast. AL realize it. Owner goes out to try to kick Tarzan away, but he wasn't even there. T1 claim the Baron.
And then they can counter with the teleport, put a stop to the split push. Faker is there.
Will they be able to find the chase down? The Cloud Soul here going to pay dividends. As you can see, Owner running through the jungle. They're going to force out the defensive TP. Owner now turning back with Doran. He's going in on Tarzan. Tarzan in some trouble here as Hope is knocked up by Keria. But it's Gumayusi now firing. Gumayusi dashing forward, trying to pump the damage in. Doran and Keria are low, though. AL will survive the onslaught and back off.
The shockwave from Shanks was good, but he just doesn't have the damage to do anything significant in the fight. It did slow down T1 a little bit, allowing for AL to escape. But T1 continue with their relentless pressure, and Faker back to pushing in the bottom lane.
Honestly, right now, AL, they need to just send multiple people into one area of the map. But they're going to look for Doran. He's got his flash, so it should be fairly difficult to catch him.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like there's really much of an opportunity to do anything. T1 pushing on the other side, looking for the last of the outer tier 2s here. Keria steps forward and just pushes Shanks back. Pops the barrier with that Summoner Spellbook, just constantly rotating through these spells. You can see Doran just fighting here on the side. Tarzan will be able to get the blue buff, but will he be able to actually get out to safety? Doran slowing him down with the Stride Breaker. There is the slice, the dice. Tarzan in a lot of trouble. Owner is going to be here as well, as Tarzan seems to have overstayed his welcome, has no flash, and looks like there is no way out whatsoever. Owner takes it, jungle diff.
Yoink, thank you very much. And yeah, we're seeing this because there's not a lot that AL can do from behind with this composition, and so the little rotation over with the extra speed from the Cloud Soul. Another pick for T1.
Yeah, I mean, if you are an AL fan, don't look at Guma's items. Just avoid eyes from that area of the map because this man is monstrous right now. He is extremely fed, and if things weren't dire before, with itemization like that, it feels more than dire now. Elder spawning in 55, and you have to imagine that T1 will continue to do what they've done throughout this series. Objective spawn, objective start.
Yeah, immediately. No reason to hesitate. And honestly, Vedius, if you are an AL fan, probably start visualizing the next games.
Yeah, there's a lot of places you don't want to look. Yeah. You know, the 2-level lead for Faker, the additional item for him, the additional item for Owner. I mean, they are ahead everywhere, not to mention the Cloud Soul, which is going to make it incredibly difficult to escape a losing fight here. As Keria, again, just posturing so aggressively, always stepping forward in the face there of Hope and the rest of AL. They're just trying to thin out the waves here, see if there's any sort of an opportunity for them to get over to what feels like an inevitable Elder start here for T1. But Tarzan critically has no flash, so if T1 go for it early, it's really hard to imagine how Tarzan would even be able to get to the pit.
The damage just continues to come through. Hope doing what he can to chip away at the HP bars of T1, but it's not really going to stick. Our observers highlighting for us how little AL can see on the map. The Elder will begin the suffocation of vision in full effect as AL trying to force their way into the river.
They have to just full send it. This is the Hope, the Elder Dragon fight.
Tarzan trying to get his way in, but T1 eyes on the Elder. They have claimed it, and now the fight begins in earnest. Look at Doran flashing after Hope, but Hope flashes out in time. Doran in the midst of everyone as Keria and Faker arrive. The HP bars are disappearing for AL, as is their time in this game. T1 crushing the fight. Guma flashing forward. Can't quite take down Hope, but he sure as hell takes down Kyle. Owner is hunting. Owner will find his target. It's a clean ace for T1 as they march on the Nexus.
Game 2 domination from T1. Early, active, and are going to finish it here in under 30 minutes.
T1 battling back here. It was a strong start for AL, but it's T1 in game 2. Absolute domination. 14,000 gold lead, 23-4. T1 have tied us up.
Just a beautiful demonstration of a well-played snowball. From start to finish, they got the lead and they only continued to grow it with relentless pressure onto AL, seemingly having no answers at any point.
Owner on Lee Sin, beautiful, very active. Faker rotating over on the rise. Nicely done here from T1 to even us up.
And we're seeing that when you don't give AL the full-on 5v5 team fights, they can't outplay you in the full 5v5 team fights. Keep it to the skirmishes, keep it to the outplay potential, and they were able to dominate.
Incredible game 2 performance here from T1. Let's see what the analysts think about it.
No one puts T1 in the corner twice in a row. That's probably what they are thinking. Led at the helm by Faker, but also by Owner, we have to say. And I know as any jungle player, when you have a Lee Sin at your disposal, you just want a game like this. You want more. You can influence the game, put the team on your back, and look stylish doing it.
From top to bottom, too, because I actually loved AL's composition. I felt like the Ezreal, Karma, and Orianna had good range, good scaling. If they can get to the mid to late game, that would be great. Owner did not allow that to happen.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's a big if. And I want to point out some of their early lane assignments that T1 did do after they go for this dive, right? So the dive goes off, they're going to back, but and most importantly, what's going to happen is that Doran's actually going to TP bot, get pressure on that bot side, while T1's bot lane is going to head top side. That actually gives them power over Drake. This is skipped a little bit further ahead. They're attacking Flandra again on top side, but because they took the Drake on bot side, Owner's still down there, taking his camps, ends up getting the gank, so they win on top side and bot side at the same time, and it really came down for me from that decision to send the Renekton bot, force AL to either respond to the swap or keep Flandra in this 2v1, and it set every single one of T1's lanes ahead, and it gave Owner and T1 complete map control.
And it was frustrating because at that point, they can't really fight them early at all. They tried at Grubs. They decided to play away from Dragons, so ended up T1's getting first Drake. They tried to dive top, but Braum was there. T1 anticipated their plays off the lead that they already had and then just rolled it forward. The fact that Lee Sin ended up going bot lane to the play that you had mentioned at the very end of it and just made it punishing even more off the lane assignment. This was Owner's and Doran's game.
Yeah, it definitely was. And let's also check out today's HyperX Reflex replay, where it is just more of T1 getting the upper hand over AL.
Yeah, and this was the defended dive that happened on Faker. They recognize that they can get here fast, and for me, my focus is going to be on Renekton because he buffers the W alongside the Orianna ulti and then is able to follow it through. Ease forward, flashes, gets the kill. Doran's lead that he already had, he was able to just make it kind of flourish in that fight to defend it. So I thought that was like a small focus, but the bigger focus is T1 recognized the dive was going to happen, and they stood their ground with the TP and the follow through with Owner.
I also do like that you mentioned Doran, right? He has been a big point of contention here, and wondering how he's going to do as we see that both Doran and Owner had a fantastic game, and he had a number of choices he could make into this Yorick, but he makes this Renekton count, and that's not something we see 100% of the time. You really need to make your own luck.
Yeah, and it seemed like, again, with that early swap, I thought they got so much out of it. Doran got to be in such a great position. No one can go toe-to-toe with him in a side lane, right? If you look at, the discrepancy in gold between those two. But this is really, really crucial map play from Team 1, and also just Owner being able to recognize how to control this early game on Lee Sin.
And I feel like the difference between the last game and this one was T1 had a lead, and they played very well reserved around their vision, like that Baron play, forcing them to come over, even recognizing that Yorick was like splitting bot side. They double TP'd, even though one of them got canceled. Ryze chased them out. They recognized last game they made a misstep that really snowballed against them. I thought it was a great recovery this one.
Yeah, and so lucky for us, we get at least 4 games of this matchup as we see that the crowd has so many signs for both teams. I guess it will over-index a little bit towards Faker and T1, but nevertheless, Emily, it just goes to show how important this matchup is for both fan bases, and I am really happy we get 4 games at least.
Yeah, I've seen so many cool Flandra and Shanks signs.
Yeah.
That is cute.
Nice. Yeah. Shout out to the person who had the picture of Flandra from Snake. Back in like 2015.
The deep dive on that one.
I know. But for me, then AL looking at this, right? You obviously lost so much control in this early game. I'm looking to regroup and seeing what we can do to kind of stay in the game early against this T1 power.
Yeah, absolutely. I think AL has one thing on their mind, and it's make sure they can stymie that early power that T1 brought, that they can get to those team fights that they love and cherish so much. And AL will be moving on to the blue side as we head into game 3.
Do it again. Watch me win, then watch me do it again.
All right, guys, I just landed in China. Let's go.
Play the local way, pay your way.
Have you ever seen the Great Wall at night?
Play the local way, pay your way.
Dominate the Rift with Opera GX. Bring League to your browser. Lock in with LoL Esports. Customize your setup with champion-inspired themes. And unlock new designs inspired by Arcane. Only on the browser for Legends. Download Opera GX.
To the main event, we spent the whole night waiting for the best of the best. Welcome to the main event. You got the whole world watching. Will you rise to the test? Let's go. Welcome to the main event. 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 Let's go.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around in the dark and light.
We'll see if they can find their way in. Carrier not allowing them to get past here. Guma in a good position. Tarzan trying to force his way in, but they're immediately turning around to him. And the culling is getting so much damage down. Doran into the back line. Hope over the side, trying to go in. He shifts in onto Carrier, but it's a shutdown there over on Owner. Shanks is trying to run as Faker is behind them. Doran and Faker. It's a triple for Guma, but it's the solo leader's getting so much work done. Doran flashes in. Hope tries to shift out. Gets back over the wall with the flash of his own. Shanks now running from Faker. Doran trying to corral Hope here. Hope looking to try to make an outplay. Shanks on the side. Faker flashes in. He takes him out just as his teammates do the same to Hope. T1 get an ace. Welcome back. It is game number 3, T1 versus AL coming up. And so far it has delivered. Everyone wanting, everyone expecting that 5-game banger. And we've had both teams take one so far.
I love what we saw from T1, the aggression, the constant skirmishing. I think that a comp like that is really difficult to pilot, and they made it look seamless. Like we talked about it in the draft, both sides didn't really have a lot of reliable engage tools, yet T1 just kept finding these little skirmishes, these fights, and every single time they were able to outplay AL.
Something I really loved was Keiria's Braum play. Just so aggressive, always positioning in their face, knowing AL doesn't really have any good lockdown. He can't really be punished, so he's always pushing forward, always forcing their hand. You can't just ignore him or he's going to tag you with the winner's bite, slow you down, and they would just have to try to fight through him.
Same thing with Owner. He had so much confidence on Lee Sin in his mobility because there was no one to put a stop to it. Let's get into game number 3 draft here. The Pantheon's still going to remain banned. 2 have a priority on that one. Will the Taliyah and the Azir also follow suit?
Have to imagine so, but we are getting later into the series, and sometimes other picks become a priority on the ban list. The Taliyah, though, going to remain on the side of AL. We know that Shanks is also an Azir player, and so T1 going to respect that. The question is, will things like Poppy make their way onto the ban table? Xin Zhao, the Rumble still available in the draft.
Nico also yet to be banned out, has been on that ban list through the first 2 games.
Kyle would love to get his hands on the champion. Is it first pick worthy? Perhaps. Right now, AL taking their time thinking about how they want to round out their first phase of bans.
Yeah, we've got Rumble, Varus priorities pretty dang high. Twisted Fate actually making his way here.
Now the question is, will they ban Nico or will it be a
Varus
trade?
Is up.
Nico is up, Varus is up, so they are potentially looking for a trade of those 2 champions.
They're forcing AL to have to choose. A lot of OP picks still available. I feel like AL will go for the Varus. It's evident throughout this tournament that they think Varus is incredibly strong. And so if they have no intention of picking it, they will ban it away, and if it's open, they'll grab it. This does mean that the Nico is available for T1. We know that Keria is an avid Nico player, and without any hesitation, they're going to grab that. And there's the Rumble. Sorry, the Jarvan. My brain was already thinking a step ahead. I like Rumble right now. Seems like the prime combination, a wombo combo in the making for T1.
Exactly. Already, Jarvan and Nico, pretty good combo together themselves. But the Poppy here trying to block some Jarvan shenanigans.
Nico uniquely powerful in the meta because not only are you a lane bully, but you also still bring that explosive engage, and no other champions really do that right now.
Definitely true. One of the few ranged champions that really gets tons of priority. But there we go, we break up that Rumble combination with the Jarvan, snagging it away.
I wonder if
maybe that'll be like an Ornn for Doran then, I'm guessing, because Galio's already out. So T1, that would be like the next possible answer into a Rumble usually.
As well.
Yeah.
Could just go something safe if they want just that tanky front line on the top side. You did mention the Ornn, both very viable options into the Rumble.
This is the counter matchup that Whippo spoke about, wishing that he had actually, let through the Rumble earlier in their match and tried to bring out this Ornn. So we'll see, how he's going to be able to actually perform on it. Doran very solid on these tanks, and it can be quite a good matchup.
T1, though, quick to remove the Poppy. You've already seen how many dashes are coming through from the side of T1, and they do not want to have to deal with that. The disengage that Poppy provides against this much engage as well is good to be rid of. AL, you imagine that the AD carry pool will be their direction. Maybe a Misfortune could be a good ban. Xayah potentially as well. Corki going to be the one to make its way onto the list.
Yeah, Corki burst damage there, along with the definitely very potent there with the Nico. Honestly, so many options down there, but we're whittling away at a lot of these engage champions. Silas gonna get taken off.
I mean, it makes a lot of sense.
Lots of good ults to steal
There
already.
are a lot of really good ultimates to steal, especially Nico. We've seen Silas's have huge impact in the draft, especially. Other AD carries that they could consider. I mean, we already mentioned the Misfortune, Xayah. maybe Senna for Gumayushi, but you wouldn't typically pair it up alongside the Nico. They're thinking more team fight, and so they want to take the Civet away. This does mean that Gumayushi still has a lot of options available to him. And we've talked a lot about the Wombo combo potential. Aurora fits neatly into this comp.
Caitlyn, always an option for Guma as well as you get deeper and deeper into Fearless. And definitely could go for one of those pushing
Kalista,
lanes.
too, everyone's favorite.
He said the word!
Everyone's favorite if you're an AL fan, you know. Definitely, that pick has not done very well at MSI, 0-10. It's actually the losingest champion of all time.
Losingest? Yeah. That is a beautiful descriptor.
I think the champion with the most games played ever in MSI history without getting a win.
That's crazy.
The previous record was actually Malphite at 0-8. Kalista is 0-10 now.
Wow.
Yep.
That is a fun fact. Thank you,
It is a fun fact. Not for the Kalista players, but for everyone else.
I do love this this Aurora takeaway as well for T1. Shanks has been so good on it, Flandra as well. And so they're just going to opt, okay, fine. You take my Aurora, now I'll take the Victor that you spammed so much.
I will say that you've got a Victor and a Varus into Jarvan. That does make me worried for AL. It's so much lockdown on the side of T1. If those flashes are not available, oh, you saw the hover. You all saw it.
Wait, you guys don't want T1 to lock Kalista?
Definitely not going to be the case, but this team comp is so well set up for a misfortune that you mentioned way earlier, this Wombo combo. They have so many avenues for engage, and as you're rightly pointing out, these carries on AL do not have any safety. They do not have any dashes or even that much peel on their team. So this definitely looks like it is going to be dangerous for Shanks and Hope as far as their positioning.
Here's what we'll say. Game 2, we didn't get really any engage. Game 3, we've now doubled down, and we've got double the amount of engage across the board. Leona, Xin, Varus Ultima, Rumble to follow up on the engages. You've got Jarvan, you've got Ornn, you've got Nico, along with the follow-up from both the Aurora and MF. It's Ultimate City in Game 3, and it's going to come down to the team fights, which we know are AL's bread and butter. It's what's gotten them to this point at MSI. T1 with their impressive early games, the way that they've been able to navigate skirmishes, and also with impressive team fighting of their own. I'm excited to see how they match up here in Game 3.
It's going to be an exciting one. Both teams with the opportunity to move to match point here. All tied up 1-1. AL versus T1 absolutely delivering. The winner will move on, of course, to face against Gen G in the grand final tomorrow for a chance at taking the MSI title.
And either way, that will be hype. We'll get a follow-up on a full 5-game series.
Worth noting, Hope is going to be playing Poke Varus here. Does have the comment, so will not be playing on hit.
Will make it a little bit harder to get through this Ornn, but AL also have multiple damage threats. When you think of Jarvan, sure, if he gets onto a Varus, he can do a lot of damage, but Xin Zhao, I feel, provides so much threat onto the backline as well. And when you pair that up with things like a Rumble, high AP damage from the top side, the Victor scaling in the late game, AL have a lot of power in their composition.
And you can see AL, all of the players' records here against T1. Shanks actually with the highest win rate, only having played against them in this series. His first time getting to play against his idol Faker, who he met earlier at the event. They got a photo together, and you could just see how ecstatic he was to have a picture with the GOAT.
No, and we were joking earlier about how for so many teams around the world, if they could have the opportunity to beat T1, it would be like getting revenge, because they've just been at so many internationals, they've knocked out so many different teams, they've stopped so many players. AL, a big one for so many of these individuals, is already skirmishing in the bot lane 2v2, the range advantage going the way of T1.
Yeah, I mean, Keria has been so good with the Nico. And with the power of the early MF here, they get the health lead, they get control of the minion wave for pushing for level 2.
And I just love Keria using the heal there, not only for the early HP, but also for the move speed to actually sidestep that piercing arrow from Hope. So a very health positive trade from Keria there, using that summoner at level 1.
Meanwhile, Faker also pushing early here on the Aurora, all that burst damage with the electrocute available.
I mean,
It's Shanks that's coming out ahead. The electrocute proccing in the second half of the Q there from Faker, but Shanks shouldn't be afraid yet. He's going to walk up with the EQ auto, the airy doing a bit of extra damage. Nicely played positioning. Shanks just leveraging his range. That's why Aurora can struggle in these matchups, because as you're seeing on your screen right now, it can be difficult for Faker to trade back if Shanks doesn't over-aggress in the lane.
And we did just see, or AL just saw Owner on the ward on Raptors, so they know he's on the bottom side. So Tarzan as well revealing on the Raptor ward. It means both these mid laners have full information.
Faker's got to be so careful. One more spell and Shanks could flash in and try to get that solo. Faker does level up to 3, but as you said, Vedius, can be very difficult in these range matchups. Generally, we have seen Aurora picked as an answer to melee matchups, where you really can bully out. It's very difficult for Faker to actually close the gap, but Shanks is low on mana.
Shanks knows the limits of the Aurora. Denied on the cannon at least, though. Oh. And the laser, the crowd reacting so heavily to every spell there. The laser not landing, the cannon going down, and Faker gets to clean it up.
And it is so important when you're in a tense situation like that. All of these dodges that Faker is having, if one of those lasers had hit, he could have maybe threatened for an all-in. Tarzan now trying to push Owner out here as the bot lanes are getting involved. Great sidestep from Owner. Avoids that Zenith blade, but now Guma is the target. Will KL flash in? He is going to. There's the cleanse, there's the flash, there's the first blood. It's Hope that claims it. Guma got sectioned off from the rest of his team. And now Faker potentially going aggressive here onto Shanks. Procs the electrocute with that weirding, and Tarzan continuing to scrap with Owner.
Those 3v3s on the bottom side can snowball so heavily.
In. Barrier going to be forced there. Will survive.
Yeah, Keria using his flash as well. So many summoner spells down here on the bottom side of the map. Definitely expect junglers to revisit. And currently, I see a Xin on my screen.
They're looking. No one's fooled by that minion. It's going to give you extra gold. They're locking them down, and they are knocking them down. 300 gold from a minion. First time I've seen that one.
Tarzan is doing so much work already in the early game. Not afraid to contest Owner on the bot scuttle, but he just realizes this early on into the game, Xin with the Varus Leona, they should be able to win out on these skirmishes. And T1, just a bit of mispositioning from Guma. He doesn't expect the collapse from Hope and Kael. Now, unfortunately for Hope, he does lose a decent amount of farm on the bot wave, and Owner does a good job of cross-mapping, stealing away the Gromp respawn from Tarzan, but still, AL off to a good start.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, those bot lane skirmishes can snowball so heavily. You know, Carrot going for that flash play onto Hope and then falling in the aftermath as just a little bit of an extended trade. During these support recall timers, is going to be Keria returning first, but he's on vision.
Faker tagged there, as he did go into stealth. Tarzan around, so Faker will not chase any further.
I think he's looking for a steal away on those Raptors at the moment. Tarzan going to start them out very quickly here. Should be able to finish up by the time the Owner gets there. He has his smite.
Owner going to be able to spot him. Tarzan is behind Faker here, pings on to Faker. Will he be able to retreat out to the side? Does have the ultimate now, so could use that to escape if he needs it, but doesn't look like he'll have to.
Get a bit of a cheeky trade onto Tarzan, take a bit of his HP away. Shanks quickly melting through his mana. He's likely going to have to base soon. Faker, though, can keep the pressure up. Cannon wave. And Faker's unrelenting with his push. I love how, even though he's at like prime risk of a gank, he's saying, no, I'm fine. I have my ulti. Ulti's going to be dropped to push him back. That is a very low Aurora.
Yeah, Faker has no teleport.
I think he's going to have to... Nope, he is not. He's like, you don't have enough mana. Wants to catch this wave, and now I expect both mid laners to reset. Doran has made his way into mid. They really want to contest this dragon.
See if they're going to be able to do it. Owner is going to be first there to actually pull it. Tarzan in the area, though. Andre is up on that top side, but has his teleport available, and Faker is still quite low.
Honeyfruit there really going to help him out as he collects those through the river. So Doran can now...
Here comes Dorian with the engage. He's going to be flashing forward. The trial mode is perfect onto Hope. Beautifully done by Dorian. Knocks him up, flashes in, knocks him up again. Is going to TP right back up to topside. But Flandre could TP down if they want to continue to contest.
Really smart from Doran. He knows after the bottom lane exchanges, no flash on that Varus means no dodging on his ultimate right up against the wall. Just nails it there, taking out the extra kill before teleporting over.
I love this plan from T1, and
The TP back to top lane means that Doran doesn't really lose much off the back of it. They saw Flandre TP early to bot lane, which means that after he pushes out that top wave, they can just match back up Guma into Hope. The farm swinging the way of Guma Yushi with about a 2-wave advantage, and after getting that kill, he now holds the gold lead in the 1v1.
Very good Ornn play, made possible by the early skirmish and the low mobility carries there. Still on the reset though. Tarzan's feeling fairly healthy, gets back out, gets his Scuttle Crab before the spawn of these grubs. AL are here very early. They've got Kyle already positioned, so plenty of vision advantage for AL towards the spawn of grubs.
Shape Splitter used there to be able to scout out that side brush and does spot Kyle, who is getting some very good vision around those grubs as you're talking about, Kobe. Doran is down on the bot side with no TP, so he will have to move if they want to try to contest this, because Flandre has moved early. He's already around mid lane, but was spotted by that ward over by the Raptors.
Shanks did just hit 100 stacks, so his E should now be upgraded, giving him a lot more wave clear in the mid lane.
I don't know if T1 are going to contest or not. I mean, Doran is still on that bot side. They're definitely fishing around, seeing is there an angle to at least steal one grub. But Flandre is in range. Faker poking back and forth here with Shanks. Proxy electrocute. Flandre now heading back towards bot side as he realizes the grubs are ours. T1 not going to commit without their top laner.
Yep. And after they finish up here, AL already sending Rumble back down. Flandre not going to lose too much. Ult used for wave clear as well to get the reset timer for Guma.
Looked like Doran was able to get a turret plate down on that bot side though, so that is something for them.
Tense affair here in game number 3. AL trying to interrupt the bases as Tarzan wants to get his reds.
Faker is around though. Kyle not going to be able to find an angle. Too many T1 members there to dissuade any sort of an engage.
Kyle is very far away from level 6. Carrier has already secured it. He needs to soak up some of the experience from this mid wave. Try and get that as quickly as possible. It's a key engage tool that AL are going to have to rely on as we get later into this game.
And it is going to be very intense until we get to that mid game, because the later we get into it, we're going to see these two comps interact with AL having this range advantage, trying to use some poke Varus, trying to get a little bit of extra damage on T1 before the fight starts out. But T1 have such good long range engage with the Ornn ultimate and flank capabilities with the Aurora as well as the Nico, that it's going to be T1 playing the side lanes, trying to play the flanks to find their engage and force the fights onto the longer range AL.
Faker just being so annoying to Shanks there. You know, saw him step in the side brush, predicted he would just recall immediately when he went in, interrupts him with the weirding, makes Shanks stay around, hurting that tempo a little bit. Couldn't base since it wasn't a cannon minion wave. And did want to collect that, so Faker will have the faster base, and we'll see if he can do anything with that on the map.
Kyle finally ticking over to level 6, so now he has that engage tool. TP's available for both mid laners, and interestingly, Shanks going to use his, but Faker going to hold on for now. This means that there will be a tempo advantage in favor of Shanks in the mid lane. But Victor, not really the strongest roam champion. I don't think they can really threaten much onto Doran, especially with Flandre playing so defensively on the bot side of the map. I don't really think he can use much off the back of this.
A lot of the pings from AL, though, look like a deep play. You know, they've got super deep vision through this red quadrant of the jungle. And Tarzan's going to steal away another chicken pack here, since they've got the support roam timer for Kyle. Lots of pings, looking for a possible straggler, looking for anyone trying to retake vision, but T1 not exposing themselves as Dragon is spawning.
Faker going for a bit of a different build here. He's rushing straight towards Leandry. He's not doing the mask stacking that has been so common at this event. He is prioritizing the one item power spike and is going to be pretty close to getting that Leandry's done. Shanks looks like he is building towards that Roa and should have that completed here pretty soon as well.
I mean, it's just a slow back and forth farm game between these two teams. A far cry from what we received in game 2, where T1 just dominated the early game. Of course, if you have just joined us, it's an intense battle between T1 and AL as they fight for a spot in the MSI finals, a rematch against Gen G for both teams, who are able to push Gen G to 5 games in both of their matches, and that's why the expectations are so high between these two teams. Both AL and T1 have demonstrated the ceiling of what they are capable of, and it's Kyle that goes in.
Yeah, Kyle going in. He's committing to this. Tarzan now there to follow up. Keria in trouble. Will get knocked down. That's the feat of the warfare for AL. And now they have their eyes on the Dragon.
The synergy between these two, Kyle and Tarzan, no hesitation at all. As soon as they see the poke over the wall from Keria, they fight back and they clap back. That is going to be their objective.
Oner sneaking into the bottom wave. He's setting his sights onto Hope. He oversteps.
Oner not to be outdone, looking for an angle for the engage. Will Hope get close to that brush? Doesn't look like it. He is hugging the wall, and Kyle is there behind him. Feels like he has some sort of idea that maybe, and there could be someone in the side brush. Now the TB's going to be coming in, and Hope has got to run for it. Can he get out? Pops the Ghost Blade. Great ulti to buy some time here. Is Keria coming in? Can he find him with the Pop Blossom? Yes, he can. There are the Tangle Barbs and the Cataclysm. Everything and the kitchen sink thrown at Hope, and they get him.
AL rushed on mid tower, though, trying to mine some gold off of that thing to pay for the life of Hope.
Hope doesn't even flash. I'm surprised that he popped the barrier. I feel like that he'd accepted the fact that even if I flash this, that Jarvan's going to EQ ult me, and there was no way I was getting out of this anyway. But this is part of the risks that we talked about in draft. When you have a Varus and a Victor, these champions, once that flash is gone, there are a lot of tools that T1 have to lock these carries down.
Yeah, T1 getting some revenge there, get some money back for themselves. The kill, the tower plates on bottom side, and it does bring out the teleport from Flandre to relieve pressure.
You can see Doran has kind of made it through the most difficult stage of this matchup. He has the Kanik Rooker now, where he can start to shrug off so much of that Rumble poke. Doran already getting involved early, made that roam to help get a kill down on that bot side. That early catch onto Hope, and still not very far behind. So Shanks, feel like he's going to have to get a lot of work done in this one. Hope is going to be the main target, I think, and he's going to struggle to really put out a lot of damage.
And while I don't love the Rod of Ages build on the Victor, against this comp, it makes a ton of sense. Having that extra HP, that additional survivability can make the difference. We saw it from Faker earlier in this tournament when there was so much dive being thrown towards him and he was able to survive so much of it. Once that Zhonya's comes through as well, you're going to have a lot of tools to help weather the burst that T1 will be threatening with this composition. But it does mean that in this early game, this Victor not going to be doing a huge amount of damage.
Yeah, when this game pops off, it's going to pop off very, very hard with the amount of engaged tools that T1 have at their disposal. Of course, they're still working on the Proto Belt for Keria, which is the last real big extra tool that they need to bring together the very scary Ornn, Aurora, and Nico engage.
Very interesting. Guma does go for the standard Bloodthirster, but then is going into lethality second here. So, more commonly we do just see full AD items, Infinity Edge, Essence Reaver, these types of things. The AD scaling on the MF Ultimate is so powerful. So I'm going to be interested to see, is this just like a collector? Does he feel like he needs an Edge of Night or something to stay safe? What is the option here that he's really looking for?
I also wonder if it's just early lethality, because you look at Merc Treads across the board, there is very little armor in this early game against AL. So just that extra bit of power in this early game may also be the motivation for this itemization. We'll keep track of whether he chooses to upgrade it.
Yeah, and T1 are really looking to burst the enemy carries. So first objective, blow Shanks and Hope's flashes. Then all you need is lots of burst damage. So lethality going to help out there too. Add that little bit of extra damage on top of the Aurora if they can get that flank.
If AL do get the Herald here, they would have the Feat of Strength. They just need one more objective. So I think T1 looking to contest this. You can see that Shanks is the one matching Doran on that bottom side because Flandre does not have his teleport, so he's going to have to stay around in the area here. We'll see who wants to start this up first. Faker is going to get poked here, taking some early damage. Does go across the veil and gets back to safety though. But that can be critical in a fight like this if AL can land some early poke.
Yeah, I like these looks from AL, specifically from Kyle and Tarzan, where whenever they see one of these engagers from T1, whether it be Keria by the Dragon Pit or Faker over here, they immediately jump on them to just force a little bit of health, chip away at a little bit of the resources available to T1, because they're the ones that do have the extra range with the poke Varus and are going to try and get these small little advantages before the big explosion.
You can feel the tension continue to mount as Guma holding onto that mid-wave push. Hope realizes he doesn't quite have the same wave clear as this MF.
Oh, they're going to go behind them here. T1 looking for a potential engage. Keria going for Tarzan. They're trying to lock down the jungler. The CC is good, but the Crescent Guard buying a lot of time, and it's Keria that goes down first. Flandre on the side, trying to cook up Oner. Oner falls as well. This fight's looking bad for T1. They've got to run, but Doran arrives. Can he get one back? He does get the the shutdown there on the Flandre. Faker fighting against Tarzan on the side as Gumayushi has been pushed out. Doran is isolated. Doran is knocked down, as is Faker. AL roared to life in an explosive fight that will net them 4 kills and the Herald.
T1, they thought the Hex Gates were their ticket into the flank, but they go for Tarzan. He shrugs it off, and they destroy them. That's going to be the Herald for AL for sure. Dragon is spawning on the other side of the map as well. Maybe the follow-up play here. Hope getting very low.
Bullet time ripped out there as Keria is back here with Guma. Was looking for an angle to finish off Hope. Couldn't find it.
Hex Gates are going to allow T1 to get back out on the map and look for the counter on Dragon, though. So while the extra kills and the Rift Herald goes the way of AL, during this replay, T1 will probably be taking a Dragon.
The ultimate timing from Tarzan was beautiful, and the way in which they just turned their attention onto Keria, I mean, that target focus was great. The arrival of Doran is a little bit late, and while he does pick up this kill, the fight is already so split. Shanks forces Gumayushi out of the pit. Doran is forced back because it's a 3 versus 1, and Tarzan in the jungle picks up a pick onto Faker.
It's also worth noting Faker's ultimate just slightly misplaced. The edge of it overlapped with the wall, so he couldn't actually bounce through to the other side to try to escape there from Tarzan, which potentially ended up costing him his life.
I will also say that the damage from Hope, very scary. It took off a chunk of Ona's HP when he was so close to getting away as well. 7-3 the kill difference. AL with a 3k gold lead off the back of this Herald. Guma trying to finish it, but he will not be able to find it. Tarzan navigates through the jungle, drifts left. He's going to drift right. The angle's too tight, not able to make it, but it will get him to top lane, another tower for AL.
Drifted too close to the sun.
Yeah, they can finish this one by hand, though. It's okay. Get Shanks some money on that tower. And the worst part about it for T1, where I was theorizing this comp is going to look to step number 1, blow the summoner spells off the low mobility carries of AL, then go for the big team fight to try and get those kills. They didn't even get the summoner spells off of Shanks and Hope because Tarzan was able to shrug it off with his ultimate and the big counter engage from AL. So T1 still have so much more work to do to be able to find a successful team fight for themselves. And AL, now with this gold lead, now with this map lead as well, getting down these turrets, having so much more room to work with, they will feel very confident.
So far in this series, we've seen T1 rush Otacon. Game 1, game 2, it spawned, they forced a fight. I imagine in this game, they're not going to be as quick to force that objective. Given that you're this far behind, of course, you still want to try and force a fight where you can, but starting the Otacon can put you in some serious danger against the lead that AL have built.
That being said, it is T1, and whether they are ahead or behind, they will start these objectives if they think it's a good angle. If they feel like, hey, we need to force a fight, they're going to go to the objective, they're going to look for a turn. And T1 has turned around so many games in their history through that confident shot calling.
If I was them, I would be hoping that AL starts something up and then they can look for a flank. But we will see.
I mean, in terms of itemization right now, it's not that different between the two teams. Of course, the gold lead looks scarier than it actually is, but there's still a few components coming through from AL. The collector was completed for Gumayushi, so we will have that slight execute towards the end of it. But it's Tarzan, where a lot of the gold lead is sitting, and he is the one that has that fully completed Black Cleaver. And given that he's got 4 kills, he's going to be a tough one to deal with. T1 setting up vision around this Otacon.
Yeah, I like this because then if AL try and start something up and make use of their advantage, then maybe T1 could find their dream flank. Maybe they wait for the Otacon to shred a little resistances off of AL to make up for the gold deficit. And they do have a lot of flowers already picked up off the Rift. So if they could maybe smite steal or something,
I mean,
that
it's
objective
20
away.
to 3. I'm kind of surprised that T1 was able to find so many. The Tarzan now saying this space belongs to AL. They will clear out this vision. They will push out that bot wave. And now the pressure is being put onto this bot tier 1.
Getting all those extra petals, that's the advantage of the pushing lanes that they had early on in the game. Faker getting poked out though. It's going to be hard to defend this tower on the next wave potentially.
Yeah, the siege here from AL with their range advantage looks very good.
Faker on the side, just trying to zone out any potential dive as it's Guma's job to clear out this wave though, but Tarzan and Kyle are behind them. They're gonna go in immediately onto Faker. Chunk about to half HP. Owner cannot connect on the flag and drag. Keria now getting engaged on. He's getting burst down by Shanks and he is just gone. Shanks deletes him from this world as Faker goes between worlds and tries to start the fight. Guma running from Tarzan. Doran is here. Kyle is low, but it's AL again, crushing the fight, it feels like. Guma flashes back to the tower. Doran and him going to try to hold their ground here, but it's a 2v5. They need to cut the wave. Guma trying to heal up as much as he can, but Tarzan flashes in and knocks him down. It's a multi-man knock up there from Doran, but the heroics are not to be. Doran falls as well. AL lose no one. They'll get the tower, and they will get the Otacon.
Tarzan is such a Chad. He just walks up to them, starts fighting between towers, chunking out multiple people, and AL pick T1 apart.
Peria and Faker are still alive, considering fishing for exit kills, but they will not find any. We look back at this play, and as you highlighted, Kobe, Tarzan with the aggression immediately onto Faker, sidesteps the knockup from Ona, and with the arrival of the Rumble, the combo dropped onto Carrier. He's eviscerated from the fight, and it turns into this one-sided affair for AL.
Yeah, that Leona combo into Varus ultimate, and just deleting Carrier as well. AL running them out of their own defense here. As you know, they also finished up on the tower afterwards, so bunch of kills, plus the tower, plus the cheer from the coaching staff. And AL will feel very comfortable now.
Doran could be in some trouble. Equalizer going to get dropped, but potentially could walk this out. Flandre, though, overheating, slowing him down with the Electro Harpoon, and they are going to commit the Arcane Storm, and he is not going to be able to get out of this one. He is tanky, but not tanky enough. T1, though, trying to fight back on the other side. Do take the top tier 1 for a bounty, and are going to be looking for this top tier 2 as well, trying to get that injection of gold that they need to give them some hope in these fights.
It would be risky for Flandre to TP and try and defend that top tower. T1 would not hesitate to dive, so instead, AL would just accept the loss. They'll concede the gold, as they're able to, at the very least, trade it back on the bot side of the map.
We mentioned it in the earlier game, but this must feel so good for Tarzan. Absolute monster game for him versus T1, a team that cost him a lot of heartache in Worlds 2023. But he has come back so strong and leading this team. He said it really does mean so much to him to be able to lead this AL team. Now in this position, looks like they should be able to close in on the rest of the map. Baron will approach in just 20 seconds. AL can move over with their advantage, have Kyle move up, take vision control first, and look to punish T1. Whereas T1 need the surprise play. Vedius, the flank, where is it going to come from?
I mean, AL, okay, right here.
Okay.
There is one ultra deep ward from T1 that they could use as a potential TP flank. If Faker or Doran can get in from behind, there may be an angle for them to set up a collapse onto AL once they've started off the Baron. But AL, their priorities are just keeping these waves pushed in and stealing away what they can. T1, though, with decent vision coverage still around this Baron objective.
Been an incredible journey for AL. All of these players have such unique stories. Tarzan, 6 times he made it to a regional final, losing all 6. The 7th was the one he finally is able to take this split with AL. And it was a heroic game 4 from him. One of the most incredible Zed jungle performances I have ever seen to get his team across that finish line, to get that first regional trophy. I had felt he was the best player in the world to not win a regional title. That has been checked. And now he is on the hunt for the international title.
Yeah, it's been heartwarming to listen to all the interviews coming from this team. We mentioned the earlier Tabe one, talking about his leadership qualities so closely. And Tarzan himself talked about from the day that he joined AL, he wanted to take responsibility for the team and use all of his strength to go together to the international stage. And now they are here, and they are showing that strength, Vedius.
Of course, even if they do in this game, T1 is a force to be reckoned with. And they've been pushed to these positions before, and they found miracles. They have made miracles. There is a reason why Faker has so many world championships to his name as they go in.
Looking, they've caught Shanks. Can they knock him down? He goes golden to buy some time. Doran can't get the redirect as he was CC'd, but the Pop Blossom will only buy a little bit of time. Owner goes back in, but Owner is by himself, trying to take Kyle with him. The bullet time gets one there from Guma as Faker was hunting Hope, did force the flash, but it's 1 for 2. AL with the advantage, and they are hunting. Guma slowed there by the equalizer. He has to run for it. Tarzan on the side, seeing if there is an angle. Doran trying to buy some space for his carries, but he's getting slowed down, and Doran's in a lot of trouble now. Flandre is going to overheat, and Doran may just follow the blast cone, tries to get him out to safety, but it is not enough. Tarzan is pushing mid lane. It is just Faker and Guma here to hold the line.
A valiant effort from T1. They thought that they had caught out Shanks, but the Seeker's arm guard buying him enough time for AL to turn the fight in their favor. Carrier with a good ultimate just doesn't quite translate into the damage that they need. And while Guma lands a multi-man ulti across the members of AL, it only ends up picking 1 kill as AL find 3.
Both of the times so far this game that T1 have tried to go for the big fight for themselves, tried to go for their picks earlier with the Hex Gates, or just now, it has just been better responses from AL. Of course now, T1, they know they need to make that surprise play, and so they choose their moment, they make their play, but as you say, Shanks just gets his Zhonya's off, and then here come the reinforcements.
Doran getting stunned in the fight, meaning that he couldn't get that follow-up as well, was huge. He does do a good job of keeping Hope out of the fight, but at this point the fight is already lost. Guma does good damage onto 3 members. He does get himself a shutdown onto Kyle, but at this point the fight is already over, and AL just chase for the cleanup kills.
I mean, Shanks so difficult to take down, has a 3-level lead now, making a 2-level lead as Faker had leveled up after that replay. Shanks nearly 18 though. This guy is monstrous right now. Doran in some trouble. Kyle gonna go in. AL look like they want to just pile in. Tarzan is chasing here. He is confident the equalizer gonna get dropped on him and Owner. Owner's gonna have to leave Doran, I think, but Guma, Owner, everyone coming in. T1 gonna look for a fight. Can they find it? The Pop Blossom CC is there. Faker arrives. Flandre in trouble, but Guma's gonna be knocked down on the other side. Hope and Tarzan kill him, and Tarzan flashing forward, getting another, diving into the back line. The shining light of AL. Tarzan will lead his team to victory.
T1 tried their best to fight back, but once AL had gathered, it was just too tall of a task. They win the fight once more, only Owner is left alive, and their base is falling to pieces.
T1 thought they had an angle. They wanted to go for the comeback, but AL would not allow it. It is just Owner here trying to clear out the wave, is able to cut the minions. That may buy them some time, but the Grubs there doing some work as well, still tanking up the tower. It's enough. Owner kills the minions, and they decide we're going to go for the dragon instead.
Owner with the defense there buys them some time, but AL will take the dragon in the aftermath. Here's another look. They full send actually on Doran, and Doran survives for so long that it does open up the counterattack possibilities from T1.
Look at the flank from Guma and Carrier. The combo looks so good, but Tarzan turns his attention immediately onto Guma, limiting what damage he can. Then Shanks arrives from the other side, the additional damage threat, and T1 end up getting collapsed on. Tarzan was so impactful in this fight and prevented Guma from turning the game around.
Exactly. He takes down Guma, he W flashes to finish off Doran and chase the other side for AL, and they actually did not go burn down Dragon number 3 for themselves, instead taking away jungle resources and maybe looking at a play over towards Baron here.
T1 are going to TP for it. They have Kyle in their eyes. Tarzan, though, coming in. Kyle's just going to flash around in onto Guma as Tarzan arrives. Kyle will fall. Hope is caught. Has no flash. Here comes Faker. He goes between worlds. He's trying to knock down the AD carry. Carry arrives as well. The CC getting piled in, but it's a great equalizer across the team. It is Shanks standing strong in the midst of T1. It is Shanks crushing through the fight with a triple as the Arcane Storm tears T1 to pieces.
T1 try and make another comeback, but AL are having none of it. This game will go to them.
AL stand strong. They push toward the Nexus. They have to buy a little bit of time for the minions, but they will arrive. And AL know this game is theirs. This team now on the precipice. They take us to match point as they're going to claim game number 3 here. AL will fight it out, but there's no way T1 can stop them. 2-1 AL.
Shanks with the WE flash, shouting out his former team from where he was to where he is now, pushing T1 to match point. and setting his sights on his first MSI final.
Never forget where you came from. 3 years on WE. Shanks here on the international stage representing.
He's not forgetting that, and he is definitely not forgetting where he is going, and that is the international success thus far. Let's see what the analyst desk has to think about it.
Well, I think it could be a Cinderella story, not even in the making, already running for anyone's legend. And when you talk about Shanks, you can say the same about Tarzan. Maybe the best player ever to not have reached a international final in his career, because so many of his classmates in his teams, of his colleagues, of the people he's looked up to and against to have made it there, but he has not.
Yeah, and what a performance from him in this game. We talk about how Tarzan is the engine of this team. Tabe said again, he is the light guiding their ship into safe harbor. Absolutely popped off, and it started really, really early on.
Yeah, I just want to even point out the draft because of make it how difficult it was, to make it very clear. Because that draft concocted by T1 was very smart. They banned the Bard and Poppy for a reason. They gave them Varus for a reason. They were like, okay, we're gonna allow you to get Varus, but if the fight starts, you better have Flash. Aurora, Nico, Jarvan, Ornn, it's very clear that they're focusing on their like squishy and immobile backline. So they're like, you better do a good job of defending it.
I mean, there's a couple of things that had to go right in these fights, and I feel like sometimes as you watch two pro teams in a game, they start to figure out what the right order of things is that they have to do to kind of win the fight, or take it in their favor, and I feel like we saw that from AL. I mean, the placement of a Rumble ultimate, we know how difficult it can be in situations like this, but Flandre nailed it every single time.
I think the big thing, as we see some of Tarzan's early highlights, is that AL also did a really good job of recognizing how this team can kind of jump on you from all sides, right? And they dealt with it really, really well.
Yeah, it's great to see the Kyle and Tarzan combination. And yes, this is the quote that Tabe dropped on us. The poetry coming through.
Yeah, it's like that pen that's on fire, that's what he did. Yeah, sick.
And so now we find ourselves in a position where AL is on match point. T1 has to fight back. It's kind of crazy to see. And you could see them getting ready for it just because they have in their mind, one more battle unless T1 comes up strong.
Absolutely, and I feel like for them, it's like, okay, we've gotten this far. Now we can really play from a position of strength. We know that we have the upper hand in these skirmishes and these fights, and maybe we should take a look at a few of these fights.
There was a big one. I kind of talked about the goal coming in from T1. If we can start this one out, they see a focus on Flandre and Tarzan. The goal is going to be able to kill Flandre. Now, if you can run this reel, you can basically see a good decision from Flandre. He goes up. He decides, I'm not going to be a part of this target. And not only do they throw everything at Tarzan, but then they're like, wait a minute, so Gumayushi cannot drop his ulti because Tarzan's the only target. Aurora doesn't drop her ulti because he's the only target. Flandre is in a great position where he drops the Rumble ulti to stop any engage from coming through and focuses in on MF so she can't follow through. So I thought overall the reason why they held a lot of their combo was because they didn't catch that Flandre ended up separating.
Yeah, I mean, and just the foresight to know if Xin Zhao is going to disrupt this team fight, this is where they're gonna go, this is where I'm gonna put my ultimate. I'm already thinking 2 steps ahead so you won't escape, and I was very, very impressed by that.
And I'm going to go through another team fight.
All right, let's see what you got.
This is kind of how, I know, Raz and I are doing dueling telestrators all day, right? So we start up here, and the big thing I want to point out is that Flandre, after having cleared out mid, he's actually walked all the way down, so he's going to continue down here. And as we play this through, it's a little bit of a waiting game until he gets there. However, they recognize Tarzan goes in onto Faker, and immediately when Keria steps up, Solar Flare, pause here, because the big thing is that Keria is one of these 2 huge backline threats with Pop Blossom. He was not able to get it off in this fight. The Rumble ends up coming in. This equalizer is going to go down across beautifully the rest of T1 as we play this out. Flandre was absolutely cooking in so many of these team fights. Even when Guma ults, he's not able to get a lot of damage onto anyone's legend. And they clean up here. They recognize that they can get the redive on the back half of this. And this was the fight that really, really set them ahead.
Yeah, and for these two teams, you know, for AL, who have come from so far, from Tarzan, who was kind of excommunicated for a while, and a lot of these members, including Hope, that didn't really know if they were ever going to get back here. To be one game away from the finals against T1 with all the added heavy context, right, of their own personal history, but also the history of the LPL versus T1, it is just monumental that they find themselves on match point the way they have been playing.
And you can't understate the stress that you're under. You're going up against T1, a team that you feel like has always been able to do it in clutch situations. The organization has never found this level of success. Like, Flandre, sure, he won Worlds, but being at MSI, this is his first MSI. And
I love how you say that. Oh, yeah, sure, he won Worlds.
Yes, but no, but it means so much for him as a player. So being in this position where they are now on match point is a crazy state to be in.
And I want to bring up Shanks again, right? Because I've been talking about how I've watched him on WE Academy, to see him flashing the take notes followed by the WE
logo
as he's going in to siege the T1 base. Really, really strong Victor performance after a little bit of a shaky laning phase early.
And now, before we go into this break, we always talk about T1 Magic, and I know that's a little bit, maybe you can't really determine what that is, but it mostly means to me that they can come back from impossible situations or difficult situations, that they can be on the same page in these skirmishes, and I don't really think we have seen that much in the games where they were behind. Are they going to start now, quickly?
They have to. I don't think so, but they must.
Yeah, T1 have to make that magic rain down right now, or they are out of MSI, and anyone's legend, they can make it to the MSI final with this next game.
What a car. Living the dream, huh?
Sweet dreams are made of this. Who am I
Okay, I get it now.
Sweet dreams are made of this.
传奇该如何铸就？
The prophecy has been fulfilled. Never doubt Uzi. He changed the meta. He pushed the limits of the game. Uzi now reigns as king.
Level up, start my engine and I rev it up. Once I get the green light, gotta go, let them know they better step on up. Yeah, dog, I'm in that zone. While I grind hard while you at home. You talk about it, but I be about it, cause you all talk, no backbone. I'm on a 10, I'm on a level 10. I wanna win, then I wanna win again. You thought I was done? I'm hoping it never ends. If you wanna win, then I'm on a level 10. Feel the earth shake, chaos around me. So many enemies, they all surround me. They out for blood and revenge, rising with killer intent. The fury ahead is immense, but I will not bend. Look in my eyes, no, you won't see fear. Nothing but fire, and it's not even fair. They all against me, but I'm still here. So go ahead and let them know I'm more than prepared. An army's not enough to silence me. Go ahead and bring the galaxy. Nothing you do can rattle me. Go ahead, battle me. Get out my way. Get out my way. Move. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. I gotta do what I gotta do. No one or nothing can stop me. And if you don't think that I can, just watch me. Move. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. Yeah, vengeance Roots in the trenches with my mindset on a mission. Ain't ready for what I'ma hit with. I'ma go get it, I'ma get this. And I told them I'ma end this, get a witness. You want the fire and I got that. Ain't nobody here gonna stop that. Got more than a 12-gauge kickback. I'm about to get that, no one gonna top that. I've been putting that work in. If you want the crown, you gotta earn it. Don't assume that silence means weakness. There's a monster that's lurking under the surface. They about to know. To doubt me, that's a tragedy. You end up just counting the casualties. Victory is my anatomy. Go ahead, battle me. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. I gotta do what I gotta do. No one or nothing can stop me. And if you don't think that I can, just watch. Move. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. All of that talking stops now. There's no need for discussion.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around.
Chunk about to half HP. Owner cannot connect on the flag and drag area now. Getting engaged on. He's getting burst down by Shanks, and he is just gone. Shanks deletes him from this world as Faker goes between worlds and tries to start the fight. Guma running from Tarzan. Doran is here. Kyle is low, but it's AL again, crushing the fight, it feels like. Guma flashes back to the tower. Doran and him going to try to hold their ground here, but it's a 2v5. They need to cut the wave. Guma trying to heal up as much as he can, but Tarzan flashes in and knocks him down. It's a multi-man knock up there from Doran, but the heroics are not to be. Doran falls as well. AL lose no one. They'll get the tower, and they will get the Otacon.
And welcome back to MSI, ahead of Game 4 between AL and T1. First off, Alun, congratulations for your first MSI. This guy left his girlfriend at home for Faker. I guess he has his reason, but I want to show you guys the amazing signs that we had here. Shanks, Hope has been incredible for this series so far. A lot of love for AL, of course. More love for Shanks. Everyone loves an XDD, of course. Faker is the GOAT that we knew about, but I want all of you guys to see all the love that the teams have been receiving so far. Now, important question. Who thinks that AL is gonna win the next one? All right. Now, who thinks that we're going to Game 5? Casters, over to you.
We are all hoping, I think, for that Game 5. The excitement that it would bring would be incredible, but AL are looking locked in and trying to prevent any sort of a comeback from T1.
Yeah, almost got whiplash from the previous game to then the one we just had, because T1 had been so strong in the previous one, but then AL just threw it down here. They responded to every T1 move, advantage after advantage for AL, and they certainly have the momentum.
Yeah, you can't afford to underestimate T1 in this position, though. They're a team that, with the level of experience, with the number of accolades associated, you cannot afford to underestimate them. So we're going to be jumping into Game 4 draft presented by Omen and HyperX. And T1 returning to the blue side will look to remove Twisted Fate and Poppy from the pool. Pantheon remains the first ban on the red side.
Interesting stat, T1, when they are down 2-1 in the best of 5, 48% win rate all time.
48?
Lower than I would have expected. You know, this is a team known for being so clutch.
I think 48's personally still pretty damn impressive, personally.
When you're already down. All right, are we going to see...
Doing everything, Vedius.
Are we going to see the Talia Azir double ban again? I assume so. And then we start to get pretty far down.
Well, I think with Rumble gone, T1 can actually afford to leave Talia open, force AL into banning it, and then potentially go for a different power pick.
It's also really interesting because Alistar, I think, you know, the lone really high prio engage support that is kind of left up and available. We have gotten through most. I guess Rakan as well would be there, so it'll be interesting to see if those rise in priority at all.
I'm thinking of junglers.
Sejuani, Skarner are two that kind of stand out to me right now. Alternatively, like, because when I think about the playmakers, a lot of them have kind of fallen to the wayside. You could consider something like the Zed, the Nocturne as well, this deep into the draft. But there's that Talia that we were talking about, AL kind of being forced to ban both, and it's going to be the Corki first pick.
Yeah, you start to, the deeper you go into Fearless, looking at what champions they're going to get early for Guma, and they want to lock down that Corki very early on. The burst damage here, see what they can get done.
Question is, what supports are left that you can pair alongside it? The Ambessa Instalock coming through from AL. The Corki, reminder, can be flexed into mid lane, always a possibility. Our expectation is that it's being played towards the bot side. And that is a blind Silas. You haven't even seen many of the other champions that have come through, but putting a bit of pressure onto Faker to find a good response with his most common control mages gone, the Victor and the Orianna. Curious as to what direction he's going to go.
And it can sometimes be a bit of a denial pick. If you think that, hey, Alistar could be high prio, well, guess what? You don't really want to pick Alistar into the Silas. So it does kind of limit some of the options, I think, for T1.
Yeah, definitely a good point there, as the support is the focus, and they opt for a very good champion for Keria here, the Rakan locked in.
Also quite good into the Alistar as well. So with the same logic in mind, if you expect AL to be leaning more towards that Alistar, they've already prepared for it. So while not the strongest 2v2 lane with Corki and Rakan, again, assuming that Corki is going down towards the bot lane, it does provide you with a lot of great teamfight, mobility, and engage later on into the game. And we're going to get a Maokai coming through for Tarzan.
Oh, we are really going to close down on the jungle champion pool then. I mean, technically you can flex Jax into jungle, but I definitely expect it to be into the top lane. So we can have two more bans here to really pinch down on Owner's champion.
Also, potentially, you know, if you're worried about some of these Silas matchups, now you have the opportunity to go for protection bans here. Of course, there is still the thought that, hey, Faker could be the one playing Corki. We have mostly been seeing it in the bot lane, but occasionally in pro play this year, it still is being played mid.
AL clearly thinking about those jungle bans and the lack of really beefy frontline on T1. And so the Skarner and Sejuani that you mentioned.
Would it be Zed? Maybe into Maokai? We have seen Owner bring it out. And I'm just thinking about, I mean, like, I don't think it necessarily makes sense in the comp of T1. They could do with a little bit more engage or a little bit more crowd control. They're going to remove the Cassio, so instead they're going to mitigate some of the difficult matchups that could come through into that mid lane.
Makes a lot of sense.
I think right now T1 really needs something that is going to block the Maokai ult or some way to deal with it. So that's why I'm still thinking like tanky jungle frontline for them, like the Sejuani. Meanwhile, for their ban, are you worried about the Maokai plus Blitzcrank combination? Because that has been used fairly effectively as far as picking people off, especially if there is no one who can soak a Maokai ultimate, then you're like relying on a rush of a Mikhail's for the Rakan to be able to have someone step in front and then get it off quickly.
Can I just talk? I love how animated Tabe gets with his players. When they're picking, he's right next to them, standing, really having that conversation about what do you think is the best pick right now, and it's going to be the scaling center. So AL leaning towards the style that they found success with in this series, team fighting, team fighting, team fighting.
And I really like it with what you have in the first three, right? It's all dives and it can really support what you are building for and scales incredibly well. Can definitely answer any sort of split push threat that could be there also. Nocturne, I do think, makes some sense if you wanted to play alongside that Jax towards side lanes.
I don't love the amount of dive, though. Instead, they're going to go for the Lilia. And we talked about the potential of the Corki in the mid lane.
Yeah.
Pairing the Xayah Rakan, always the possibility when it comes to Gumayusi and Keria, a bot lane that they absolutely adore. And will it be the full protection for Kyle on the bot side of the map? It will mean that Maokai will be your primary engage there. Contemplating between the two.
I still am so nervous because the earlier problem I was talking about for T1, it looks so dangerous for any of these members to be in front with a Maokai ultimate. It poses so many problems. So AL, they can go for the safety option here with the Tahm Kench.
Wow, so AL, I mean, they've got a pretty typical front-to-back composition. I will say that the ultimates that Shanks can steal probably aren't the strongest on the side of T1. T1 have a decent number of split push options, with Jax going to be a real threat in the side lane.
but a little bit more on the front to back side, running double AD carry with an AP jungler for Ona.
A lot of power on the other side, though, as well for T1. These are 2 AD carries that are difficult to lock down. And you have to remember, this is a Lilia versus 4 melee champions. That is the ideal situation. If Lilia can get accelerated in a game like this, you can have a field day. And you're trying to then dive in on these AD carries through the recon CC, through the counter engage of that potential 4-man sleep on these melees. And I think things could get tricky. So I do feel that both comps, really have a shot in this one.
Both have some tools, both have a lot of threat. AL on the precipice of making their way to an international finals.
Match point for AL, but it is T1 who are going to be looking to force us to a game number 5.
T1 have shown magic at many World Championships over the last few years, but it is crucial to remember the word World Championships. MSI has not been their tournament over the last few years. 2nd place in 2022, 3rd place in 2023, 3rd place again in 2024. AL could keep that streak alive if they can knock T1 out here and make their way to the finals.
You can even see AL was looking for some early game shenanigans. They actually had Flandre run down towards that bot lane to try to show their support mid, see if someone would step forward for a deep ward. Did not find it, but I always like these level 1 pre-planned plays in a high-intensity game like this. It can make all the difference.
Yeah, looking at set point here. Any sort of early extra advantage goes a very long way.
Owner does get the ward on the enemy Raptors. Of course, Raptors a big target for Lilia throughout the game, always wanting to be able to steal those away, get ahead of your opponent. But I want to talk about Shanks and his incredible journey here. So the average pro play career, only 167 games. Shanks has been around for a lot longer than this. And why, you ask, is this important? To me, I think it is important because his career was not an easy path. He started out here and has had so much struggle early on in his career. He talked about how you have to go through these struggles to be able to then find success. And early days in his career, he was on some really bad teams in the LPL. He was on a 4-12 team, a 0-16 team. So many players in those situations, I think, would have been replaced, would have been a footnote in the history of the LPL. But he was able to fight through those difficulties, prove himself even amongst all of these struggles, and now has risen to the point where he's an LPL champion, where he's on the precipice of taking down T1 and getting to his first international finals. And I just think that journey is so impressive.
He showed incredible determination to get to this point. And as he said at the end of the last game, that's why he flashed the WE emote there.
Such a core part of his history as a pro. And for him to have the honor to go up against one of his idols. I mean, so many, an idol to so many in the world of League of Legends. Faker has accomplished so much, the greatest of all time to ever play the esport. And facing across from him in lane is that man, pushing him underneath his tower. The Corki pressure already off to a strong start as Doran on the top side looking to do the same thing, looking to grab a plate already in the 1v1.
Yeah, both T1 solo lanes here pushing very heavily early on, keeping up that pressure. And Lilia finishing up on the full clear at the moment. Doran even proxying to gain the extra little bit of timing here.
Yeah, I love the aggression there. They know that the Maokai started on top side, so he's going to be clearing down towards bot. That's why he's going for this proxy angle. But the T1 bot lane will just back off, knowing, again, hey, they are the ones that would be targeted. You get that early demolish, you get that early plate proc, and he's even going to be able to kind of stack that next wave together because he did that semi-proxy, and we'll be able to TP back to a wave pushing towards him very likely. So Doran going to be in a great spot, but they're going for the lane swap.
Yeah, exactly. They make their recall on bottom side. All of this pushing for T1 results in the easy swap on over. So it is going to be Guma and Keria catching up on top side.
And Flandre has to push this top wave as quickly as he can, because if he doesn't, then he's in some serious threat given where the wave is. Guma going to catch this wave. Speaking of danger for Flandre.
Yeah, both top laners in awkward spots here. Doran, I think did spot the Maokai as he was walking over, but he was desperately trying to crash that wave. Wasn't quite able to do it. And T1 clearly have a freeze here against Flandre, trying to hold that as much as they can. Flandre is in experience range, but is not obviously able to walk up and CS some of these minions. And Doran just trying to stay around, see if he can actually find an angle to get a crash here. Flandre is going to get rooted up there by Guma. Not looking for the kill, but they are continuing to poke him down.
Yeah, Jax does have an easier time in the 2v1, but now he's under attack.
He's going to get hit by the root. He's going to be in trouble here. Owner is coming to try to bail him out, but is it too little? Is it too late? They see Owner arrive, and they do elect to back off, but Doran, no TP, and is quite low on health here. Owner's going to try to help him push this in, and they did get eyes on the Maokai on the top side, so I feel like they're feeling relatively confident that they're okay.
Yeah, it's not going to get frozen on them, so they're just going to let it push on towards them because they do want Owner to keep on farming, get back up to his other side of the map. As you saw pings down there from AL, Tarzan already going into that jungle as Doran under attack and teleported on in this bottom tower.
It's a double TP. They're actually, oh no, excuse me, one TP is going to go mid lane, one is going to go bot lane, and it is going to be a look at a dive here. Can Doran get the perfectly timed Counter-Strike to try to survive this? Leap Strike's back. There's the Counter-Strike coming in. They will reset the aggro there as Hope juggles it, and now Doran really has no way out of this. Flash is back, outplaying as much as he can, but First Blood will go the way of AL.
Beautifully done by AL. They get Flandre to the bot lane as well. Looks like he's going to choose to reset as the Corki TPs towards the bottom lane. Shanks going to go and try and catch this top wave. T1 still hold on to the gold lead for now, but a lot of farm denied away from Doran.
Faker is able to answer a lot of that and is going to be able to push this in. As Guma trying to look for a recall here with Keria. Does elect to just stay around instead. As Owner is just trying to keep his farm up. Tarzan and him both farming very equally and are on the same buy for now. It is, of course, going to be an AP Maokai here from Tarzan.
Yeah, going to be able to get that extra bit of damage later on. And again, the Maokai ult will be such a big part of their team fight. For now, T1 hold on to their little bit of gold lead, but evened up so much as far as the two top
the ward
laners.
just expired there. I think Doran got eyes on Kyle. He's trying to run for it, but the Absconded Duck is going to connect. Leap Strike back. Can he get out of range of the Abyssal Dive? Just barely. Doran, by the skin of his teeth, will avoid the knockup and survive.
Just barely does Doran escape. Shanks quick to push in this top wave. Junglers hovering around the bot side of the map as the TP will come through from Tahm Kench to help keep Flandre safe. Tarzan is in the area with level 6. They really want this wave to go into Flandre's pockets. And he is going to be able to get it. T1 with good pressure on the map, but they don't quite deny Flandre that gold.
Yeah, good defense here from AL to allow him to keep up his CS on this Mbessa. You need income on this champion. You need to have the threat for later on. Doing their best to get him there.
How about this early advantage, though, from Faker, quietly opening up nearly a 500 gold lead here, has non-stop been pushing, has a really nice CS advantage, and has been able to pressure the tower for plates here. And T1 going to be using those pushing waves to start up this dragon here. Again, getting a relatively early dragon to start off game 4.
Yeah, fighting a Lilia this early against that dragon as a Maokai is a risky thing to do. With Faker being as strong as he is, AL don't want to run the risk of going for that fight. Plates-wise, it has been Faker that's gotten a bunch. He got one in bot lane, gets one in mid. Guma also grabbing 2 plates topside, shared with Keria. They're keeping this push on the bottom lane.
Yeah, and Flandre still has not been able to get a single recall off for
That's
a purchase.
true.
He's all the way to level 6 with no buy, so it's just the Doran shield that he is holding on to.
Biscuits his own shield. Flandre in some trouble there. Will get knocked low, but will now likely base. Faker staying around, fishing with another rocket, does get some poke on him.
Yeah, the unrelenting pressure here, constantly whittling away. And AL are taking the grubs at the moment while Flandre is trying to survive with his biscuits under tower. Goes back in again.
Yeah, T1 being relentless here with their pressure. Just non-stop poking and prodding. Guma and Owner, though, showing up. Don't want to give over the full 3 grubs. Tarzan has claimed 2, but Owner will be able to come in and grab one of his own. And I wanted to talk about Chovy, an interview that he did where he was talking about his expectations for who he would face in the finals. He was expecting that it would be anyone's Legends. He said they are the most likely to make it up into the finals, not his longtime regional rivals of T1, which I think did surprise some players, but AL has been playing at such an incredible level.
There was a lot of talk, too, between those two teams at the beginning of the tournament about how their scrims were going. They were both very complimentary of each other.
It was like, I love the social media comments about how they were trying to reverse curse each other. No, you're really good. No, I insist. You are really good. And,
you are the best.
Yeah, and clearly both have demonstrated an absolute excellence in the level of play. And right now, we find ourselves in a very slow-paced early game. No one quick to force anything, and that makes sense. When you've got a double AD carry comp on the side of T1, itemization is very important. Kobe, you were just talking about for Ambessa, you also want to get those cooldowns, you want the levels, you don't really want to try and force anything too early. And Shanks early on, of course, being put in the deficit that he's at, it's going to take a little bit longer to get that first item. So a slow and steady early game, a bit of a trade of objectives as 2 grubs secured by AL on 1 dragon for T1. Flandre once again under a bit of pressure from Carrier and Faker.
But as is Doran, 3 members of AL here on that bot side as T1 poking away at Flandre. You can see Doran could be the target of a dive here. Will they look for it? Tarzan for now just farming up this jungle camp as Doran will be able to pick up most of this wave. Shanks and Kyle trying to kind of butter him up though. He's now down to half HP and they definitely want to consider this angle. Owner though is going to be spotted. He's moving down, so it could be a risky dive.
Yeah, they've got plenty of vision here, so AL not going to overforce anything. Here comes the Rakan support teleport as well with Spellbook, just in case. And they're going to get their reset off once again. Both of these top lane carry champions in 1v2s for so long means low income for each of them.
And while people always talk about Lilia as this really fast farmer, I think people sometimes underestimate how quickly Maokai can farm. You know, the Maokai has actually stayed pretty much dead even alongside this. Tarzan has just been power farming, already has the Leandries completed.
Yeah, AP Maokai cruising on through. And again, that ultimate is going to be such a critical part of how these team fights do go when we get the meetup. T1 going to have to problem solve, figure out what to do in that scenario.
It has been mostly Carrier actually just laning with Faker here, making sure they can't look for any sort of hard engage. Faker with that range advantage, only way they can really do something about it is to hard engage on him. So it's been often Guma just kind of solo laning while Faker is here covered by Carrier.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Hope trying to scale up on the Senna, farm those souls, gain more range for yourself. And AL trying to buy that time.
26 stacks on the Senna so far. Static Shiv being completed will give Hope a little bit more wave clear. Of course, he is behind in farm, but he is ahead in gold. So AL not going to be too concerned about that. Flandre is within kill range for Doran.
Nice root, does land there on the Guma. And Doran, as you say, has Flandre quite low, but is trading back well. Doran was trying to posture, see, is there an angle for a dive? Is there an angle to proc that demolish? Couldn't find the opportunity to go for either.
Faker with flawless farm right now. A player that whenever T1 is in these situations is the one that we often turn to.
Shanks looking aggressive, but Carrier is here once again. Does land the knock-up. Kyle coming in. Faker looking. There's the Senna ultimate to cover.
That's a lot invested right before this dragon spawns. So a couple of ultimates here, some decent value. Although Faker now with no flash for that dragon fight might be a target.
Keep track of that as the TPs return. There's the rocket belt completed with the Trinity Force finished for Faker. A big spike for the man in the mid lane of T1.
We'll see though, can they actually punish this missing flash? Kyle caught out here in a lot of trouble, gonna be charmed up, and he is incredibly low, has to flash out. In comes Tarzan with the Maokai ultimate. It does connect onto Carrier. Kyle trying to get back involved, as Shanks is looking for a fight onto Faker. He's in a 1v2, but he looks like he's winning it. Faker getting incredibly low, has no flash. The Abscond connects with the abduct. Shanks getting one, he's getting two. He's in a 1v2, and he likes the way that looks. Owner now coming down, trying to knock down Shanks as a response, but he's going to flash out to safety. Flandre is here. Guma flashes in, does get one. The public execution doesn't take him down, but Shanks still surviving. Flandre now looking for more here. Tarzan flashes in, roots him up. Flandre going to knock down Owner. It's Shanks coming up huge when it matters most.
Shanks on the big stage comes up massive for AL. They win the fight, they take the gold lead, and the objective will be theirs.
The level of confidence from Shanks in that situation to take the fight to Faker. I mean, oh,
Carrier
gets the steal.
And he steals it with the spellbook. Won't have a way out, but he definitely had a way in. And he grabs the second dragon against the odds for T1.
We said it, Venius, never count out T1. Carrier gets back in. A very early spellbook enjoyer. Carrier makes use of it.
I mean, it is a nice steal, but when we take stock of the game, the gold swing in AL's favor. The Maokai ultimate rooting up Carrier, who starts off an engage onto Kyle. He flashes away. Then you see the Rakan getting rooting up. Shanks goes for a 1v1 against Faker, steals away the Rakan ultimate, knocks them both up, well, charms them both, I should say, interrupting the knocker, and then Shanks sidestepping and then getting the lockdown onto Faker to secure the kill.
So clean, gets the kill and the flash there at the end too. Worked around the minions to make sure he could get the stun, flashing away, buying so much time. He got Guma's flash and ultimate out, and draws in the extra members of Team 1, making T1 commit so heavily to take him down.
He even gets Doran's flash at the very end there as well.
Something I wanted to track here. Both smite charges were used by Tarzan in that fight. I think T1 must have noticed that, and that's, I think, why Carrier goes. He had no smite, because both of them were used. So if T1 noticed that in the midst of the fight, that is pretty incredible to be tracking the summoners that closely.
So, AL with a small gold lead for now. Faker still has the edge over Shanks. That Trinity Force still something to be reckoned with. AL, though, in a position to contest. Shanks in an awkward spot as he's separated from the rest of his team. Could create a flank, though.
Flandre has no TP, so if they overcommit here, Doran could TP in and try to stop them. They're going to go for it, though. Shanks is behind them, poking them down. Gumayushi will be caught by the Maokai ult. Owner grabs the Herald, but now they're going to look for Shanks. Shanks could be in some trouble. The Senna ult going to buy some time as Doran has arrived, has the counter-strike. He goes in, he pops the ulti. Tarzan in some trouble here, but Flandre's trying to close the gap. He's running through mid lane to get back to his team, and Hope is poking them down. T1 in some trouble now. They're going to have to run for it. The swirl seed slowing them. Guma incredibly low. Doran threatening. The ulti will have to be popped. Can they chase in? These T1 health bars are blinking, and Flandre wants to cut them short. Goes in, gets one. Hope chasing onto Faker, looks for the Q to try to get Guma, could not find it. It is the Herald for T1. It is 1 for 1, but it was so close to being much more.
My goodness, so close. AL a little slow on the engage, allowing for Ona to secure the Herald. And they do what I think they should do. Collapse on the flanking member. Shanks goes for a bit of an engage. He uses his E, he steps up too aggressively, and Carrier is quick to punish him. Being isolated from the rest of his team, T1 think that they can get a little more.
Yeah, you see AL members moving in two different calls right there, because Tarzan was leaving the play, Shanks still going in, and the early teleport that came from Doran meant that he was completely sectioned off. So Shanks going down at the beginning, but they still got the chase down kill.
Flandre looking for the solo. Flandre has the shield, gets out to safety.
My goodness, the action is really kicking off here. They're trying to keep the Herald away. I don't think they're going to stop it. The tower secured for T1. And the goal difference remains close. This is what we like to see here in Game 4. T1 continue to fight back against the momentum AL built after Game 3.
They're TPing in. They're actually looking here for Faker. Faker is pretty far back, but is now going to spot Shanks here, and they are collapsing in him. He's going to immediately have to flash out. There's the Abyssal Dive. Charm comes through there from Carrier, trying to peel for Faker. Faker still has nothing to get away, and he's going to get gobbled up here by Kyle and knocked down by Flandre, who goes on a rampage.
Beautiful from Kyle. He lands the slow into the Abyssal Dive and serves up Faker on a silver platter.
But T1, they're not the type of team to slow down. While all that pressure was being put onto Faker, they were pressuring the bot side of the map. They secured their second tower of the game, they push in this bot wave, and now they have great position around the dragon, spawning in 48 seconds.
They also got the feats of strength here with their Herald play in mid lane, but Hope trying to get a tower back. Shanks took that top lane one. Owner looking, can't really find much of anything. The dragon going to be spawning here in 30. And T1 will have their eyes on it. They are on their way to a potential early soul thanks to the steal from Carrier, and would love to get that third dragon.
Dragon could be huge for T1 to find their way back. Carrier here also very deep in enemy territory. And there's not a lot of defensive vision for AL. They do have the one on the blue buff. But that's about it. So the approach to Dragon will be very dark for AL.
TP's committed. Shanks steals away Carrier's ultimate. Probably one of the best options he has available. The backline access that he has. Oh, wow, he is testing Carrier's mechanics. Able to sidestep that one. The mid push will come through from T1. The bot push as well. T1 pushing on all sides, keeping the pressure up onto AL. Hope.
Faker Valks forward, does get a nice little bit of chunk there onto Hope. As Dorian could be in some trouble, he is sectioned off. He maybe overstayed his welcome here, and he's gonna get charmed up and locked up. The Senna ult comes through, Dorian flashing out to safety. They spent a lot, multiple ultimates used there. It was the stolen Rakan ulti, it was the Flandre ulti, it was the Senna ulti, and they didn't kill Dorian, who has his TP.
Exactly, he can just recall and teleport back. He won't have a flash for the actual fight, but the battle over the brush to start it out. He's teleporting behind them.
He is teleporting very deep. Hope spots it. Will AL try to turn on him? Looks for the root, can't quite find it. Tarzan marking Dorian right now as T1 now have the inside track towards the Dragon. Owner getting his movement speed stacks here off of the Raptors. He's gonna look, Carrier's trying to go in. Shanks on the side in trouble. Dorian has caught him out as Carrier's in the midst of everyone. Carrier trying to get back out to safety. Shanks still battling with Dorian. They're both incredibly low. Flandre looking for an angle to go in. Guma pushing them back. AL are low, but everyone is alive. And it's Carrier that's even lower. Dorian trying to push through mid lane here. AL look like they concede defeat here. They're gonna back off and give the third Dragon T1 again stand their ground.
AL didn't have the HP, they didn't have the resources, and they did not have position on the Dragon. T1 with excellent patience. Doran getting out of harm's way was crucial to the success of that play, and now T1 put themselves on soul point.
And when he got back, the pressure towards the mid lane side of the fight that he's putting out, even down 1,000 gold compared to Flandre, still having a lot of pressure. Faker, of course, on the Corki, though. The 2-item power spike is so big for this champion. Really making use of those rockets, really making use of that chunk damage to get T1 to soul point. They're building so much tension in this game, and Flandre is actually even starting up this Otacon here for AL.
Trying to clear out that ward, but doesn't quite finish it off. Shanks and Flandre hovering around the bot side of the map. My goodness, what a tense affair. AL now will need to win out the next Dragon fight to deny the soul from T1. T1, their resilience continuing to show through. And look at that, 2 items now finished for Gumayushi. You already mentioned the 2 items for Faker. T1, they don't have to force anything right now. They can slow the game down, work towards a few more components, and be ready for the soul fight that will be starting in 3.5 minutes.
And Hope is just about bang on the average here for the stacks. The average stacks at 20% at MSI has been 50.9. Is just ever so slightly behind that, of course, as we are almost at 22 minutes, but is going to be scaling well. Has decided to go for the early static shift. Sometimes people will go into a more aggressive build from here, but elected to go for the rapid fire for the poke.
And that's why it is pretty critical for T1 here to have all these dragons, so they can use this Dragon Soul as a point in the game to force AL, so that they cannot continue to stack and stack and stack for Hope forever. They've got so much damage on the side of T1, but they have to use it very wisely. They have to get, good sleep from Owner and Carrier with a good charm engage.
You can see 2 items for both Faker and Guma. These 80 carries scaling incredibly well. Faker had a very good start, got quite a bit up in gold, but Shanks has been battling back, finding kills in these fights, not to be outdone. Wants to try to close the series here. But T1 continually fighting for vision here, and Shanks gonna get aggressive. Can he find the absconded duck? Just out of range is Faker, and Faker now trying to turn and fight back. Trading Corki rockets. Faker gets the best of him though, as Shanks is low on health and mana.
Spacing from Faker there was just perfect. Sidestepping all of the Sylas skills, dodging the rockets, and then throwing rockets back of his own. Forcing Shanks back. Will he have enough money for his upgrades? Have to imagine that he will. There is the Cosmic Drive now completed. Both mid laners at level 13. The Dragon only 2 minutes away. You can see how both teams have been working as quickly as they can to get as much gold as they can ahead of the upcoming fight.
And these fights are just going to be so much about the execution. There's really no true tank on either side. The Jax, the Tahm Kench can be somewhat tanky. Just utilizing the Counter-Strike as Carrier pops the Ghost, will be able to jump out to safety. Felt confident he would be able to get away there. Doran finally finishes off that tier 1 top, but they see him there, and AL have started up the Otacon. Will they stay on it though, as T1 is around? Doran gonna base, look to buy, and then he does have his teleport if they feel he needs to join. Hope just still on his way over here. Otacon down to about half HP. The TP going to be spent as Doran is looking to join. He just bought his Seekers. That could be critical. Will he go in? Doesn't look for it just yet. It's getting lower and lower as Flandre is getting poked down by Faker on the side. Down to 3K. Doran going in the midst of everyone. He's on to Hope, and Hope could be in some trouble. They're going to grab it, and it's going to be Guma. Who else takes it? Flandre, Faker fighting on the side. Flandre winning out, but he's going to get knocked down by Faker. And T1 are pushing forward. That stasis from Doran was critical. Shanks gets knocked down by Doran as he comes out of the golden. Hope pushing them back, but T1 only lose Guma. They do get 2, and Guma claimed the Otacon.
T1 clutch it out! Look at how they force this. They lay down the feathers, and then Doran goes in for the flank. He teleports in, he sees the 3 members, so even as the Maokai ult goes through, Doran goes in. Guma focusing on the Otacon right there, along with Owner, and they burst it. Just 28 health left after the smite went through. Meanwhile, Faker had done so much work on Flandre on the side that then he was able to push off Flandre, get that kill on the side, and gain momentum for T1.
The fact that they were able to kill Guma was the biggest surprise to me, but Doran's flank, I think, was instrumental. A well-coordinated team fight from T1. Everyone seeming to know exactly what they needed to do. They secure the Otacon, and the Dragon will be spawning in a second.
And the fact that Doran killing that top lane tower gave him just enough gold to get the Seekers before that fight. Bases, TP's in, plays so aggressive knowing he has that in his back pocket. But his second item will be very delayed because he's between 2 items right now. So yes, that was strong for one fight, but Flandre on the other side is massively stronger right now when you look at the actual combat stats. The broken Seekers is going to do nothing until he gets gold to upgrade that into his Zonius.
Doran has been doing
this could
so
be Soul,
much.
though. T1 going, Tarzan trying to get in, they're going to burst it down, they do claim it. T1 claim the soul, they're going to look for Faker though, the public execution back in onto him, but Carrier is there to peel, they're turning on his Shanks, Shanks in trouble, going to get gobbled up by Kael, but it's Doran in the back line trying to take over, Owner going in, sleeps on everyone, and it is the eternal sleep for AL as Owner makes no mistake, the multi-man ulti was perfect.
A flawless team fight for T1 as they wipe AL off the map. The magic of T1 is not over just yet as they look to push us to Game 5.
T1 on the international stage here, synonymous with clutch.
T1 not to be outdone. They find their window. They take their moment. They're knocking on the Nexus, and you know what's coming. What else could it be in a battle between Titans like this? It's going to 5.
I gotta say, Doran did so much work with such low resources this game.
Oh yeah.
In a game where the 2 top laners had to 2v1 for so long, starved out of so much gold, he made critical plays near the end game team fights, escaping first on the bottom side, the 3-person attempt at his life before that dragon fight, coming in with the flank on the Otacon. I mean, value there.
This series couldn't have gone any other way. We're being pushed to Game 5, LPL versus the LCK.
This series is delivering. Desk, who do you think takes it in Game 5?
Well, we're not going to answer it just yet, otherwise nobody would be listening to our analysis. But I will ask it at the end of the series, I promise you. We asked at the tail end of last segment the magic that T1 can always count on, or, well, count on themselves when it comes to international tournaments like this. We haven't really seen it. Now their backs were against the wall for multiple of these skirmishes in this game that if they lost them every single time, it would have lost them the game.
And they were right. For me, Doran had such a major impact. It was the Otacon fight where I felt like he was doing a lot. Here is another example. He is sticking to the back line and making Senna's life impossible to fight through.
Yeah, he came up huge. The Otacon fight is also the huge one for me. But again, where it started is, we remember back all the way to Gen G T1.
Yeah.
If all the games are kind of like blurring together in your mind. And Ruler gets that clutch second Drake steal, right? I think Anyone's Legend did such a good job playing these team fights early and the skirmishes early, especially Shanks. But the Keria Smite steal,
the unsealed spellbook,
actually ended up becoming huge for T1 in this because it then put them onto Drakes. It made Dragon such a massive priority that AL then had to fight with T1 sometimes having setup on that. And I think that it's kind of fun to see that go from what we saw in the Genji series to, just the drive-by spellbooks.
And I love that you know when that happens and it gets stolen against your team, you're just so mad, you just kill him, you just like press all the buttons, but the damage has been done.
I'm just zooming in my jungler usually, but the jungler is asking why is no one zoning for him.
Yes. Yeah.
And it's just like, and that magic is just excellent team fighting, especially if they lost the last few skirmishes because Shanks had a great game. They come back the next time, and I was focusing on Doran. Another star for these fights was Owner.
Yeah.
His Lilia, a pick that I didn't see coming going into this game, was a massive one. It's great versus Maokai. If you have a long fight, you're a menace to deal with, and those Lilia ultos really played a massive part in these fights.
And Doran, he's just such a smooth criminal.
Yes, he is.
This entire fight actually starts because they blow so much onto Doran. He ends up escaping, TP's back in, right? And then as this Drake starts up, he's just keeping Shanks out of the fight. And this ends up being crucial because we talked about how important Shanks has been for anyone's legend in the fights. It was that clutch kind of recon ultimate steal that we saw in a previous fight in this same bot side river. But yeah, Doran is doing work on this Jax.
He is, and I love that you brought up Shanks. And when we look at Shanks versus Faker in this series, I do feel like I remember more of the plays from Shanks. I see where he's trying to kind of push the issue, whereas Faker is just relying on the rest of his team. They all do it together.
That being said, that last game was hell for AL's early game.
Yeah.
Like, all 3 lanes were getting shoved in. Specifically, mid lane was like down like 10 or 15 CS extremely early on. They were getting sieged constantly through topside. They didn't allow Senna to really stack up because they ended up swapping pretty easily, and that allowed Jax to be able to get, what was it, Ruby Crystal longsword bot lane while Doran shielded and Bessa is stuck top. I think, once again, T1 are so smart in their early game. They played out their early game spectacularly, especially since the game before that AL did well there. So it felt like it had to go to game 5.
Yeah, it's 2 blue wins now for T1 as well. And this one, I do want to top it off with the Atakan fight if we can, just so that we've had everything. But again, I just want to say that you cannot overstate how important every single skirmish was, because if you lose one of these, you're probably getting wiped, right?
Yes, and just take a look at Doran. They see him on the flank, but they know it's coming to a 50-50 on Otacon, so they focus on him and just let Hope deal with the Jax, which is crazy. All that being said, Flandre was dealing with Faker on the bot side of it and was losing. So in a long skirmish, in a long fight, especially since they had to peel off the Jax, T1 was flourishing.
That also split the fight. Tarzan actually moved up away from the Otacon, right?
That is excellent.
Oh my God, that actually moved Tarzan up off the Otacon, right? So it's also why T1 were so easily able to grab that objective as well.
Yeah, oh, that's so good. I love that sign. You guys are absolutely awesome.
Yes,
but
you are.
I do want to look at a couple of things in terms of T1 at internationals. We requested this T1's Game 5 win rate at international events. Now, I don't know what it is, but it's 55-40 record, 57.9% win rate in Game 5 at international events. I think what this picture shows is that it's never easy, even if you're the favorite going into Game 5, even if you're an underdog going to Game 5. It is always very difficult because the tensions are never higher. The thing is, right now, T1 has to trust so much that they've done this so many times before.
Remember what MSI started with? The first MSI in Tallahassee. Game 5. Game 5, EDG versus T1. Game 5, it was like a major situation. Of course, T1 lost in that one, but it means so much for T1 as world champion after world champion. MSI is the tough one. As you can see right here, 2022 is the last time they were in finals for this one versus
I love
RNG.
that you bring up Tallahassee because EDG was actually not the favorite in that final game. We get the Evelyn moment. We get Clear Love. We get LPL Magic, right? And on their side, that's a huge victory and maybe something to want to channel going into this Game 5.
And a small thing too, the last time T1 even won an MSI was 2017. That was the roster with Bang, with Hooney, Peanut, Wolf.
In Brazil, yeah.
Exactly. That was such a long time ago, and they want to be able to reach that peak again.
And on the other side, though, Emily, we do have to give credit to AL as well, because they love playing these brawls in the LPL. They do it all the time, so I don't think they're going to be particularly phased. But the question is also, now you're at the edge of Fearless. Now you're actually at that moment where you have to make crucial decisions. How do you think AL is going to pilot this one?
Yeah, I'm actually super curious to see what they do in draft, because with this one, they had 3 losing lanes.
Yeah.
That's great.
And even though they were able to come up ahead in a few of these early skirmishes and actually set themselves in a pretty good position until some of those team fights started going wrong and Doran started ripping through them, not fun to play with.
The
right?
Reddit K-word might be coming.
Yeah. Oh, not a maybe. Hey. So, predictions on the desk where we went for T1, you went for AL. Do you want to flip-flop or not?
I'm not going to flip-flop, but I didn't ask the crowd before. I didn't ask them what their predictions was, and I'm going to start. Anyone here rooting for AL? And now I have to ask the bigger question. Who's a T1 believer in here?
And finally, I hope everyone will cheer for this. Who wants to hear some Silver Scribes? Coming right up, it's going the distance. AL versus T1, one last game to decide who gets to face Genji in the grand finals. Let's scrape some silver.
This could be Soul, though. T1 going, Tarzan trying to get in. They're going to burst it down. They do claim it. T1 claim the Soul. They're going to look for Faker, though. The public execution back in onto him. But Carry is there to peel. They're turning on his Shanks. Shanks in trouble. Going to get gobbled up by Kael. But it's Doran in the back line trying to take over. Owner going in. Sleeps on everyone, and it is the eternal sleep for AL as owner makes no mistake. The multi-man ulti was perfect.
It all comes down to this. In Vancouver, one last game to prove it all for anyone's legend. It's about writing their name in history. And for T1, it's about writing another chapter in history. Now, are you ready for Game 5?
Welcome back. Game number 5 about to kick off here. Both these teams took Gen G to 5. We knew that they could be evenly matched coming into today, but we're getting treated to the full 5 here once again. A record for international tournaments. We have already had more Game 5s than ever before at any event before. And I'm so happy that it is here in Canada to be back home with this incredible crowd and these amazing teams, the absolute best in the world. It has been my honor to be here with you all.
What an incredible series. Both AL and T1 have put everything on the line. For AL, it's about proving what they're capable of. For the LPL, getting some revenge against T1. And for T1, it's about continuing to solidify their legacy. A team that showed struggles in spring, but these struggles never seem to hold them back when it comes to the international stage. A team that has sought after an MSI trophy for many, many years, and they are on the precipice of looking for a rematch against Gen G.
Let's get into the all-important game number 5 Fearless Draft. Pantheon will remain permabanned the entire series here. Owner's Nocturne as well getting a nod as we get super deep. You have to believe that Azir is going to be permabanned as well. There's no way either of those two champions are getting through. Nobody is trading that. And so we still have yet to see the Poppy make an appearance. I feel like that power goes way through the roof.
The Skarner and the Sejuani also very valuable, especially if we're thinking about a slower, more teamfight-oriented game. The Caitlyn respect towards Gumayusi going to be taken away. Gentlemen, I hate to say it, but Kalista does rise in value as we get into Game 5. So many of the power 80
Don't you
carries
put that bad juju out there. We don't want to see a Game 5 decided by Kalista.
Imagine if the Kalista gets its win in Game 5 of this series.
I mean, Jinx also. Jinx to me has a lot of priority now too. Tabe sometimes says, you know, it's Game 5, Jinx, we just win with Jinx.
I also really am a fan of champions like Ashe, which has been relatively low priority. I think Ashe can be strong, Zeri can be strong, Jinx, and we're getting TF here. Has not been super successful at MSI, but it is a champion that if you can execute well on, you can dominate the side lanes, you can find picks, you can control movement on the map.
I mean, I would say it hasn't been successful at all. 0-7 here at MSI, a champion that, alongside the Kalista, has not been able to win teams many games. AL putting a lot of faith in Shanks here in Game 5. The Alistair, an engaged champion that we often see early in the draft, has been left open all the way until the end. And that Jinx that you were talking about, Kobe, in the hands of Gumayusi.
He's hovering it. This T1 team, they lock it! This T1 team that this year, as you touched on, so many changes. Zeus to Doran, controversial.
Ziggs bot.
The immediate response as well. They were expecting this. The Poppy comes through as well. Wow, AL with a clear game plan coming into Game 5.
Absolutely, and this could be really difficult because what they're going to look to do is gold card onto the Jinx, Ziggs ult immediately on your head. They're looking for this sort of combo where you can dive into the backline, and Jinx can be pushed in and poked out by the Ziggs. It can be difficult, but it's not the most comfortable for some AD carry players. We have to see how well Hope can actually perform on it. He has played it a couple times already this split, so he should be locked in and ready to go.
Plus, it gives you a lot of potential for playing the map. When Ziggs can blow up towers on the side lanes, create more space for Twisted Fate to work with, and find some picks and keep that pressure up.
I do like what T1 have as a foundation, though, for their draft. Simple, straightforward, front to back. Put your trust in Guma. this Jinx in the clutch has just been so valuable, especially in these game 5s where the pressure is really high. Teams will show that extra bit of respect, which for a Jinx means that all she has to do is concentrate on farming, getting that first item. And if a member gets low and she connects that ultimate, the snowball quickly begins.
We turn our eyes towards the top lane then. Camille protection ban here early on. Taking away the Hextech ultimatum, which is a great combo with working with a Ziggs. Also, Camille really good for split push, so they don't want to have to deal with Twisted Fate backing up split push Camille. I do like that strat. Nice one.
I mean, right now, AL, they've got a lot of poke available to them. If they want to start fights, it's not going to be an easy thing for them to do. T1 have a very solid front line, so they're looking for things that can match into the Twisted Fate. With Ryze gone, with Silas gone, your ability to play through sides is not the easiest. The Bard being removed, I think, is a smart ban. When playing with the Ziggs, you can leave that Ziggs alone, safe to free farm in the bot lane. The Bard would have a lot of access to roam around the map. Well, that is going to be denied. I wonder if things like Pike rise in priority for Kyle. Things like the Gragas a possibility as well for a little bit more disruption. LeBlanc taken away from Faker. Now that's a throwback.
Yeah, I mean, you have to go so deep here to find an answer in the mid lane now. Is it going to be probably
things like Akali still up and available?
A bit risky into the Twisted Fate.
If you do want to control Mage Way, definitely fits the bill.
Yeah, I mean, it also fits nicely with this front-to-back style comp that they're going for. When you see how much range AL is going to get, especially when that RFC comes through. Teasing the crowd a little bit, Gumayushi, as he will lock in the way.
This does mean that they have two low mobility carries at their disposal here. The Jinx and the Hui must be protected.
Oh, the debate right now for Flandre. Does he want to go full towards the tank? Or does he want a little bit more of backline access, a little bit more carry power? He will go for the Aatrox instead.
And the pressure will be on Doran to do something with this counter pick. Doran, the newest member of the team. All eyes have been on him.
Oh, of course, the Poppy support. My expectation was that it would immediately go into the jungle, but they're bringing Olaf out into the jungle. They want to run this Jinx down.
It's very good against, Skarner and Alistar CC here. If you're looking at those two low mobility carries, and the only thing you have to get past is hard CC peel, that could be your way in.
The one thing I've hated about Twisted Fate comps is it feels like there's not enough damage to facilitate it. Aatrox plus Olaf, that is a threatening backline.
Gragas was the pick I was thinking. Doran has looked good on it, is up and available, and will give them some more explosive engage. You have to contain the Olaf, though. It feels like there's going to be all eyes on Guma. Get into the backline, the Olaf, the Ziggs ult, the TF ult, everything piling in to try to take down this AD carry.
I mean, Doran's Gragas is a champion that he's brought out and had... I've lost the word. He's truly had amazing performances on it. He's been so clutch, and it's been one of those picks that, as you highlighted, Azael, he can default to when he needs to make magic happen. Naturally, as you said, eyes do fall on Gumayushi, but Doran can be the facilitator, can be the playmaker, can be the difference maker in this Game 5.
All right, in Game 5, with all of this pressure, we bring up one of the controversial picks. The Twisted Fate comes back as the champion pools dwindle, and we'll see if they can get TF a win.
It'll be the first way for Faker this split, and we'll see how he can perform on it as we're heading in for what will be the final game here between T1 and AL. Game 5, we're getting onto the Rift. It's time to go. This is going to be an incredible finish.
In the last game, Doran on the Jax came up huge for the team. Keria with the Spellbook Smite steal to get them the extra dragon, the extra range to the soul.
It'll be only the 4th way game for Faker all time. Has not lost on the pick just yet. Man with the champion Ocean, always going to have another bag of tricks to pull from.
Right now, it is control over this brush, the entrance to the bot side river for AL.
Olaf invades at level 1. You always have to be really respectful of that. If you get tagged by the axe, it could be trouble. Faker knows it and is playing far back.
Notice the ward that Shanks was able to get deep in enemy jungle that is going to show the transition back to this other side of the map. They've got Raptor ward as well as deep blue quadrant ward to try and track owner because of the invade.
Bit of chip damage already going to come down from Hope. So many times we've had this conversation about Ziggs, but it is very much just about farming in the early levels, wanting to get back to base so that you can have access to mana. Once you do get more mana and more levels, then your wave clear becomes a lot stronger. Meanwhile, our observers showing us Tarzan's path, starting on the Raptors and then immediately moving towards the top side.
I think Tarzan might have some sort of plan for some invades going on because they have so much deep vision, and he's going Raptors just up to this top side.
You can see T1's placements at MSI. They lost in this match the last couple of years, have not won since 2017, back with the roster that had Huni on it, and are looking to get back to the finals to try to claim another MSI title here for T1. Worlds has always been their tournament. They always perform well at MSI. Their dominance has not been the same as it has at that World Championship.
Yeah, MSI, last couple years, stopped by the LPL.
The trade's very aggressive. Heal's going to be used on both sides here. It is Spellbook this time for Kyle as well as Keria. Both players have been making great use of it.
Meanwhile, on the top side, we've been focusing so much on the bottom side of the map. It's Flandre off to an early lead, getting some nice trades against Doran, forcing him underneath the tower. Both mid laners throwing spells back and forth.
You can see AL trading pretty aggressively, and Tarzan did start Raptors, then cleared up to his top side. He's now reverse clearing back down. I wonder if he is going to try to find some sort of an angle to get aggressive, or just wanted to end on this bot side.
I think it's very much that. He wanted to make sure that he could just go straight towards that bot Scuttle Crab. He does playing with Pry on the bot side of the map right now.
Yeah, I mean, look at that too. They go for the early recall for Guma. Back, he's got the Cole and Doran's blade, and they're going for the swap already. T1 making the call.
Good poke there from Faker. Just trying to whittle down this TF. Being able to have Prio in a matchup against TF is so critical because you want to punish any roams that they go for. Keeping them locked under the tower is often the recipe for success, denying those roams before they even happen, or at the very least, if they go for it, making sure they punish. But you can see the early swap top. Guma is up here, Owner is behind. Flandre respecting the potential for this dive, but I think they're going to try to look for it. Owner will be the one to try to set it up. Body slam flash connects, he's stunned into the wall, and they're going to be able to take that first blood. T1 strike first in game 5.
That was that recall timing on the Cole money for Guma. They make the call, they timed it right at 3.5 minutes. They recalled him, they sent Owner on over after the clear. They find their first blood. Keria got solo experience on the bot side for quite a while, and then they could just teleport Doran back over to cover.
A flawless dive, flawless timing, and a flawless start for T1 as they do find that kill onto Flandre. Not only do they alleviate that pressure that Flandre was putting down onto Doran, the only downside is that that kill didn't go over to Guma. If they had, they could have started the snowball on this Jinx, because meanwhile Hope was just free farming on the bot side of the map. You can see he has about a wave of an advantage, which is equalized due to Gumayushi being a part of that kill in top lane.
Part of the kill and also part of the plate that they were able to grab right off the back of that on that top side. So Guma does get paid. Shanks gonna be a little bit annoying here as he interrupts Faker's recall. Kyle down here now with Hope. Will be the mismatch lanes here, but I do think this favors the Gragas. Obviously very safe, a lot of wave clear here. Doran should be able to hold on, I think, pretty well in the 1v2.
Yeah, tremendous amount of sustain both in the kit as well as in inventory. Doran still with his potion as well as the double biscuits. Meanwhile, Flandre is out of juice. Empty inventory up there as far as the consumables go.
And he is on the Null Magic Mantle, obviously, because of the double AP solo lanes, because of laning against Doran, but now he is laning against Guma. AL, though, will start up the early dragon here.
T1 positioning again for a repeat dive onto the Aatrox.
Remember, though, Flandre held onto his flash last time. He was perfectly chained by Doran and Owner. Keria has flash this time. They decide, you know what, it's not worth it. It would be too risky.
A lot of time being spent. They're doing a good job of denying Flandre a lot of farm. But once he gets this wave, he should tick over to level 6, and he'll have a little bit more self-defense against the threat that T1 is posing on the top side.
Yeah, there were actually some red question mark pings inside the jungle over there. So T1 were clearly without the extra vision of Kyle, that not sure if it was just Tarzan on the dragon or if there was a Poppy coming through to defend a dive. So they call off the play in case there was defense from AL. In the end, AL get their dragon.
Kyle hovering around the mid lane, wanting to drop some wards to provide information to both Shanks and Tarzan, who now has hit level 6, the TP into mid lane from Carrier, something we've been seeing a lot more on this patch since the buffs to Unsealed Spellbook. Tarzan, though, just power farming through his jungle. The route that he's chosen means that just on spawn, he's immediately back on those camps, and he's starting to build a small farm lead and an experience advantage over Ona, but Ona should be able to close that in no time.
And it's going to be really important for Tarzan to stay ahead of the pace of the game. There's no utility on this pick. The Olaf does one thing, and it does it really well, but you have to be strong enough to get into that backline, to send it for these carries. This is not a champion that has a good fallback plan. You need to put yourself in a great position to succeed. And Tarzan has been stellar for AL, not only in this series, but really all year for them.
Truly has. The leader on the team, as we've gone over multiple times here, really at the heart of this AL team. And as you say, if you're an Olaf and you're running down a Jinx, you better have enough threat behind you.
I mean, the Poppy's really going to help with that too, because any wall that stands in your way, Kyle is going to be right there next to you to move that wall aside and give you access onto that Jinx. We talked earlier in the series about how when that Varus was playing into the Jarvan, it was going to be difficult to navigate. Well, now that pressure is going to fall onto Guma. Both Flandre and Tarzan are going to be looking to put pressure onto this AD carry, while Hope and Shanks will be looking to apply as much poke as possible. T1 looking more so for that front-to-back team fight as they continue to scale up.
All right, the grubs here and available. Lots of extra experience in here for the jungle. Would be very nice for Tarzan to grab these for AL. Of course, they're the team with the Twisted Fate and the split push possibilities as well for later.
Looks like they're going to try to look for a steal just wide of Tarzan. The timing was on point. The aim just wide. Might have been able to steal one away.
Nice interrupt there.
Exactly, interrupted there by Kyle, who does take over to 6.
This is interesting. This could be a trap play. The Skarner's going for counter jungle, but Twisted Fate has ultimate ready.
We'll see if they're going to be able to spot him out here. Faker pushing in on that bottom side, has eyes on the TF, so shouldn't be able to actually get that ulti off. Owner has to bail out, can't actually take the red buff.
Yeah, good defense there. The threat of the Twisted Fate ultimate and the Poppy here. Kyle comes over, defends his jungler's red buff. As you said, the resources for the Olaf critical. They don't want to give away anything on the other side of the map.
You can feel the tension as Tarzan is just kind of quietly playing his game. Of course, he is behind in gold, but full objective control going his way. They did leave a grub up on the top side of the map as Tarzan wanted to quickly get back into his jungle and continue his clear. Red secured. He's going to now go back to the Raptors and start moving his way through the jungle once more.
I think this first fight, when it does break out, is going to be so critical. If Tarzan can pick up some early kills, can get ahead in gold. All of the peel from T1 is magic CC. You know, it's being able to just ignore everything there. Run through the Gragas, the Skarner, the Wayfear, the Alistar combo.
And Kyle, look at this deep vision Kyle is getting super deep into the jungle. Both Krugs and Raptors warded up. Tarzan now finishing his re-clear up towards the top side. He can easily pick up the third grub, which is so nice when you have this Ziggs that can blow up towers. AL have the possibilities of ballooning a lot of mid-game gold through tower destruction. Once Ziggs get those down, once they proc the Void Grub and open up some territory for the Twisted Fate to work with.
Tarzan now back for this third grub. They hadn't actually collected it earlier, so he's going to be able to grab it.
Nicely done by Tarzan. And I wouldn't be surprised if he goes back to base and starts full clearing once again. He's probably sitting on a decent amount of gold. Bona clearing what camps he can, but it feels like the Tarzan is just one step ahead of him in terms of the clear.
And meanwhile, T1, they've built this comp for the 5-on-5s. They've built it to try and keep Guma and Faker safe. The two low mobility, big carry champions here. need the extra safety. Keria doing his job with the extra vision on the bottom side, so you can try and hover up there.
The Sundered Sky now finished for Tarzan. Of course, with Shanks going for the Rod of Ages, it's going to be low damage here in the early game, but Faker hasn't completed his item either. Perhaps Tarzan feels that he's strong enough on this Olaf to just force the issue. Faker a little bit low on HP as Shanks found some nice trades. Flandre pushing out that top wave as Doran has just reset. Both top laners have TP available.
T1 just trying to buy time for Faker. I think he has gold for his first item. He's heading back to base now with that teleport, so they want to make sure that AL doesn't have an angle to start before Faker can get back here. And he is teleporting, and there is that Blackfire Torch as expected.
Provide a huge amount of AoE damage here. AL going to start it out, and here comes the contest.
Both top laners have their TP. We'll see if they elect to join. Shanks has the ulti ready. Will he look for an angle into that backline? He's fighting with Faker on the side as Kyle goes forward. He's looking to get the ejection, but he gets pulled over the wall by Owner and stunned into it. Knocked down, and the Ziggs ult was wasted. Tarzan pops the ghost. In comes the teleport. Doran is there, knocking Shanks back into the team. Shanks flashing out, but can he get away? Keria zoning them off. The zap connects. Shanks is in trouble. Shanks is in trouble, and he's got nowhere to go. Guma gets gifted the kill. T1 win the fight off the heroics from Owner.
Owner comes up huge, yoinks him right over the wall. They get their kill, they get their dragon. T1.
Andre interrupts the recall, but can they punish it? Looks like no. Doran was there trying to cover. Both teleports were used.
Such a massive momentum shift. We were talking about how tense that first fight was going to be. Tarzan felt so strong on the Olaf, but it's Gumayushi that picks up not one, but 2 kills. The Yuntal's now completed. Gumayushi ahead in gold, and now this Jinx is going to be a real problem for anyone's legend.
This is exactly where they want their money. And let's take another look at it, because Kyle on the bottom side is going to start channeling the Poppy ult, but Owner over the wall barely snipes him and yoinks him right back over.
And now Shanks finds himself in a very awkward position. The TP comes through from Doran. He chain CC Shanks. He gets him away from the wall. Shanks is forced to flash, but he's just flashing to his death as Flandre retreats and leaves his mid laner to fall.
And in the arms race between an Olaf and a Jinx, with the Jinx getting 2 early kills, you can look at the disappointment there.
And that shows it. They're going to look for a play here onto Faker, though. Gold card locked and loaded. The stun does connect, and there's the ulti popped here by Tarzan. Faker has nowhere to go. Can he get one back? Doesn't look like it. Great play from AL to get one in the side lane.
Okay, the Olaf trying to catch back up there in the arms race then. Tarzan with some money too. See about the rest of the map though. Should be fine wave clearing bottom side there with the Ziggs. Hope can hold that no problem. It doesn't look like there's going to be an early push before this Rift Herald. 50 seconds waiting on the arrival of that Herald.
Shanks needs to keep making plays like this. Catching T1 members out on a side lane, threatening that collapse. Congratulations to Owner. Passing on the 7th all-time for the total number of assists at international games.
You almost jinxed them, but not quite.
Very close. AL will secure the first tower of the game. The next objective for them would mean that they secure the Feats of Warfare. Herald spawning in 15 seconds.
Exactly, and look at the setup work that they did. Again, super deep vision leading up to it. They go for their reset timers though, and T1 move in. Get control of that critical brush at the opening of the river.
Yeah, most of T1's vision have been on that bottom side to play around the dragon. But this T1 here first at the Herald. Gonna be pulling it, starting that up. You can see everyone from AL coming out.
Guma has both summoners ready as well. When he's got his cleanse and his flash available, T1 are incredibly dangerous.
Good early poke there from Faker onto Kyle. Gets him somewhat low. Keria popping the ghost, looking for an angle. As the Ziggs ult does not connect, just barely onto Faker. Guma though getting chipped down some. AL know they need to chip them down before they fully engage. Doran is on the side, but Guma has the covering fire. Look at Faker over the wall, trying to threaten here. The Herald's getting quite low. Kyle looking for the knockout. Can he find it? No, sidestep there, but gonna be interrupted on the charge. And Guma gets another objective. Tarzan pops the ult. He's looking for Doran. Can he knock him down? But Guma is untouched. Faker is untouched. And you know what that means. T1 are running over the fight once again.
The fight goes the way of T1. Hope will fall
even getting the objective here.
The barrel onto Shanks, knocking him into the team. The pick in the tri-brush. Everything going the way of T1. And Ona securing the two-person ultimate. A perfectly executed team fight puts them firmly in control of Game 5.
I mean, Doran with the heroics, body slam flash over the wall, catches Shanks, knocks him right into his carries. Shanks could do nothing. And you can see the excitement on the faces of the T1 staff. They are so far ahead in this pivotal Game 5.
Game 5 heroics are what matters. And T1 coming up huge in back-to-back fights.
AL, the pressure must be mounting massively. They are so close to the finals. They've performed extremely well at this tournament. But now with the lead that T1 have, they're going to have to find some crazy plays to turn this one around. They'll need to find picks, utilizing this Twisted Fate ultimate. Perhaps there's an opportunity on the bot side of the map. But the Dragon is alive. And T1, they just want to keep fighting.
And Guma still has both sums. We were mentioning this before the last fight. He still has Flash and Cleanse available, so he can play so aggressively with the amount of peel that the T1 frontline have.
You look at Hope, no Flash, and Keria has his, so that explosive engage is available. T1 have this low. Flandre is in the pit. He has not been spotted, so he does have an angle to look for a flank. Shanks now clearing out the ward. AL does expose themselves. Kyle channeling the ulti, but T1 backing up. Doran, though, goes too far forward. Is going to get knocked out. AL trying to burst this down. Can they take it? They do get it, but the spiraling despair comes through, and Kyle is just gone. Tarzan is in the midst of all of T1, and he cannot win that fight. Great backstep from Guma. Avoids the Ziggs ulti. Shanks trying to flash out to safety. Hope is just being body blocked by Keria. You shall not pass. Knocks him back into Guma. It's another kill going the way of the Jinx. As Shanks is in trouble next, has the gold card prepped, but it just does not matter. T1 will not be stopped. It's 12-1 in the pivotal Game 5.
Keria continues to deliver these kills to Gumayushi. 7, 0, and 5 for the AD carry of T1. Another tower is secured. Faker in some danger.
Faker potentially in trouble. Flandre gonna pop the ulti, trying to catch up. Faker still has his flash. Nice fear to peel for himself. Guma arrives. Owner still in some trouble. The teleport is gonna arrive now from Hope. But T1 get out. Faker survives. Doesn't even need to flash.
Tarzan on the hunt here. Looking to find something. He at least does stop the recall there, but can't get anything more. T1, they got their fight win and they got Faker out alive.
It's Guma that's getting all the kills, but this game is all about the supporting crew. Ona with his engages, Keria with the utility that he's providing, and you'll see how in the entrance, it's very difficult for AL to approach. Flandre comes in from over the wall with the TF ulti, dissuading T1 from engaging. Kyle connects an ulti onto Doran, he TPs back into the fight. But once they get the objective, AL can't stay in the fight, the damage has been done. A nice ulti from Faker comes through, and they just go pick up the bait. And look at Keria on the backline. The two-man knock-up, he's gonna just shepherd Hope, wait for his team to arrive. The flash comes through from Shanks, and then just look at this beautiful delivery from Keria, hand delivering him to Guma.
And Guma hitting zap after zap on Shanks, keeping him in range, slow after slow to be able to chase down the extra one. They let nobody out alive.
The last 5 international winners, 4 of them have been from the LCK. If T1 does take this series, it would be an all-Korean affair in the finals, guaranteeing the 5th straight international title for the LCK.
They are headed that way right now, and Guma is leading them there. 100% kill participation from the Jinx.
TP comes through. Looks like from Keria. The Artican, an objective that T1 have loved to force around in this series. They know that they're stronger in the fight. AL are going to have to find some magic in this Game 5. This Jinx is so strong, and here we go.
They're starting it up already. Keria and Doran on the side, trying to block them out. The Herald will be summoned as a distraction, but Tarzan, Kyle, and Hope coming in on the side. TF ult is going to be popped. Shanks is trying to join from above. He does land some good poke there onto the backline. Faker incredibly low. Will they just back off here? Doran finds the reset onto that Otacon, so it's back to full HP. Faker is going to base, he has his teleport, so he can rejoin, and T1 could look to force. They're going to find Flandre. Flandre on the side, cast back, flashes out, but can he get to safety? You can see Kyle looking to knock Owner away. He gets a stun on the wall, Faker's TPing in, Flandre is down, Guma is legendary, Owner in the midst of everyone, Shanks trying to get the damage out, but they just don't have enough. Owner is still standing on no HP, he survives, and T1 want more. Keria goes in, knock up onto Kyle. Kyle is down as well. It's the reset for Guma. It's the chase down for T1. The body slam connects onto Hope. Guma gets another, and Shanks is gonna fall as well. T1 are marching down mid.
It's a slaughter, and T1 are the executioners. Keria and Doran feeding kill after kill into Guma.
17 kills under T1. Keria and Doran start the engage off by once again hand delivering another meal to Guma. Faker with the TP, cutting off their escape, funneling the rest of AL back towards the river. Shanks TP's in, Tarzan thinks he can turn it around, but they just don't have the damage. T1 pick apart AL, and they are tearing them apart in Game 5.
Nobody left alive. Keria popped his ult. Him and Doran just constantly holding down each and every member of AL.
Tarzan knows, Shanks knows, this could be the end for them. It's going to take a miracle, if not multiple, to be able to try to come back in this game. An over 8,000 lead now for T1.
Tarzan is deep in enemy territory right now.
And they're going to hunt. Keria is moving up there. Will they be able to actually chase him down? Tarzan has been spotted. Double TP here to try to cover AL. Has their jungler spotted though, and Tarzan is still hanging around. The rest of the T1 members are down for that dragon, so AL trying to surprise here. Can they actually catch Faker? Heal used for the move speed. Gold card comes in. Ziggs ulti through. Faker in trouble. Flashes out, but Tarzan is hunting, and Tarzan gets the shutdown. The teleport's coming across here. Are they going to be able to turn around? Keria is in the midst of everyone, and it's a double for Faker from the grave. Doran arrives now. T1 low on damage, but they just want to keep them around. Guma is coming, as is Owner.
He's taunting them!
And look at Keria, he is just styling on them. Owner is almost here now. And AL, no, they don't have the damage. Keria is dancing on AL, and he's soon to be dancing on their graves. Flashes out, but does get shut down. Hope in trouble. Great sidestep, though. Owner does not connect. Guma's still on the way. Not here just yet. But can there be an angle for AL? Guma now arrives. Owner still surviving. The ulti can expire from Flandre. Can he take one with him? The CC is never ending here. They get another shutdown though. Hope with another kill maybe gives them some way in. But Keria styling on him. I have never seen him playing like that. On an international stage, the confidence is just oozing out of T1.
People lovingly say the T1 circus, and they are starting to have some fun here. Maybe a bit too much, some shutdowns going back the way of AL.
And you can see the idea of AL's composition as well. Faker did get a double kill in that fight, but the idea was well executed as they caught him out on the top lane, the follow-up from the Ziggs ulti, and that's the type of poke that AL has available to them with this composition. It's true that if T1 don't show proper respect, there's a world in which they can concede one too many objectives. A single Baron could still flip this game on its head.
Big gold swings are possible when objective bounties are up. But right now, T1 with such an advantage that they can go clean it out and force you to walk into darkness versus Keria, Owner, and Doran, this front line that has been so good at setting up for the carries. Here we go. With the Scuttle Crab, they'll see all of the wards. They don't even kill it.
Tarzan could be in some trouble here. Doesn't want to use the ulti just yet, but he's in so much trouble. Now going to pop it, try to turn around here. Shanks coming in from the side with the red card. Flandre is rooted up, and Tarzan is down already. Doran now coming, and Flandre's gonna fall as well. Guma legendary again as Owner goes forward. He's looking for Kyle. Hope trying to lay down some covering fire, but he can't do much. Shanks now retreating back. The carry's still alive here for AL, but Owner looking for the dive. Carry is behind him. Shanks is locked up, and Shanks is gone. The Ignite pop there on Hope. He's got to get back to safety if they have any hope of holding on to this game.
T1 is hungry for blood. They find another 4. It's only Hope left alive as another tower falls. The Baron is there for the taking, and T1, they are dominating in game 5.
It's like a waterfall when all of the tension just releases in game number 5. T1, fight after fight after fight, just crushing it. Having fun now on the stage. And the Baron will be theirs.
Tarzan trying to get there as fast as he can, but it was obviously too late. Hope even teleporting out. They're trying to see, can we find someone on a late recall, catch someone, get some purchase in this game. T1, I think most people were betting against them coming into this series, but it always feels like when you count out T1, they just get stronger and stronger and stronger. The struggles they're always able to overcome never cease to amaze me.
Yeah, a crazy year for them. Zeus for Doran, swapping Guma and Smash, working so much this year. Everyone just thought it was going to be HLE and Genji, the representatives, but T1 climbing right back up, and they're moments away from looking to a rematch with Genji.
And I was right there with everyone, thinking that it was going to be HLE and Genji, thinking that T1 wouldn't even qualify, and yet here they are, game 5. 11,000 gold advantage, potentially moments away from closing the series and looking for that all LCK rematch. They took Genji to 5 last time. They certainly want to do one better, try to take him down this time. T1 pushing in 2 waves here.
You can hear the roar of the crowd supporting T1 as they break into the base. The ulti comes down.
Owner not able to connect there on the Impale, just barely. Andre does back up, but the wave clear, not enough. Owner gonna get knocked out here. But there's no real angle for an engage from AL. Their damage is just too lacking. They can't really go in. And Kyle has to flash out there as Faker shoots out the Spiraling Despair. Can't quite connect, but that's another summoner down. That's another resource lost here for AL. And they are working with scraps already.
Gumayushi is monstrously strong.
T1 looking, posturing. The Nexus towers and the Nexus, all that remains between them in the finals. The tower is going down incredibly fast. Faker somewhat low, but AL, if they're gonna make a stand, it's gotta be now. Shanks gonna pop the ulti here, but can he even find an angle? He's gonna look for Faker, they're gonna go for it, but the fear is perfectly timed onto Shanks. Into the back line goes KL. They do get 1 kill. Shanks still surviving on the side, but Guma is alive. Keria is chasing Hope. Owner is there with the CC, and it's T1, baby. The more improbable it seems, the more inevitable they become. T1 continue to defy the odds and vanquish the LPL once again.
And with that, the LCK will show their dominance once again. They will secure an all LCK finals here at MSI 2025.
After the controversies and the struggles, T1 once again find themselves in an international final. It's been a few years since they were last in an MSI final, but it was hard fought. AL took them to the very brink, but in game 5 they showed their resolve. They demonstrated their excellence, and they find themselves in a rematch against Genji once more.
A valiant effort from AL, an honorable tournament. They can stand proud.
An incredible team with a very bright future, pushing both Genji and T1 to the brink. 5-game series against both. We know we will see AL again. This team is going nowhere. They've overcome so much to get here, and they really did prove their worth.
Shanks, for his first international tournament, absolutely killed it, and I am excited to see him return to the international stage. A player that has worked so hard throughout his whole career. I have high expectations for him in the future, but what can you do against the inevitability of T1?
Baker with a nod to the crowd, and Vancouver loving it. have to give credit to Doran as well. Has been labeled as an international choker, but he showed up massively multiple times in 5-game series when T1 needed him. Back against CFO, he was heroic. His engages here as well. Fantastic on the Gragas.
I mean, him and Carrier, they were just bullying AL. The fact that Carrier was dancing on them in the top lane as well. What a performance from this duo.
The stutter step on the international stage. The swagger, the confidence. But now ahead of them, Gen G, the reigning MSI champions, a formidable foe.
Absolutely.
I mean, we basically said 1 LCK final wasn't enough, so we're going to go to 2.
We are joining Lore, G-Sun, and Owner for the Verizon post-game interview.
T1 is inevitable here at MSI and forever as they will face off against Gen G in the finals. 승희 축하드립니다. Thank you so much for joining me. Game 5s have been so one-sided here at MSI. How do you explain this and how do you explain the fact that this one was so easy for you?
이번 MSI에서 5세트에 가면 굉장히 원사이드한 경기가 많이 나왔습니다. 그 이유가 뭐라고 생각하시는지, 그리고 이번 5세트는 왜 이렇게 원사이드한 경기가 나왔을까요?
이제 5세트 정도까지 가면은 이제 집중력 싸움이라고 생각하는데 초반에 처음 실수가 나왔을 때 그게 좀 가장 크리티컬하다고 생각하고 있고 그 이후로 약간 집중력 문제로 계속해서 손해보는 팀은 계속 손해봐서 이렇게 원사이드하게 좀 나오는 것 같습니다.
I want to say, once the series goes all the way to Game 5, it's all about the focus, all about the concentration. So once you start making a minor mistake, it's so critical. You know, it affects your concentration. And I think the one who started making mistakes, it's just going on, and it's a very big impact overall.
I see. And looking at T1's composition, I feel like you guys are blessed with 2 junglers. How does it feel to have Gumayushi as your secondary jungler, securing objectives all the time?
또 T1의 라인업을 보면 요새는 정글러가 2명이 있는 것 같습니다. 구마유시 선수가 아주 중요한 순간에 또 오브젝트를 잘 좀 확보해 주시는 스틸도 많이 나오고 있는데 이렇게 구마유시 선수가 세컨드 정글러로 있어서 든든하진 않으신가요?
사실 이제 구마유시 친구가 글로벌 궁을 굉장히 잘 써가지고 이제 제가 스틸할 수 없는 상황일 때도 많이 스틸해줘가지고 그런 부분에서 믿음직스럽게 생각하고 있습니다.
Gumayushi is really good at global ultimates, so when I'm in a position where I cannot actually commit for stills, he's always there with global ults to take the objective, so very reliable for sure.
Absolute teamwork from the team, and something that is crazy is that thinking a few weeks back, we did not even think that you guys would make MSI, and yet again, you are getting ready for another final. So tell me about what has been going on backstage for you guys to bounce back the way you did.
사실 불과 몇 주 전만 해도 T1이 과연 MSI를 진출할 수 있을까? 자체도 굉장히 불투명한 그런 질문이었는데 이제는 다시 한번 결승 자리에 오르면서 또 한번 증명해냈습니다. 경기를 치르지 않는 그런 백스테이지에서 어떤 노력이 있었기에 이런 변화가 가능했나요?
이제 뭐 저희는 오랫동안 좀 많은 국제대회도 나가고 결승전을 좀 많이 갔기 때문에 그런 경험들 때문에 저희가 조금 주춤하더라도 이렇게 끌어올릴 수 있었던 것 같고 그래서 그런 부분들의 믿음 때문에 저희가 다 같이 으쌰으쌰해서 여기까지 잘 온 것 같습니다.
Because we have so many international events experience and we made it to final so many times, we know that we can bounce back. We have the faith in ourselves. So we managed to kind of pick ourselves up together and push it all the way.
T1 plot armor is real and you guys are gonna do your first MSI final since 2017 in a rematch versus Gen G. Now, last time they pushed you guys to 5 games, but how can you know that this time around is gonna be different and that you're gonna win against them?
다시 한번 젠지를 결승전에서 만나게 되었고요. 이번에 승리를 한다면 2017년 이후로 최초로 다시 한번 MSI 우승을 T1이 가져올 수 있게 됩니다. 저번 경기는 사실 5세트까지 가는 접전이었는데 이번 리매치에서는 어떤 점이 달라서 승리를 가져올 수 있을 거라고 자신하시나요?
이제 저번에 이제 젠지랑 했었을 때도 저희가 1세트 같은 부분에 이겼어야 되는 경기들을 저희가 아쉽게 놓쳐가지고 그런 부분들이 좀 크지 않았을까 생각하고 있고 그래서 1세트부터 저희가 준비한 대로 잘만 한다면 충분히 이길 수 있는 상대라 생각하고 있고 그럴 수 있도록 노력하겠습니다.
I think in the previous series, for example, like game number 1, there were a lot of games or moments where we should have won, but we could not. So this time around, if we can follow our plans and make things go as we kind of prepared, I think we are strong enough to beat them.
And do you have any closing thoughts and words for all the fans who are here cheering for you today and making this incredible atmosphere here in Vancouver?
마지막으로 밴쿠버 현장에서 뜨거운 열기와 응원 보내주신 팬분들께 한마디 부탁드립니다.
네, 이렇게 오늘 또 너무 많은 분들이 와주셔가지고 저희를 응원해주신 여러분들 너무나 감사드리고 여러분들의 힘찬 응원 덕분에 저희가 5세트까지 가는 와중에 이렇게 또 승리를 했다고 생각하고 있고요. 이제 마지막 젠지 전에도 이런 힘찬 응원이 있다면 저희가 충분히 이길 수 있다고 생각하기 때문에 저희 끝까지 믿고 응원해주시면 좋겠습니다.
Thanks to your loud energy and support, we were able to fight through this 5-game battle and get the win today. I really, really appreciate it. And if I can get another loud one tomorrow up against Gen G, I think we will get the power to defeat them. Thank you so much. I love you all.
You heard that, Vancouver. 오늘 인터뷰 너무 감사합니다. Ji-san, thank you so much for the translation. And T1 advances to finals once again.
Doing it again and through the LPL once more. We have a very special guest on the desk, Becker, the GM for T1. Did you believe going into Game 5?
In going to Game 5, I think I did. Yeah, I think we were very well executed with the pick and bans, and the players are very calm, and I think they were ready to take a Game 5, so I believe it in.
Is there anything you can do going into Game 5, right, in the supporting crew, or do you just trust that they've done this before, they have all the experience, but is there anything you can say to them in those moments?
Well, 80% of that, and then 20% when the players need more water, we just let it. But make sure in the back of the stage there are a lot of things that player might need, so we always try to be aware and make sure that, because the waiting time is so short, so yeah.
That makes a lot of sense, because one thing that we heard from Doran in joining the team is people ask them like, oh, what is the T1 magic, right? And his response was, it's how well prepared we are, it's how well the staff prepares us. How has it been integrating him with the rest of the crew?
I think given that Doran's already a veteran, I think we didn't really ask too much for him. We just tried to be what kind of characteristics he have, like what we need to prepare for before the game, during the game and everything. Just want to make sure that he's in a comfortable spot. We just try hard just like our players do.
Nice.
And just taking a step back, the last time you guys were in an MSI finals was like 2022.
Long time ago.
2017 was the last time you guys won. How does it feel?
I think for past 2 years, we've always got knocked out at this stage. So we really wanted to win today, and I think it really, really meant a lot winning here. Tomorrow we're going to face a very big rival of us. Great team, Gen G is, but I think we are ready and we are confident that we can do well tomorrow as well.
Do you have some kind of explanation why at Worlds T1 is practically unbeatable, but usually at MSI is not where you have all the reps?
For international stage, I think it's a weeks of staying at the one city or to multiple cities. So I really got a props to all the managers and staff that consist of T1. They're great, and also the players. I think they're really trying to make sure they're 100%. Like life cycle routines and everything.
Yeah.
They're just very professionals that I'm very proud of them.
Yeah, we can see it. We have some stats in terms of T1 and as an organization in international Game 5s. Now 17-9, Emily. Yeah. That is starting to tick over, right? And when we talk about this last game specifically, I feel like it was get behind me, President, and the President is Gumayushi, and then Gumayushi says, no, I'm the President, let me shoot him. It's just unbelievable, but a very risky comp.
A risky comp considering how many ways that anyone's legend did have to get onto you, but I actually did like how much the focus was in getting Kuma ahead early. So I don't know how much you can, because I'm not going to ask too many questions about draft, but I guess how confident were you in their ability to play out this kind of hyper carry comp?
Yeah, definitely. I think the general answer I could give is, given that this is now Fearless Draft BO5, so in every Game 5, every composition probably have some risk, some downside and upside as well. So I think our coaches did a great job making sure what our game plan is, making sure, blah blah. I'm not gonna say it. Yeah,
Redacted,
but yeah.
Cutting your losses.
Yeah.
Oh, look.
There it is. Yeah.
Nice.
We were very happy to achieve that win because AL is a great team and they were a very tough opponent to play against. So it was a good game, and I'm very happy that we got the game 5.
Yeah.
And this might be a tough question, but just seeing most international wins, a lot of these players like Faker, of course, first. Keria is in there. Owner and Guma you see.
Owner and Guma, because of this series,
Yeah,
now
that's true.
4th.
That's a big one.
It's crazy. I think Owner often gets forgotten, right? I mean, we talk about the stars, and then the ADC pops off and the jungler, but I feel like we need to honor him here.
You have to. Like, he is, especially this series, he was so instrumental. And I feel like that being the point, very topical, we should probably make a mention. The Oppo player of the series is Owner.
Nice job, Raz.
Yes,
Good
like
job,
he
Raz.
was amazing from the entire series. And just that I was about to mention this play. This play, the moment you see it and they run down AL, it's like, okay, so it's a T1 victory for sure.
Yeah. I just wanted to ask, because you guys kind of raised Owner, right, from when he was on your academy team. So talk to me about how much he's grown as a player.
Definitely. I think since his debut, he never missed the international stage, but year over year, I feel like not only he improved in his gameplay and everything, I think his mentality and the professionalism just grew over the year, and he's a true professional. I mean, if you give me like 10 minutes, I can just share all the stories about Owner. He's been great. I'm very happy when the player of the series.
Can you pick one story?
He's always on time.
Oh,
we love that.
So who's always late?
Yeah, that's
I'm
rare.
not going to answer that. I think, but I think he actually has a 100% on, making on time.
Across his entire time
Honestly,
on T1?
I've never seen him being late.
No, goated. I love that. I think that's such an important quality. Some other people on the desk sometimes miss their shut
Hey.
Sure, that might happen. That might happen.
I'm trolling. Let's take a look at this bracket.
True, and a question that I want to ask you, of course, you're going up against Gen.G one more time. What's something about Gen.G that's tough generally to prepare for?
I think they're just consist of great players. After all, it's the players who play the game, right?
True.
So they're consist of good players, so they play well. So I think we have a better team when we, at the finals. So fingers crossed.
And one question that I wanted to ask was like an unsung hero, because a lot of these players, they have major pop-off moments, but who's a player or someone even in staff that you feel doesn't get the praise that you feel like is deserved?
Today, I'll give it to my coaching staff, Koma, Tom, and Mata.
Nice.
They have been, legends throughout the career, and they've shown great accomplishment, but they're still hungry, especially Mata, who's joining to T1 this year as a coach, has shown great passion and enthusiasm. They, during the game, they do a lot of the feedbacks themselves, making sure, we get this series right. So today, I would like to, big shout out to the coaching staff.
Oh, amazing. And noted, of course, legends of the game in their own right. Just everywhere you look tomorrow, there's a legend. It's unbelievable. I mean, I would have also been very happy with an AL Gen.G final. Do you want to kind of send us off in terms of AL?
Yeah, I mean, I really love this Anyone's Legend team. I actually kind of wanted to see them at first stand as well. However, I hope they continue to grow. I feel like this is not near what their potential can be. So even though they lost today, I hope they go back to the LPL. I hope they continue to do well, and maybe we'll see them at Worlds.
Maybe we will. I think we most definitely
we
should.
certainly
Thank you so much, Becker. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And good luck, of course, tomorrow.
I was very nervous.
Oh, you did great. Yeah,
Because in the middle of the game, I always get to accept or reject the interviews, and there were some interviews requests, and I said, if I win, we'll do whatever.
We'll do everything.
But this was beyond my imagination.
You did great.
So-
Well, now that you did it once, we're going to expect you. Thank you so much. It's T1 that make it to the final versus Gen.G tomorrow, and that'll be it for us. We'll be back with that final. It starts at 5 p.m. Pacific, 8 p.m. Eastern, and 2 a.m. CEST, Gen.G versus T1. But we do have an hour-long pre-show. It's going to be goofy, insightful, analytical, memey, anything you want, and some of your favorite people from the Rift and off the Rift. So join us as we ramp up for the final series. See you tomorrow, Vancouver, one last time.
as Kyle moves forward, stuns up Doran. Doran in some trouble from the Magnet Storm. The Deadly Flourish is going to connect as Guma opens up, and Tarzan has stolen the Otacon. AL trying to just run out, but now Hope is there. Hope's going to be hit by the exhaust, goes in aggressively, but it's Guma now, free. It's Guma firing. It's Hope in some trouble. He's getting locked down by Baker, but Hope is just taking over. Hope will not be stopped. It's a triple for the Kaisa as Hope goes crazy. Carrier not allowing them to get past here. Guma in a good position. Tarzan trying to force his way in, but they're immediately turning around to him, and the culling is getting so much damage down. Doran into the back line. Hope over the side, trying to go in. He shifts in onto Carrier, but it's a shutdown there over on Owner. Shanks is trying to run as Faker is behind them. Doran and Faker. It's a triple for Guma, but as the solo leader's getting so much work done. Doran flashes in. Hope tries to shift out. Gets back over the wall with the flash of his own. Shanks now running from Faker. Doran trying to corral Hope here. Hope looking to try to make an outplay. Shanks on the side. Faker flashes in, he takes him out, just as his teammates do the same to Hope. T1 get an ace. Chuck him out to half HP. Owner cannot connect on the flag and drag. Carrier now getting engaged on. He's getting burst out by Shanks, and he is just gone. Shanks deletes him from this world as Faker goes between worlds and tries to start the fight. Guma running from Tarzan. Doran is here. Kyle is low, but it's AL again, crushing the fight, it feels like. Guma flashes back to the tower. Doran and him going to try to hold their ground here, but it's a 2v5. They need to cut the wave. Guma trying to heal up as much as he can, but Tarzan flashes in and knocks him down. It's a multi-man knock up there from Doran, but the heroics are not to be. Doran falls as well. AL lose no one. They'll get the tower, and they will get the Otacon. This could be Soul, though. T1 going, Tarzan trying to get in. They're going to burst it down. They do claim it. T1 claim the Soul. They're going to look for Faker, though. The public execution back in onto him. But Carrie is there to peel. They're turning on his Shanks. Shanks in trouble. Going to get gobbled up by Kyle. But it's Doran in the back line trying to take over. Owner going in. Sleeps on everyone. And it is the eternal sleep for AL as Owner makes no mistake. The multi-man ulti was perfect. The Herald getting quite low. Kyle looking for the knockout. Can he find it? No, sidestep there. But going to be interrupted on the charge. And Guma gets another objective. Tarzan pops the ult. He's looking for Doran. Can he knock him down? But Guma is untouched. Faker is untouched. And you know what that means. T1 are running over the fight once again.
The fight goes the way of T1. Hope will fall. And it is an ace. T1 wipe AL off the map.
Keep up.